Chapter 346. That's how it is. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this kid's decision may be extremely stupid, but there are some things that will never succeed if you don't try. This kid's family is rich, and he could have lived a comfortable life without worrying about food or clothing. However, if a man doesn't show his ambition, he's just a waste of his body. This kid believes that a life of trial and error is more glorious and meaningful than a life of idleness. Therefore, whether it's for myself or to carry forward my master's lifelong learning, this kid must build this academy, and it must be the best academy in the Tang Empire. In the side hall of the editorial department. If a man doesn't show his ambition, he's just a waste of his body. Li Gang was still immersed in Li Zishuan's plan to establish his own school and establish an academy. When he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but be stunned in his seat. He muttered to himself, and then his eyes became brighter and brighter. A moment later, he clapped his hands and praised, "Good! Good! Good! This old man originally thought that you just left in a fit of anger, but I didn't expect you to have such lofty aspirations. A month ago, you stabilized the paper price, and now you've launched the Tang Empire Dictionary. In the future, you'll establish an academy to educate the common people. It seems that you've been prepared for this for a long time. Haha. Kid, no matter what other people think, and no matter whether your knowledge is miscellaneous or not, this old man will support you. Your contributions to the culture and education of the Tang Empire will one day be recorded in the annals of history. In the future, if you have any use for these old bones of mine, just tell me." Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He thought that although Li Gang received orthodox Confucian education, his thinking was not pedantic at all. When the academy was built in the future, it would be good to invite Li Gang to be an honorary professor. This Ma also supports Lord Zhu. A few months ago, Lord Zhu said that he would let all the poor children of the Tang Empire be able to afford to study. At that time, no one believed him, but now, our strange culture is infinitely close to this goal. Now that Lord Zhu has established his own school and set up an academy, I am very willing to lend Lord Zhu a hand. When Li Zishuan was telling Li Gang about his conversation with Li Zishuan yesterday, Ma Zhou had already returned from the printing department. Therefore, he knew the whole story from beginning to end. At this time, he stood on Li Zishuan's side without hesitation. "Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your support, Brother Ma. After the academy is built, I'll have to trouble Mr. Li to teach the students a thing or two." Li Zishuan said sincerely. People who were noble, open-minded, and tolerant were the easiest to gain the favor of others. Li Gang was such a person. Haha. When the time comes, you better treat me with good wine and good food. Otherwise, this old man won't go and mess around. Li Gang pointed at Li Zishuan and joked. Haha. If Mr. Li is willing to come, not to mention good wine and good food, this little one is willing to send you mountains of gold and silver. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Hey! This old man has half of his body in the ground. I don't want your mountains of gold and silver. Li Gang scolded with a smile. Here, Mr. Li, this is a new carriage developed by our workshop. The interior is spacious and the facilities are complete. You won't feel the slightest bump in it. Your house is quite far from here. Why don't you take this carriage home? In the evening, Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou sent Li Gang to the front yard of the workshop. Said with a smile. Li Gang's house was in Xujiang Square, located in the southeast corner of Chang'an City. It was about 10 miles away from Ani Square where the workshop was located. When Li Gang went back, he brought 4 jars of wine with him. Li Zishuan certainly wouldn't let an old man in his 70s or 80s travel so far alone. TSK. When it comes to enjoyment, no one in the whole Great Tang can compare with you. Okay. This old man will be disrespectful to refuse. Otherwise, with my old arms and legs, it will take a lot of effort to get home. Li Gang lifted the curtain and looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage. He turned and pointed at Li Zishuan and joked with a smile. Hee hee. You flatter me. One should work hard to earn so much money in one's life. In addition to helping others, one should also enjoy himself. Haha. You're interesting. Li Gang laughed and got into the carriage with the help of the servant. He tried the sofa and couldn't help but exclaim, "TSK, TSK. This old man still underestimated you. This carriage is more comfortable than I imagined. If you like it, how about I give you one?" Li Zishuan laughed outside the window. Haha. I won't accept a reward for nothing. Your carriage is so luxurious that it must be worth a lot. This old man can't afford it. Li Gang waved his hand and refused without hesitation. He could accept a few jars of tenderness, but this carriage was too expensive. How could Li Gang be willing to accept it? You can't say that. Old Mr. has been working tirelessly on the revision of the dictionary of the Tang dynasty. How can a mere carriage compare to old Mr.'s efforts? Hey! This old man didn't help you edit the dictionary for you. This dictionary is the foundation of the future prosperity of the literary world of Tang. Li Gang let out a sigh and said, "Let's go. It's getting late. I'm going back. Tomorrow I'll write a preface for the Tang dictionary and send it over. Take care, old man. Xiaoxi, take good care of the old man." Seeing that Li Gang insisted on not accepting it, Li Zishuan did not force him. He saluted Li Gang and then instructed Song Xiaoxi. "Yes, young master." Song Xiaoxi nodded and drove the carriage away. "Brother Ma, the workshop will spare a carriage for old man Li in the future." Seeing that Li Gang had left, Li Zishuan turned around and said to Ma Zhou. "Yes, that's right. Old man Li is too old." Ma Zhou nodded and replied. "Hey, young master, since you're here, I have something to tell you." At this moment, Uncle Fu hurried over. Li Zishuan was surprised and said, "Oh? Faubert, what's the matter?" "Young master, you've ordered the workshop to speed up the production of the new carriages. We haven't dared to slack off. As of today, the workshop has produced more than 50 new carriages. Do you think we can sell this new batch of carriages first? This way we can recover some of the money and use it for turnover." Faubert said worriedly. The cost of a new carriage was as high as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Faubert was also under a lot of pressure from the workshop. After all, the cost alone was more than 20,000 strings of coins. It was not a small sum. If they were sold as soon as possible, there would be a surplus of money. That was why Faubert was so eager to sell the new carriages. Chapter 347. Oh, 50 carriages. That's not a small number. Brother Ma, get someone to write an advertisement for our carriages and put it in the Datong Daily tomorrow. Oh, and the advertisement for the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. You can start publishing it tomorrow as well. Do the initial publicity first. Once we have printed 1,000 copies, we can put it in Chitsu Culture and sell it. In the front yard of the workshop. Li Zishuan nodded in agreement after hearing Faubert's suggestion. Yes, no problem. But didn't you ask old Mr. Li to write the introduction for the Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Why did you? Ma Zhou was puzzled. Haha. What we are doing now is only the initial publicity. The printing of 1,000 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is not something that can be done in a day. Even if the workshop is much larger than before, it will take at least 2 to 3 days. We need to let people know what the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is first. Then, when we have enough copies, we can release old Mr. Li's introduction. After all, he is one of the most honorable writers for the Datong Daily. Li Zishuan chuckled and explained. Although Li Gang had retired many years ago, his qualifications were still there. He was still at the top of the pyramid of Tang Dynasty's literary world. Since such a big shot had taken the initiative to support the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, Li Zishuan naturally had to save his introduction for the finale. Yes, Lord Zhu is right. Then I will personally write the publicity for the new carriages and the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Ma Zhou thought for a while and felt that it was reasonable. He nodded in agreement and prepared to go back to write the advertisement. After all, it was already evening. Time was tight and the task was important. Yes, thank you for your hard work, brother Ma. Li Zishuan patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and watched him leave. Then, he said to Falbert beside him, Falbert, send 10 carriages to Chitsu Pavilion tomorrow and hand them over to manager Sunday. With the publicity of our newspaper and the quality of the carriages, it won't be a problem to sell them. Yes, young master. Falbert heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, Li Sai requests an audience. Within the Suite du Hall. With great difficulty, he finally finished dealing with today's memorials. Li Er stretched his body tiredly and moved his wrists. Suddenly, an eunuch came in and reported with a bow. Oh. This brat actually took the initiative to look for me? Li Er felt that the sun must have risen from the west today. He had met Li Zishuan so many times. Which time was it not because something had happened that he asked someone to call Li Zishuan over? From the beginning to the end, Li Zishuan had never taken the initiative to enter the palace to look for him. Summon him in. Li Zishuan put down the red brush in his hand and leaned against the dragon throne. He closed his eyes and rested, calmly waiting for Li Zishuan to come in. A moment later, Li Zishuan walked in with a thick book in his arms. After greeting each other, Li Zishuan looked at the book in Li Zishuan's hands and curiously asked, What is it? What book are you holding in your arms? Are you here today to present a book to me? Your Majesty is wise. I am here today to present a book to you. Li Zishuan smiled. Oh. What book? Quickly present it to me. A book that you have personally come to deliver must be extraordinary. Li Er was energized and said excitedly. Zhao Song, who was beside Li Er, hurriedly went to take the book and presented it to Li Er with both hands. Li Er took the dictionary with one hand. It was slightly heavy in his hand. He saw that on the red cover, there were 4 flamboyant golden words, Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. These 4 words were as graceful as silver hooks, moving like a startled phoenix, floating like clouds, and as vigorous as a startled dragon. The strokes were powerful and intoxicating. The Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty that Li Zishuan gave was the first dictionary that the workshop had just printed. It even came with a cover. As for the 4 words on the cover, it was written by Li Gang himself. Naturally, it looked very cool. Oh. It's actually the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty? It's done so quickly. When Li Erei saw the words Dictionary of the Great Tang on the cover, he instantly recalled that a month ago, Li Zishuan had mentioned to him that he wanted to compile a dictionary to help the children of poor families learn how to read and write. At the time, not only had he praised Li Zishuan greatly, he had also specially asked the 2 brothers, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, to send people to help Li Zishuan complete the compilation as soon as possible. However, he truly had not expected the progress to be so fast. Yes, Your Majesty. The Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty has just been compiled today. I have specially brought it here for you to take a look. After that, we will print it in large quantities and send it to Chitsu Pavilion to be sold. By then, countless people will learn how to read. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Haha. Good. 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 Li Er was so happy that he shouted 3 times. He laughed and said, You have done well this time. You have done well. I am very pleased. Your Majesty is too kind, too kind. Hee hee. Li Zishuan was so happy that he could not find north and laughed. Who wrote the words, Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty? Looking at this handwriting, Why do I feel that it is very familiar? Only then did Li Er ask about the 4 words that were full of pretentious style on the cover. Your Majesty, the person who wrote these 4 words is old Mr. Li Gang. Old Mr. Li is a person of virtue and prestige, so I invited him to come out and nominate him for the cover of the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. Li Zishuan talked nonsense as if he was running around and visiting famous scholars for the publication of the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. Li Gang. Li Er was stunned and muttered to himself as if he had suddenly realized something. After being stunned for a good half an hour, Li Er stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and said with a complicated expression, You are really capable, kid. Mr. Li Gang has been in seclusion for many years. I have always wanted to invite him back to be Qingxian's teacher, but he has always refused. I didn't expect him to run over to you. Really? So Li Er had the intention of letting Li Gang be Qingxian's teacher for a long time. TSK, but this progress doesn't seem to be what Li Er wanted. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that as the emperor, old Li would also have a time when he was ignored by others. How rare. This kid is not really that capable. It is just old Mr. Li's great favor. Li Zishuan said humbly. Haha. Let's not talk about this first. Let me see the content inside first. Li Er shook his head and said that. He opened the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty and began to read. After realizing the superiority of Pinyin, Li Er had spent a period of time specifically learning Pinyin. Similar to when Li Zishuan first saw the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty, today, Li Er first looked curiously at the Pinyin table of contents in front of him and the table of contents in front of him. Then, he thought of a few random Chinese characters for himself and began to look them up for fun. The results were without a doubt. There were no mistakes in the page number annotations. They were all accurate. Haha. Good. This Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty is really good. I will leave this to me. Kid, quickly arrange for people to print this dictionary in large quantities and promote it as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely. Chapter 348. Master, the people from Wuhou government said that a few days ago, a group of children pooped in front of our house, but the group of children never appeared again. The people from Wuhou government can't do anything about it. They told us to look for them after we have new clues. Imperial Medical Department. After 2 days of care, Cui Shanyo's complexion was much better, no longer as pale as before. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be angry, and said angrily, preposterous. What is this? How dare they be so perfunctory? This group of Wuhou has no respect for the law. Cough cough. Hey. Master, don't be agitated. Calm down. Calm down. Madame Cui quickly put down the medicine in her hands, quickly walked behind Cui Shanyu, gently patted her husband's back, and anxiously advised. Cough 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 cough. This old man understands. Cui Shanyu violently coughed a few times, his emotions gradually calmed down, and he said with difficulty, this old man understands. Right, Wuhou General Wei is Yuqi Jingda, and Li Zishuan's relationship with Yuqi Jingda, hee. These people are blatantly abusing their power for personal gain. This old man will definitely impeach them. Cough cough. Master, calm down, calm down. We don't have any evidence, how can we impeach them? It's better for you to get better first. Professor Zhang and the rest are still waiting for you to get better. Madame Cui said helplessly. And, help this old man up. Cui Shanyu was startled, and suddenly said. Master, what do you want to do now? Quickly help this old man up, I want to write a letter. Help me send it to Honglu Temple later. Cui Shanyu frowned, and said impatiently. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Fresh out of the oven Datang Daily. Today's headline, Peerless Godly Works about to appear in Strange Culture. The combined strength of 12 scholars will help our Tang dynasty's youth to easily learn to read. The next morning. The sound of children selling newspapers rang through the streets. Ma Zhou abused his power for personal gain once. This time, he directly put the Tang Dynasty Dictionary advertisement on the front page. The arrogant, egotistical, domineering advertisement directly attracted the attention of many people in Chang'an. Oh. There's actually such a powerful book in this world? I wonder if it's expensive? If it's not expensive, I can even buy one to help my child learn to read. Books about strange culture shouldn't be expensive, right? Why don't you buy a copy of the newspaper and read it? Then, can you give me a copy of the newspaper? Of course, there was no first place in ancient literature, and no second place in martial arts. This arrogant and domineering advertising message inevitably caused dissatisfaction among the literati. It's just an unknown book, yet it dares to claim that it's a peerless divine work. What an arrogant tone. Yes. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Even if it was compiled by 12 grand scholars, do you dare to call it a peerless divine work? What shameless boasting. That's right. Let's go to Chitsu culture and see what kind of clown came out to make a fool of himself. Let's see what the newspapers say first. Give me a copy of Datong Daily. Yes, give me one too. Controversy. In a moment, the advertising message of Tang Dynasty Dictionary set off a huge wave of controversy among the literati. On the other hand, it also slightly increased the sales of Datong Daily. However, as the newspaper gradually entered the lives of the people, Li Zixuan was not very concerned about the sales of Datong Daily. The last time he asked Ma Zhou about the sales of the newspaper was half a month ago. At that time, the sales of a single issue had reached a terrifying 400,000 copies. Therefore, at present, Datong Daily had already gotten rid of the loss-making mode of burning money, and had also brought in very considerable profits. Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Pinyin? What is this? A scholar could not help but frown after reading today's headlines. Looking at the meaning of the news, this Tang Dynasty Dictionary should be a reference book for all the annotations of Chinese characters. It looks a bit like Shuo Wenjie. And this pinyin, can it really be so magical that it can teach people to read and pronounce words? Why haven't I heard of it before? A short and fat scholar asked his friend beside him. Oh. I don't think so. The newspaper must be bragging. The man shook his head and curled his lips. Boss, what are they talking about? Not far away, next to a small stall selling cooking pancakes, a gray-clothed peasant woman asked while rolling dough. Hey. Just now, the kid who sold the newspaper said that Chitsu Culture published a book that can teach people to read. I guess that group of scholars is talking about this. The black-faced man said with a smile. Although he said so, his hand that was turning the cooking pancakes in the pot did not stop, perfectly showing what it meant to do two things at once. Chitsu Culture? Isn't that the bookstore opened by Li Xiannan? Darling, do you think we should also buy one for our Goa to learn to read? The gray-clothed woman suddenly asked excitedly. Oh. Yes. Books from Chitsu Culture have always been cheap. This book can teach people to read, then buy it. Goa's mother, don't be busy here. I will do it alone. Go to Chitsu Culture and see if they sell it. There will definitely be a lot of people fighting for it. If you can get it, buy one for our Goa. It's much cheaper than hiring a teacher. The black-faced man wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and waved his hand. Boss, can you do it alone? The gray-clothed woman was quite tempted, but she still hesitated. Nonsense. Of course I can. Go quickly. The black-faced man waved his hand impatiently. Then I will go, boss. Yo. Brother Liao, are you eating while reading the newspaper? Shi City, a breakfast shop. A skinny middle-aged man walked in and greeted Liao Shifan when he saw him eating breakfast. Oh. Brother Zhang. Haha. Brother Feng, didn't you go to sea with the Imperial Quartz Fleet a few days ago? It's boring for me to eat alone. I just want to read today's Datong Daily. Liao Shifan looked up and smiled. Ha. I see. But Brother Liao, didn't you also get a few big ships? Why didn't you go to sea with them? The man with the surname Zhang ordered a bowl of porridge and a basket of buns from the shopkeeper, sat opposite Liao Shifan, and asked. Sigh. This Liao's old arms and legs often have problems. Brother Feng is much stronger than me, so I won't follow you blindly. I'll just send a housekeeper to follow you. Liao Shifan sighed and explained. Actually, these were all excuses. The main reason was that he was used to living a rich life and was afraid of death. Oh, Brother Liao is right. The sea is too bumpy, and it is indeed torturous. Brother Liao, look. The latest generation of carriage developed by Chitsu Pavilion, don't touch me. It is officially on sale today. It is spacious, fast, and definitely not bumpy. The top 10 will enjoy a special price, only 999 strings of cash. This. What kind of carriage is this? It is actually so expensive? Chapter 349. Carriage? Let me see. Liao Shifan grabbed the newspaper and quickly looked at where Zhang was pointing. After a while, he excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, "Haha! That's the carriage. That's the carriage. I didn't expect it to be on sale after so long. No way. Brother Zhang, you can eat slowly here. I have to go to the Curious Pavilion to line up now." Hey. Brother Liao, wait. Why do you sound like you want to buy that carriage? Zhang reached out to stop him and said in disbelief. In his opinion, a carriage selling for 500 to 600 strings of coins was already unbelievable. But this time, the Curious Pavilion was selling it for 999 strings of coins. That was close to 1,000 strings of coins. Were they crazy about money? Could it be that the carriage was made of gold? But what he didn't expect was that Liao Shifan actually wanted to buy such an expensive carriage. Moreover, it looked like he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get it. This made him doubt his life. Could it be that after not seeing him for a few days, his good friend had become so rich? 1,000 strings of coins wasn't money anymore? That's right. If I can't get such a good carriage, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Liao Shifan said eagerly. But this carriage is selling for 999 strings of coins. Brother Liao, don't you think it's expensive? Hey. I don't have time to explain it to you now. Jingyang, if you trust me, come with me to the Curious Pavilion now. You'll know if it's worth this money or not. Liao Shifan said hurriedly. He quickly took out a few copper coins and threw them on the table, saying, "Shopkeeper, here's the money. Jingyang, let's go." Oh. Zhang Jingyang reacted and ran out with Liao Shifan. He got into the same carriage that Liao Shifan had taken this morning and hurried to the Curious Pavilion in the East Market. Brother Liao, it seems like you've seen the carriage from the Curious Pavilion before. In the carriage? Zhang Jingyang thought seriously and suddenly asked. Yes, I've seen it before. When this carriage first appeared, this Liao was fortunate enough to see it. At that time, Lord Li was the first to use this carriage. Later on, when I passed by the gate of Lord Zhu's residence, I also happened to see Lord Zhu riding this carriage back to his residence several times. This kind of carriage looks huge from the outside, but it is not cumbersome. A horse can easily pull it, and it moves very smoothly. This Liao has long coveted this sort of carriage, but after asking around, I was unable to find a place that sold it. Moreover, it is said that in all of the Great Tang, only Lord Duke Li, His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness King of Wei, Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, General Yuqi, and General Niu have this sort of carriage. Haha. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, would finally get it. If I don't hurry up and buy it, wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? Zhang Jingyang was enlightened when he heard this, but he still had some doubts, so he asked, Brother Liao, this carriage is so expensive. There must be very few people who would buy it. You don't have to be so anxious. Ha! Jingyang, if you think about it carefully, you won't say that. Liao Shifan shook his head and anxiously looked out of the window, saying, It has been almost a month since this Liao first saw this type of carriage. What does this mean? It means that this type of carriage is not easy to manufacture, so I am not surprised that it is so expensive now. Also, in this month, whenever Lord Duke Li went out, he would always ride in this type of carriage. In the entire Great Tang, in this Liao's opinion, the person who knows how to enjoy life the most is definitely Lord Duke. If this old man is so fond of this type of carriage, then there is no need to doubt the excellence of this carriage. Such a superior and difficult carriage to mass produce, if this Liao doesn't hurry up and snatch it, I'm afraid that I won't be able to get it. After all, there are many people in Jianghu and who can take out 999 strings of coins, and there are even more people with foresight. Perhaps even Li Zishuan himself did not expect that he would be treated as an old man by successful businessmen like Liao Shifan. However, from the few businesses that Li Zishuan did in Jianghu, and all of them had extremely high returns. He indeed had the qualifications to be a role model for these businessmen. Hearing this, Zhang Jingyang's eyebrows twitched. He slowly nodded and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Brother Liao, for your advice. After hearing what you said, I am also very curious about this carriage. I must take a good look at it later." "You can take a look at it, but don't fight with me," Liao Shifan suddenly said with a vigilant look. Zhang Jingyang was speechless. Could it be that this friendship could not be compared to a carriage? How heart-wrenching. On the other side, in the East Market, Strange Culture and Strange Taste Pavilion, which had been quiet for a long time, became popular again today. These two shops had been the hot topic of Jianghu and before. This time, after Datong Daily's publicity, it was as if a cigarette butt had been thrown into a barrel of explosives. The effect of gathering popularity immediately exploded. Even before opening time, there was already a long line in front of the two stores. There were fewer people in front of the Odd Taste Pavilion. After all, carriages were still considered a luxury item for the people of Great Tang. On the other hand, there was a sea of people in front of the Odd Taste Pavilion, and there were several long lines. The people in the queue gathered in twos and threes, pointing at the advertisements in the newspapers and discussing with each other. For a moment, it was very lively. Haha. Fortunately, we are not too late, and we have membership cards, so we can line up at the members' channel. This way, there will definitely be a carriage for me later. In front of Strange Taste Pavilion, Liao Shifan and Zhang Jingyang were at the front of the queue and said happily. There were only two people in front of him, so logically speaking, they would definitely be able to buy the first batch of carriages. Fortunately, there were no traffic lights or traffic jams in this era. Otherwise, the two of them would have been dead by now. Although there were not as many people buying carriages as there were people buying Tang Dictionary, at a glance, there were at least 70 to 80 people lining up to buy carriages in front of Strange Taste Pavilion. Jianghu had never lacked rich people, and even more so, people with foresight. "Brother Liao, if I didn't see wrongly, you took out an orange membership card just now." Zhang Jingyang's face was full of shock. "Yes. If we didn't have a membership card, we would still be lining up on the other side." Liao Shifan did not feel that something was wrong at all, and he answered casually. But a card costs 100 strings of coins, isn't that a bit expensive?" "It's not expensive at all. For us, it's totally worth it. Think about it, an orange membership card only costs 100 strings of coins, but with this card, not only can we save time in the members' channel, we can also get a 30% discount on all the goods in Strange Taste Pavilion. Just this time, we can save nearly 300 strings of coins by buying a carriage. Do you think this membership card is worth it? Is it expensive?" Liao Shifan slowly analyzed. Chapter 350. It's open. It's open. The door is open. Let's go in and have a look at the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. How dare it call itself a masterpiece? The door of Chitsu culture was the first to open. Sun Huayuan, dressed in a purple-red gown, walked out happily and saluted the crowd. "My friends, you must be here today to have a look at the Tang Dynasty Dictionary out of curiosity. I won't beat around the bush. You can go in and have a look at the new Tang Dynasty Dictionary in your order. Today's Tang Dynasty Dictionary is only for viewing, but not for sale. 2 days later, Chitsu Culture will sell 1,000 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. If you need it, remember to come and buy it." "What? It's not for sale today? Why not?" "Yes. Why did you bring us here if you don't want to sell it?" Some people in the crowd who had come early to buy the Tang Dynasty Dictionary couldn't help complaining to Sun Huayuan. Most of them had heard about the magic of pinyin from the supervisors of the Imperial College, so they didn't have much doubt about the function of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Today, they just wanted to buy the dictionary. Everyone, please calm down and listen to this old man's explanation. Sun Huayuan was prepared for this. He saluted the crowd and said loudly, "The Tang Dynasty Dictionary uses the pinyin newly invented by my lord. It combines the painstaking efforts of the Crown Prince and the 12 scholars under the King of Wei." Later, the former Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Mr. Li Gang, also helped. His Majesty has given great attention and support to it. After the dictionary was compiled yesterday, my lord brought the first Tang Dynasty dictionary to the palace. His Majesty praised the dictionary and said that the Tang Dynasty dictionary could be used as an introductory reading material for children and a necessary reference book for young students in the imperial examinations in the future. Our workshop is doing its best to print the dictionary. It is estimated that 1,000 copies of the dictionary will be printed in 2 days. In the next month, the imperial court will send a group of assistant lecturers who are proficient in pinyin to the Taoist temples and academies in Chang and city to teach and popularize pinyin for free. Friends who have bought the Tang Dynasty dictionary can attend the class. I promise that anyone who is illiterate will be able to learn pinyin in 10 days. After that, you can use the Tang Dynasty dictionary to learn all the Chinese characters. As soon as Sun Huayuan finished his words, the people in the line below immediately burst into an uproar. Previously, a large number of people had great doubts about the Tang Dynasty dictionary after reading the headlines in the newspaper. However, at this moment, Sun Huayuan said with certainty and even mentioned the emperor. How could they not believe it? Of course, no one doubted that Sun Huayuan was lying. Someone who dared to use Li Er's words to advertise in Chang, and had probably not been born yet. Moreover, according to Sun Huayuan, if a child wanted to learn how to read, he only needed to buy a copy of the Tang Dynasty dictionary. This was too shocking. In modern society, there were often people who complained that education was difficult and expensive. A child's kindergarten would cost tens of thousands of yuan a year. However, in ancient times, education was even more difficult and expensive. Firstly, books were expensive. Secondly, school fees were expensive. This led to the extremely low literacy rate in ancient times. Now that there was such a cheap way to learn how to read, many people were shocked. His Majesty actually knows about the Tang Dynasty dictionary? His Majesty personally designated the Tang Dynasty dictionary as a necessary reference book for the imperial examinations? According to shopkeeper's son, my child only needs to attend 10 days of pinyin lessons and he can use the Tang Dynasty dictionary to learn all the Chinese characters? Isn't this too worth it? Shopkeeper's son, is this pinyin really that useful? A burly man roared and asked. Sun Huayuan smiled and nodded at him. Of course. The Imperial College was the first to popularize pinyin. Now, almost all the students in the Imperial College have learned pinyin. Whether it's useful or not, you may not believe me, but you can go and ask the students in the Imperial College. I know this. The child next door to my house is in the Imperial College's 4 Gates school. I heard from that child that pinyin is very easy to learn. He learned it in 5 days. After learning it, he can directly use pinyin to learn all the Chinese characters. A middle-aged man with a full beard spoke enthusiastically. Meng Laosi, you idiot, are you trying to trick people again? *T. When have I, Meng Laosi, ever lied to anyone? If you don't believe me, then so be it. If you don't buy it, then I'll buy it. Ahem. Alright, now let's enter the store in order to take a look at our new Tang Dynasty dictionary. In order to celebrate the completion of the Tang Dynasty dictionary, all the books in Chitsu store will be 10% off today. Of course, this discount does not stack with the membership card discount. Everyone, please. Sun Huayuan looked at Chitsu store on the other side and anxiously interrupted the noise of the crowd. Good. 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 Today's trip was not in vain. Haha. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd burst into cheers. Sun Huayuan smiled and shook his head. He called a servant over and instructed him to look after the store carefully. Then, he walked quickly to Chitsu store. There were many big bosses waiting for him to open the store. "Hey, shopkeeper's son is finally here." "Yeah. We've been waiting for so long." When Sun Huayuan came over, the rich businessmen in front of the line could not help but complain. They were all queuing up to buy things, but Chitsu's store opened first. This inevitably made them unhappy. Haha. "Old Master Wu, Old Master Liao, please forgive me. I really can't split myself up." Most of the people in front of him were old acquaintances. Sun Huayuan bowed apologetically and greeted them. Open the door quickly. Let us see the same model as old Master Li's car. This old man has been eyeing it for a long time." Yes, shopkeeper's son, hurry up." Those who were well informed all knew that the carriages being sold today were similar to the new type of carriage that Li Zishuan had been riding. Previously, when Li Zishuan went out in the new type of carriage, they had more or less seen it before. Just from its appearance, it was very mighty and domineering. And the people who came to line up were all people who didn't lack money. Now that they went out, they paid attention to the issue of ostentation, so these people all wanted to buy one to go back and show off, to show off. Haha. Alright, this old man will not talk nonsense. Later, you can experience it for yourselves. Now, please look to your right. This is our workshop's newest model of carriage. Zhang sighed. Go and lift the curtain. Shopkeeper's son laughed heartily as he waved his hand. He was very confident in the new model of carriage. Don't touch me. He felt that there was no need for any unnecessary introduction. These people would know once they tried it. Yes, shopkeeper's son. The servant next to Sun Huayuan answered and quickly ran to lift the curtain. Chapter 351. Tisk. This carriage. So domineering. TSK. Beautiful. Look at how sharp it is. Curious Pavilion's products are as good as ever. Zhang's side reached out and pulled, and the black curtain covering a large object on the empty ground to the east of Curious Pavilion was slowly lifted. The new carriage developed by the workshop, Don't Touch Me, was officially unveiled to the public for the first time. The large and majestic appearance, coupled with the body of the carriage that had been polished countless times, shocked the crowd. It perfectly showed the crowd what it meant by, Curious Pavilion's products must be the best. Although some of them had seen this carriage when they met Li Zishuan when he went out, it was obvious that their feelings were different now. In the past, they could only admire it from afar and envy it from the bottom of their hearts. But now, they could see it up close and fantasize that they could own such a carriage in a short while. Hee. Everyone, this is our Curious Pavilion's newest product, Don't Touch Me. Compared to a normal carriage, we have increased the length, width, and height of the carriage. The interior space has more than doubled, and you won't feel uncomfortable sitting inside. It is very suitable for long-distance travel. Also, Don't Touch Me has used our workshop's newest technology. Not only does it ensure a large space, but it also ensures the flexibility of the carriage. Everyone, don't be fooled by the size of this carriage. It only needs 1 horse to pull it easily, and its speed is more than 30% faster than a normal carriage. Sun Huayuan pointed at Don't Touch Me and laughed. Hey, shopkeeper's son, what do those 3 crooked symbols in the middle of the carriage mean? Liao Shifan pointed at the oval sign at the top of the carriage and asked. Yes. What are those words? Why are they so ugly? When Liao Shifan said that, someone immediately noticed the sign and agreed. Cough. That is pinyin, and it means don't touch me. Everyone should have heard of pinyin, right? My Lord Zhu invented this symbol to teach people how to read. If you are interested, you can go to Curious Pavilion to take a look at our newly completed Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Sun Huayuan coughed and explained. At the same time, he cleverly advertised the Tang Dynasty Dictionary among the rich. Oh. I see. But why is the name of this carriage so strange? Liao Shifan nodded thoughtfully and then asked with a frown. Ugh. Sun Huayuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, My Lord Zhu personally came up with this. I'm sure he has his own reasons. Cough cough. Alright, now everyone will follow the queue and enter one by one to experience Don't Touch Me. Actually, the most outstanding part of this carriage is its interior. Everyone will know once you enter. If you're satisfied with the experience, you can enter the shop and pay. The first 10 customers today will enjoy the discounted price of 999 strings of coins. After that, it will return to the original price of 1,999 strings of coins. Everyone, please hurry up. As soon as Sun Huayuan's voice fell, the crowd in the queue cheered. All of them were eager to try. The first lucky one in line was Murong Hongkuan, a wealthy businessman from the east of Chang'an City. He excitedly walked to the side of the carriage and gently stroked the carriage and the beam. After hearing the impatient urging from the people behind him, he got on the carriage. After seeing the interior of the carriage, he was completely dumbfounded. From the outside, Don't Touch Me was indeed huge. But after entering, he had a direct understanding of this kind of size. Oh my God, is this a carriage or a room? Murong Hongkuan looked around the car in shock. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He strode to the table and sofa next to the car window. He touched the soft sofa with his trembling hands. His lips were trembling a little as he said, "Hiss. What is this stool made of? Why is it so soft? How comfortable would it be if I sat on it?" After hesitating for a moment, he carefully sat on it. At first, he didn't dare to use too much strength, fearing that he would break it. After testing it a little bit, he finally sank his whole body into the sofa. Phew! So comfortable. So comfortable. This 999 strings of coins is so worth it. So worth it. I must buy it. This old man must buy it today. Murong Hongkuan sighed as he stretched his body comfortably. Hey! Brother Murong, hurry up. We're all waiting. Yes. Yes. How long have you been in there? Murong Hongkuan was so comfortable that he had forgotten where he was. Suddenly, he heard a few scattered complaints from outside. Only then did he realize where he was and quickly got up. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the 2 innermost compartments in the carriage. He walked over doubtfully. You can use the toilet in this carriage? What is this? This pipe can run water? Hiss. This is too convenient. No. This old man will go and pay now. I must buy it. 10 ordinary carriages can't even compare to one Don't Touch Me. Murong Hongkuan didn't stay any longer. He hurriedly jumped off the carriage and shouted excitedly. Shopkeeper son. Shopkeeper son. The inside of the carriage was really comfortable. Quick. This old man wants to buy it. Don't touch me. I want to buy it now. Hee hee. Okay. This old man will bring Master Murong to handle the handover. Sun Huayuan had expected this scene. He smiled and was about to bring Murong Hongkuan to handle the handover. However, Murong Hongkuan's next sentence made him unable to smile. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper's son, this old man has the orange membership card of Strange Interest Pavilion. According to your previous rules, can I enjoy a 30% discount? Silence. As soon as Murong Hongkuan's voice fell, everyone in the venue fell into silence. They cast their gazes over. After all, although these people were rich, their money didn't grow on trees. Using an orange membership card could save 300 strings of cash. Many people were still willing to save this money. Sun Huayuan stopped in his tracks and his face immediately froze. He wanted to curse in his heart. The introduction of the membership system in the past had indeed helped Strange Interest Pavilion accumulate a lot of liquidity in a short period of time. But now, the negative effects of the membership system were starting to show. According to this discount, Strange Interest Pavilion would earn a lot less money. The cost of a Don't Touch Me carriage was close to 500 strings of coins. If they gave a 30% discount, they would only earn 100 strings of coins. It wasn't easy to make a carriage. Usually, it would take several craftsmen 3 to 4 days to make a carriage. If a "don't touch me" carriage could only earn 100 strings of coins, it would be a loss. It couldn't be compared to selling wine. However, Sun Huayuan knew that the most taboo thing for businessmen was to go back on their word. The membership system was proposed by them a long time ago. If they went back on their word now, Strange Interest Pavilion would lose more than just a few hundred strings of coins. It involved credibility and couldn't be measured by money. Ahem, of course. The membership card discount system can be used on a "don't touch me" carriage. Strange Interest Pavilion has always valued credibility. Sun Huayuan gritted his teeth and said he could only look for Li Zishuan to discuss the remedy for this problem later. Okay. Shopkeeper Sun, I want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card. I want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card too. None of the people present were stupid. After hearing that they could still enjoy the membership discount by buying a carriage, they all asked for the highest level of Red Supreme membership card. Sun Huayuan's heart was bleeding when he heard this. He finally understood what it meant to be happy with pain. It wasn't a good thing to have too many members. Chapter 352. Side, what's going on outside? How many carriages have we sold? How many people want to apply for a card? In a side hall of Strange Interest Pavilion. After the queue outside the Strange Interest Pavilion became orderly, Sun Huayuan took a break and came here to rest. The main reason was that he didn't want to see the scene of a group of people fighting to get a Red Supreme membership card. A Red Supreme membership card had a 40% discount. According to the discount price of 999 strings of coins, each carriage earned less than 100 strings of coins. This made Sun Huayuan very sad. Luckily, only the first 10 carriages were priced at 990 strings of coins. The rest of the carriages returned to 1,199 strings of coins. Boss, when I came here, I had already sold 20 "Don't Touch Me" carriages. The carriages sent by the workshop yesterday are almost sold out. There are 40 people who want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card. Mr. Wu is registering them now. Zhang Side bowed and said. The Mr. Wu he mentioned was the accountant of Strange Interest Pavilion. F***CK. This bunch of people. Even someone as refined as Sun Huayuan could not help but curse. His heart ached as he said, previously, there were only 5 Red Supreme members in our Strange Interest Pavilion. After today's incident, I'm afraid there are now 50 or 60 Supreme members. Zhang Side was sweating profusely. He did not know where to put his eyes and ears. He could only look down and count the ants. Of course, there were no ants in the house. No. You go and tell the workshop not to send any more carriages here. The 25 carriages they sent yesterday are enough. Sun Huayuan suddenly stood up and patted Zhang Side's shoulder. Huh? Zhang Side was puzzled. But there are still so many people outside who have not bought a carriage. Stupid. If I tell you to go, then go. If they really send the rest of the carriages here, it will all be over. Sun Huayuan knocked Zhang Side's forehead and scolded him. Oh, I'll go and tell them now. Zhang Side rubbed his forehead and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Sigh. I can only wait and let Lord Zhu think of a way. Sun Huayuan sighed and walked out. At this time, there was only one "Don't Touch Me" carriage left outside. My young master already has a Red Supreme membership card. You don't need to experience it, just sell me a "Don't Touch Me." My young master doesn't need you to give him a discount, we'll pay the full price. Sun Huayuan had just come out when he heard such rich and overbearing words. He staggered. He didn't expect that there would be such a top-notch buyer in this world. When he took a closer look, he realized that the other party was an old acquaintance, Wang Rinbiao's attendant, Lu Yun. Cough, cough. Brother Lu, are you sure you don't want a discount? Sun Huayuan stepped forward and asked. Those around them also looked at Lu Yun in surprise. My young master said that this carriage is worth 1,199 strings of coins, so he doesn't need a discount. Lu Yun had seen much of the world, so he wasn't the least bit intimidated by the attention of so many people. He raised his head and declared loudly. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? You can get a discount, but you insist on paying the full price? I wonder who his young master is. How rich. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, the others were stunned for a moment by this strange reason. Two merchants lowered their heads and whispered amongst themselves. Cough, haha. Young Master Wang is generous. Sighed, bring Brother Lu to get the carriage. Sun Huayuan was stunned for a moment before his mind finally came around. Today, he finally understood what it meant to be rich and willful. Sun Huayuan expressed that he liked down-to-earth people like Lu Yun and Wang Renbiao. Yes, shopkeeper. Zhang Side responded and brought Lu Yun to complete the handover procedures. After all, 1,999 strings of coins was a huge sum of money. It would take a long time just to count the money. Dear customers, today's Don't Touch Me is all sold out. If you still want to buy, please come early tomorrow. I'm truly sorry. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and apologized to the crowd. Why is it sold out right after my turn? A Hu merchant said with a tragic expression. That's right. Shopkeeper son, why didn't you stock up more? Only 20 or so carriages were sold out. Hey! Shopkeeper son, isn't there another carriage over there? Sell it to me. I can also pay the full price. A man in a brocade robe said as he pointed to the carriage that everyone had already boarded. Yes, I can also pay the full price. Shopkeeper son, sell it to me. The rest of the people looked in the direction of the man's finger and realized what he meant. Sun Huayuan's face darkened. What do you mean by, shopkeeper son, sell it to me? I'm not a prostitute. That is an exhibit. It is only for everyone to experience and is not for sale. Dear friends, I'm sorry. If you still want to buy a carriage, please come back tomorrow. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and said. Then, he left the Strange Interest Pavilion and went to the Strange Interest Culture in the West. Hey! Since there are no more carriages to sell, then I won't apply for a red membership card. A skinny man who was paying for a membership card suddenly stood up and put away his money. That's right. Since there are no more carriages, then what's the point of applying for a membership card? We'll apply for one tomorrow. Yes. We'll apply for one tomorrow. The people queuing up to apply for a membership card dispersed. Mr. Wu, the accountant of the Strange Culture Pavilion, smiled bitterly and could only call it a day. Hey! Shopkeeper son, you're here? Please sit down, there's no need to get up. After the morning class, Li Zixuan entered the house and was told that Sun Huayuan was waiting for him in the front hall. Thus, he went straight to the front hall. Thank you, Lord Zhu. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and forced a smile. Although Li Zixuan wasn't good at reading people's expressions, he could still see the reluctance in Sun Huayuan's smile. He couldn't help but ask, shopkeeper son, is the response to the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages not good? Sun Huayuan was startled and understood that Li Zixuan had misunderstood. He hurriedly said, No. The response to the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages is very good. I'm here today because I have something to discuss with you, Lord Zhu. When he said that, Li Zixuan was even more curious. Since the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages are very good, then what is there to worry about? Oh. Please speak, shopkeeper son. I'm all ears. Lord Zhu, it's like this. Today, our Strange Culture Pavilion, Sun Huayuan chose his words carefully and told Li Zixuan about the explosive increase in the number of supreme members in front of the Strange Culture Pavilion this morning, which led to the Strange Culture Pavilion's heavy losses. I was wondering what it was. So it's this. Haha. Shopkeeper son, you're overthinking it. There's no need to worry about this at all. When Li Zixuan heard this, he laughed and said without a care. Chapter 353. What does Lord Zhu mean? Li Residence, Main Hall. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Sun Huayuan frowned and asked. I understand Manager Sun's meaning. In the past, our Qi Chu Pavilion scooters and plows were easy to make and cheap. Even if those customers with membership cards were able to enjoy a discount, compared to the value of the card itself, Manager Sun, you might feel that the small amount of profit we are giving away is not worth mentioning. Now that we are developing a new type of carriage, the manufacturing process is relatively tedious. Each one takes a long time and the price is very high. If we were to calculate according to the discount system of the previous membership cards, we would have to give away more than 400 strings of coins for a new type of carriage. At this time, Manager Sun, you feel that the profit we are giving away is too much compared to the value of the card itself, right? Li Zishuan smiled as he analyzed the situation. Sun Huayuan's face turned red. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, he felt that he was being described as an untrustworthy profiteer who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. He awkwardly said, This is how it is. Haha. Manager Sun, you don't need to be embarrassed. This is human nature and can be understood. Li Zishuan kindly smiled and continued, as the saying goes, a leaf obscures one's view and one cannot see Mount Tai. Manager Sun, you can look at this problem from another angle. A Red Supreme membership card is 500 strings of coins. 100 of them are 50,000 strings of coins. First of all, membership cards allow us to obtain a large amount of liquid capital in a short period of time. With sufficient liquid capital, we can expand our scale at any time, recruit more people, produce more products, and ultimately earn more money. This is the so-called money makes money. Manager Sun, you must have heard of this before. Sun Huayuan nodded thoughtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and continued, that's right. Secondly, every person who has bought a membership card from our Qi Chu Pavilion, after using our excellent products, will become a potential customer who will come back to spend money. Here, I want to explain a very important concept to you, Manager Sun, user volume. The products that our Qi Chu Pavilion sells, there is no need to doubt its superiority. But compared to those old shops, we still lack a foundation. In other words, what we lack is a huge number of users. In the future, there will be more and more products in our strange interest pavilion. No one can guarantee that our products won't be copied by others. At this time, the potential value of our users will be reflected. Think about it. Those members are already used to buying things from our strange interest pavilion. Even if they see similar things in other places, they will definitely prioritize our strange interest pavilion. Don't you think so too? Sun Huayuan frowned and said, but if the things in other places are cheaper than here, those members won't buy from us, right? Ha! Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, even if their price is cheaper than our original price, can it be cheaper than our member discount? We have the best craftsmen, the most professional, and the most advanced production model. Our production costs are definitely the lowest as well. If someone wants to start a price war with us, we definitely have the confidence to fight. Also, there's another reason why I asked you to speed up the membership. As the various technologies in our workshop improve in the future, there will definitely be many new products that will be introduced one after another. When those people apply for membership, they usually leave their addresses. And those who can afford membership have a certain amount of spending power. Every time, we can send flyers to those members' addresses. They have used our Strange Interest Pavilion's products before, so they will definitely understand the quality of our products. There is a high possibility that they will buy our new products. This way, we can quickly turn the workshop's technology into money without any additional promotion. Modern society was an era where users were king. Many new brands, such as Didi Chuxing, Are You Hungry, OFO, and so on, gathered a large number of users in a short period of time by constantly throwing money at them. Then, based on this large number of users, they accurately promoted relevant business information and established an effective business model to achieve long-term profits. This kind of behavior was the so-called internet thinking. The Tang dynasty didn't have computers, nor did it have the internet. communication wasn't as developed as the modern era. If Li Zixuan were to use this kind of internet thinking, he would only get himself killed. That's why Feng Yu could use a portion of the profits to accumulate users. But he had his own bottom line. No matter if it's the early or later stages, he cannot lose money. He must protect his own interests first. If not, it will be easy for him to break the cash flow chain. Now, Feng Yu was focusing on cash and users. Currently, Strange Interest Pavilion's member discount system was only giving out 30 to 40% of the profits. Feng Yu was still making money. When the user base increases, he will show his capitalist side. It was just like some takeout platforms in the modern era. At the start, there will be a lot of red packets and discounts. One meal will be 3 to 4 renminbi. In the later stages, there will be less red packets and discounts, but you will already be used to ordering takeout. Sir Ju is wise. I admire you. Li Zixuan's words were beyond the business theory of this era. The amount of information was too much. Sun Huayuan pondered for a long time before nodding his head. Haha. This is just my humble opinion. Manager Sun, it's good that you understand. Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed. Then, he suddenly had an idea and said, "Oh. Actually, regarding the Red Supreme membership, the discounts are indeed quite high. But the rules were set by us, so we can't go back on our words. But in the future, we can increase the price of each product by 20 to 30%. This way, not only will it attract people to apply for membership, it will also ensure that we have enough profits." Currently, Strange Interest Pavilion's products were priced at 60% more than the cost of the product. If they used the Supreme membership to give discounts, they would only be left with about 20% of the profits. That's why Li Zixuan thought of this bad idea. Yes. This idea is good. This idea is good. Previously, when Li Zixuan said that users are king, it was all about the benefits that cannot be seen or touched. Compared to those, Sun Huayuan preferred the benefits that can be seen and touched. Therefore, when he heard Li Zixuan's words, Sun Huayuan quickly nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Haha. Then that's it for now. Manager Sun, why don't you stay for lunch? Li Zixuan put down his cup and laughed. AI. No need. Sir Ju, you go ahead with your business. This old man won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Sun Huayuan hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Then take care. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't force him. Sun Huayuan was more concerned about the difference in status. Even if he forced him to stay, he wouldn't be able to eat to his heart's content. Chapter 354. He. Guess who I am? In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was lying in that air-conditioned room, a room with a lot of ice cubes, happily taking an afternoon nap. On a hot day, what else could he do but take an afternoon nap? Suddenly, he felt two soft and slippery little hands on his eyes. Then, he heard a deliberately rough voice. Li Zixuan was sleeping soundly. After being disturbed, he became a little angry. He closed his eyes and removed the little hands from his eyes and muttered, don't mess around. Let brother sleep a little longer. Wow. Stinky brother, how did you know it was me? Slapped Li Zixuan's forehead in dissatisfaction and jumped up to shout. Li Zixuan curled his lips and was speechless. He thought to himself, such a boring game. Only a little girl like you won't get tired of it no matter how many times you play it. Stinky brother, get up quickly. Someone is looking for you in the front yard. Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to go back to sleep, impatiently pinched his face and said, Ouch! Little girl, let go of me. Although Li Zixuan had practiced martial arts, he had never practiced being thick-skinned. He quickly slapped the little girl's hand and shouted, Hiss! Who is looking for me? In this state, he definitely couldn't go back to sleep. He sat up and rubbed his face. He thought to himself, this little girl is really ruthless. What will happen when she gets married in the future? Oh. Brother Crown Prince and Sister Changel are here. Brother, go and wash your face. Li Qingxian. Changel? What are they looking for me for? Li Zishuan said in disbelief. He suspected that Lan was deliberately teasing him. How would I know? They just said that they have something to talk to you about. Brother, go quickly. Lan put her hands on her waist and said matter-of-factly. Oh, okay. Seeing Lan confident expression, Li Zishuan nodded. He got up and was about to wash his face when he suddenly remembered that there was something wrong with Lan's words. He patted Lan's little head and asked, What? Little sister, aren't you coming with me? Lan was not going. They are here to look for my brother, not me. Lan will use brother's telegram machine to chat with Sister Yushi later. Lan raised her head and said in a crisp voice. Chatting again? What do you two have to talk about? Chat every day? Li Zishuan rubbed his forehead, speechless. Ever since she discovered the function of the telegram machine, this little girl would come over to play and chat with Han Yushi almost every day. The key was that the only one that could communicate with Li Zishuan's telegram machine was the Han family's one. The little girl couldn't find anyone else to talk to even if she wanted to. After a while, the length of her conversation with Han Yushi was almost as long as Li Zishuan's. In order to prevent misunderstandings, Li Zishuan specially created a password to prove his identity, hitting the tiger at the back of the mountain. Every time he spoke to Han Yushi, he would first send these 4 words to prove that it was him. This also prevented Han Yushi from accidentally recognizing the wrong person and saying things that she shouldn't say. Of course, it was also very power-consuming for the telegram machine to keep working for such a long time. After Lan's actions, Li Zishuan recently worked overtime to make more than 20 batteries. He sent half of them to Han Yushi and kept the other half for himself. Of course there's something to talk about. This is a matter between us women. Brother, you don't understand. Hurry up and go to the front yard. Lan raised her chin proudly and pushed Li Zishuan out of the room. She was like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. What? A matter between women? Little girl, can you be considered a woman? Li Zishuan sweated profusely. There was only a 7 or 8 year difference between the two of them. Was there a generation gap? Fortunately, there were no computers, no internet, and no QQ in this era. Otherwise, Lan this little girl, would definitely evolve into an internet-addicted girl. Okay. You guys chat. I'll leave first. Li Zishuan waved his hand helplessly. Anyway, Lan was already familiar with how to operate the telegram machine. She didn't need him to teach her at all. Moreover, what was even worse was that when she sent the telegram, she was even better than him. That speed, tisk tsk, was simply incomparable. Hee. Oh. Right. Brother, don't forget Sister Yushi just because you have Sister Changel. Otherwise, Lan will complain. F***ck. Li Zishuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Changel was indeed natural and unrestrained, beautiful and cute, but she was only 8 or 9 years old, okay? No matter how much of a beast he was, he wouldn't have any thoughts about a little girl. Looking back at the room, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask the heavens. Could it be that the children of ancient times were also so mischievous? Hee. Qingxian, Changel, why are you guys here? After washing his face in the western courtyard, Li Zishuan went to the main hall and saw Li Qingxian and his sister sitting there, eating fruits and drinking iced wine. They chatted as they ate and drank. They were very comfortable and didn't treat themselves as guests at all. Haha. Little Xian, you're up. Come, sit first. Li Qingxian laughed and pointed to the chair beside him. Ha! Was this fellow trying to turn the tables? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and sat opposite Li Qingxian, next to Princess Changel. Hee. I've long heard that Brother Xiaoxian likes to sleep. Today, I've finally personally encountered it. Changel covered her mouth and laughed softly. Li Zishuan's face reddened, and he awkwardly said, ahem, little sister Changle's words are wrong. You have to know that taking a nap can eliminate fatigue, recover physical strength, and strengthen the heart. It can also increase the ability to resist diseases, delay aging, and promote longevity. There are many benefits, so we should all take more naps. Stop. Li Qingxian hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted. He speechlessly said, Xiao Xian, your skin is really thick. You can find so many excuses for your own laziness. I'm convinced. Pfft. Changle couldn't help but giggle. However, she was afraid that Li Zishuan would be too embarrassed and hurriedly covered her mouth. Li Zishuan angrily said, What do you mean by looking for excuses? Everything I said is in line with medical theory. If Qingxian doesn't believe me, you can go to the Imperial Physician Bureau and ask the old Imperial Physician. He then turned his head to look at Changle and said, Also, little sister Changle should do as I say and take more naps. Your foundation is weak to begin with. Oh, that's right. Is your qi better? Hearing Li Zishuan's slightly concerned words, Changle's tender face reddened. She softly said, It's better. Previously, Daoist Sun gave Changle a prescription. Changle has been taking it all this time. It's already been a long time since my qi flared up. Li Zishuan nodded his head. In history, Changle had died before the age of 22. Regardless of the reason, Li Zishuan didn't want such a gentle and pleasant girl to die so early. However, it was a pity that he hadn't studied medicine in his previous life. Now, he could only hope that Sun Simiao was more capable. That's good. However, Changle can't let down her guard. It's summer now, and it's not easy for qi to flare up. You still have to take care of your body. Qi, asthma, was the most common season in winter. It was indeed not easy to flare up in summer. That was why Li Zishuan reminded her. Chapter 355. Thank you for your concern, Brother Xiao Xian. Changle will definitely pay attention. Changle's bright eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. She stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan. Xiao Xian, you were able to obtain blood to prolong Uncle Qin's life. Don't you have a way to cure Changle and my mother's illness? The smile on Li Qingxian's face had long disappeared. He looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Does this guy really think I'm an omnipotent doctor? Li Zishuan smiled bitterly and said, Qingxian, you think too highly of me. If I had that ability, I would have cured Sister Changle long ago. Actually, even if my master were alive, he would only be able to alleviate the illness. It would be difficult to cure it completely. Asthma was caused by tracheal allergies. There were as many allergens as there were things in the world. Everyone's allergens were different, so the cause of asthma was extremely complicated. The pathogenesis was also unclear. Even in modern society with extremely advanced medical conditions, there was no way to cure it completely. But if the right method was found, the asthma condition could be controlled very well. But I do have some ways to alleviate or stabilize the condition. Li Zishuan tried hard to recall and muttered. Oh. Then tell me, Xiao Xian. Li Qingxian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. Changle also looked over with a face full of anticipation. Changle's illness is caused by her tracheal allergies to a certain substance. Qingxian, you need to find a meticulous palace made to accompany Changle at all times and take note of Changle's daily activities. It's best if you can analyze the source of Changle's allergies, such as pollen and dust. In the future, as long as you try to avoid these sources of allergies, you will have fewer relapses and suffer less. Generally speaking, people with illness are more sensitive to dry and cold air. It's fine now that it's summer. But once winter comes, Changle will probably suffer. So Changle, you must take advantage of this season to walk around and exercise. It's best if you do some exercise that isn't very strenuous, such as riding a scooter. Also, I have a prescription for treating qi disease. I memorized it when my master prescribed medicine. It might not be useful, but Changle can give it a try. Hey. Xiao Xian, wait. I'll take notes. Li Qingxian hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. Although Li Zishuan said so, he did not dare to underestimate him. The news of Li Zishuan obtaining blood to prolong Qin Xiong's life had spread throughout Chang and city, so he trusted Li Zishuan's medical skills very much. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't stop him. He waved his hand and asked the servants to bring Li Qingxian a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. When everything was ready, he continued. This recipe costs 30 renminbi for the ginkgo, 20 renminbi for the sugar, and 5 renminbi for the starch. First, he removed the outer shell of the ginkgo and placed it in a pot with water. After boiling, he peeled the ginkgo and dug out its core. Then, he placed the ginkgo into a bowl, steamed it with water, and took it out. Put the ginkgo and sugar into the pot, add 2 bowls of water and bring it to a boil. Remove the foam and thicken it with starch before serving. This recipe can unblock the blood vessels, protect the liver, moisturize the skin, anti-aging, suppress lung qi, stabilize phlegm, detoxify, and strengthen the body. Even if it can't cure Changle's qi disease, it will be very beneficial to her body. It can be eaten for a long time and should be helpful. The ginkgo was the seed kernel of the ginkgo tree. It could not only be used as medicine, but also as an ingredient. It was very effective for asthma. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's grandmother had mild asthma. She had been eating ginkgo according to this folk recipe. She paid attention to avoiding allergens and didn't have an attack for many years. However, ginkgo was poisonous when eaten raw. Oh. Ginkgo can treat qi disease? Then I'll have people pick more and send some to mother. Li Qingxian happily folded the recipe in his hand and smiled. Thank you, brother Xiao Xian. Changle squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. Of course, she was happy that her illness was under control. After all, no one wanted to be sick all day. Haha. Small matter. But Changle, you still have to move around more. Our bodies are like a container. Exercise can make this container stronger, and it won't be easy for external diseases to invade. Okay. Changle has been playing with my brothers and sisters recently. Oh right, brother Xiao Xian, I heard that your curious pavilion is selling new carriages today. Changle raised her head and looked at Li Zishuan. This was also one of the reasons why she came here with Li Qingxian today. Yes. Why? Changle also wants that kind of carriage? Yes, yes. Changle sat in Brother Crown Prince's carriage before. It was so comfortable. It's a pity that Changle can't leave the palace for long periods of time, and you have to line up to buy a carriage from Curious Pavilion. So I can only buy one from Brother Xiao Xian. Changle blinked her beautiful eyes and said mischievously. Ha! Li Zishuan patted his head and said embarrassedly, this is my fault. Cough. It's my fault. I should have given you one back then. You're also one of the shareholders of Curious Pavilion. How about this? Our current carriages are all black and red. They don't suit you. In a while, I will ask the workshop to customize a carriage for you for free. They will make it in whatever color you want. By then, Changle's carriage will be unique in Tang Dynasty. How about it? Really? That's great. Changle wants a pink one. Is that okay? Changle said excitedly. Indeed, every girl has a cute young girl's heart. Haha. Of course. Hee hee. Thank you, brother Xiao Xian. Chang Lu cracked a smile. It was truly a smile that could charm hundreds of people. Li Qingxian, who was sitting at the side, pursed his lips in jealousy. Changle had never smiled at him like that before. Ahem. Xiao Xian, I'm here today to talk to you about business. Li Qingxian coughed dryly and said seriously. What is it? Qingxian, tell me. Li Zishuan was observant and alert. He had already noticed the fleeting expression on Li Qingxian's face. He couldn't help but find it funny. Brother Xiao Xian, brother Crown Prince, let's talk about business. Changle went to play with Sister Lan. Changel stood up and said. Empress Jiangsun had taught her well in this aspect. She had never asked about the so-called business between men. Okay. Lan is in the western courtyard. Shall he take Princess Changel to find Miss? Li Zishuan nodded and instructed. Yes, young master. Your Highness, this way please. Shao He cautiously bowed to the three people in the main hall and then led Changel out. Okay, Qingxian, what do you want to say? Li Zishuan said casually as he leaned back in his chair. Li Qingxian thought for a moment and slowly explained his intentions. A few days ago, Shao Xian, you said that you wanted the imperial court to send people to supervise Datong daily. Imperial father arranged for me to come over. Therefore, I came today to discuss the follow-up matters with you. Chapter 356. Li Qingxian came over today mainly to contact Li Zishuan before he officially sent someone to the Datong Daily editorial department. He wanted to confirm the scope of authority of the person he sent over. While ensuring that he could complete the task given to him by Li Zishuan, he tried his best to avoid conflicts with Li Zishuan's people. Just like what Li Zishuan said before, if the person he sent over didn't know the scope of authority and blindly fought for power, it would affect the normal operation of Datong Daily. As the founder of Datong Daily, Li Zishuan didn't want to see this result. As the leader of the Tang Empire, Li Er also didn't want to see this result. Li Qingxian himself didn't want to see this result, because he was already a small fan of Datong Daily. He would take time to read every issue of the newspaper. After an hour of friendly negotiation, both sides finally reached a peace treaty. From tomorrow onwards, Li Qingxian would send 5 scholars, led by Yu Shinan, to the Datong Daily editorial department to set up the censor department. Every issue of the newspaper had to be submitted to the censor department for content review before it was published. If it passed the review, it could continue to be published. If it didn't pass the review, it would be rectified. The censor department only had the right to review the content and didn't have the right to appoint or remove the internal personnel of Datong Daily. As for the restrictions on the content of Datong Daily, as long as it didn't involve party struggles or maliciously smearing the imperial court, it would be reviewed and passed. Of course, this didn't mean that Datong Daily could only flatter the imperial court in the future. For some corrupt officials, if there was conclusive evidence, the censor department could also report it on Datong Daily after more than half of the scholars approved it. The Datong Daily editorial department also had the right to supervise the censor department. If the censor department's review wasn't fair, it could be reported to Li Qingxian 3 times. If Li Qingxian couldn't make a decision, it would be reported to Li Er. At first glance, in terms of function, the so-called censor department was a bit like the modern *****, which specialized in reviewing media content. But in terms of power, the censor department was much weaker because it could be supervised by the editorial department. It was a bit like the modern political commissar, and the editorial department was equivalent to the military chief. The military chief was to solve the problem of how to fight a war. The military chief, including the company instructor, battalion instructor, and the political commissar of regiments and above, solved the problem of why to fight a war and who to fight for. It was hard to say who was more powerful between the two of them, as they did not have a direct superior-subordinate relationship. They were supposed to keep each other in check. The purpose of their existence was not to fight for power, but to help the army win the war. Similarly, the censor department and the editorial department didn't want to let Datong Daily to get on the big ship of the imperial court and get rapid development nationwide. Li's ultimate's goal was to let Li's to get involved. What? Where's Changel? After the discussion, Li Qingxian looked at the time and felt that it was time to return to the palace. So he followed Li Zishuan to the west courtyard to find Changel and return to the palace together. But he didn't see Changel and Lan in the courtyard, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. He thought that Changel and Lan would be playing with the scooter in the west courtyard. That was why he asked. But he didn't know that Lan already had a new toy, which was the radio telegraph. As for the scooter, to hell with it. It couldn't be helped. Children liked the new and hated the old. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, why are two little girls playing around in the courtyard on such a hot day? They're in my room. In my room? Hearing this, Li Qingxian looked at Li Zishuan with a strange expression. He thought to himself that his good brother really dared to say that a princess of the imperial family was in his room. Although Chang'e was only 8 years old, no one dared to say that, okay? This was a taboo for the imperial family. However, he didn't suspect that Li Zishuan had other intentions. This was because the impression that Li Zishuan gave him was that he was the type who spoke casually and didn't follow the rules. After a long time, he had already gotten used to it. Walking in front, Li Zishuan didn't notice Li Qingxian's strange expression. He walked directly into the room. From a distance, he could hear the beep 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 of the radio, as well as the laughter of Chang'e and Lan, Younger sister Lan, this thing is really fun. Let me try it. I also want to talk to older sister Yushi. Okay. Older sister Chang'e, wait a moment. I'll talk to older sister Yushi. Beep 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 beep, older sister Yushi, Princess Chang'e wants to talk to you. Is that okay? Dozens of li away, in the Han residence's small courtyard. Upon receiving this message, Han Yushi's wrist couldn't help but tremble, her heart beating wildly. She would be very happy to talk to Li Zishuan and Lan, because she was very familiar with them. However, Chang'e, a high and mighty princess of the imperial family. Han Yushi was somewhat at a loss. Beep 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 beep. Older sister Yushi, are you still there? Ah. Han Yushi jumped in fright. After translating Lan's telegram, she promptly replied, beep 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 beep, Lan, I'm still here. Ask the princess to come over and talk. Yushi is all ears. Li Residence, Western Courtyard. Older sister Chang'e, come. Speak. I'll help you send it. Older sister Yushi, hello. Beep 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 beep. Hello princess. Greetings to your highness the princess. Lan's voice reading the telegram, don't. Chang'e and older brother Xiaoxian are very good friends. Older sister Yushi need not be so courteous. Beep 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 beep, thank you, your highness. What does your highness want to say to Yushi? Older sister Yushi will be married to older brother Xiaoxian in a few days. Chang'e wishes older sister Yushi and older brother Xiaoxian a blissful marriage for 100 years. Chang'e will definitely come when you two get married. Also, older sister Yushi, you're so lucky. Older brother Xiaoxian treats you so well. After Chang'e finished speaking, she stared at the telegram machine in a daze. A trace of envy and inexplicable complexity flashed in her eyes. Lan waved her pianist and quickly operated the telegram machine to send this sentence to Han Yushi. Beep 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 beep, ahem. Lan, Chang'e, what are you doing? Li Zishuan listened outside the house for a while and couldn't listen anymore. Especially since Li Qingxian looked at him strangely, he coughed dryly and entered the house to interrupt. Brother, you're here? Wait a moment. Lan will send this sentence to older sister Yushi first. Lan didn't even raise her head. She waved her hand and said. Ah. Brother Crown Prince. Older brother Xiaoxian. You're here? Chang'e, who was in a daze, was shocked by this voice. After she reacted, the little girl's face turned a little red. Chapter 357. Little Xian, is this a telegraph machine? I've heard father mention it before. It said that it can send messages from far away. Today, I've finally seen its true form. After all, she was still his sister. Li Qingxian saw Chang'e's embarrassed face and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. However, his interest in this telegraph machine was real. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes moved away from Chang'e's blushing face. He nodded and replied, yes, that's right. This is a wireless telegraph machine. Tisk tsk, how magical. It's amazing that such an iron box can send messages to each other from so far away. Li Qingxian walked to the side and looked at it seriously for a moment. He kept making tisk-tisk sighs. Then he turned his head and said to Li Zishuan, Xiao Xian, although I don't know how to make those scooters, plows, bearings, and so on, I can still understand them. But for this telegraph machine, even if you explain it to me, I probably won't be able to understand it. I keep feeling that this iron box is wrapped in endless mystery. Little Xian, you're really getting better and better. Is this the engineering you were talking about? Yes, this is engineering. It includes many other basic subjects. Qingxian, it's normal that you don't understand it. Li Zishuan had never expected people from the Tang dynasty to be able to understand electromagnetism now. That was an extravagant hope. However, after his Yanhuang College was built, this would no longer be an extravagant hope. Oh. I also heard that little Xian wants to build an academy to teach the engineering you talked about. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely do my best to help. Speaking up to here, Li Qingxian sighed and said sincerely, if I were just an ordinary person, I would definitely enter your Yanhuang College. Listening to the engineering you talked about, I keep feeling that it's not the knowledge of the human world. Unfortunately, it's not up to me. Li Zishuan said unhappily, don't make trouble here. Qingxian, you were born with a noble status and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Do you know how many people envy you? If you're still not satisfied, how are those poor commoners going to live? As the saying goes, be content with what you have. When you are envious of others, you don't know that even more people are envious of you. Li Qingxian was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled bitterly and said, be content with what you have. Looks like I still don't understand it as well as you, little Xian. Brother little Xian, where are you going to build your academy? Was there enough money? If it's not enough, Chang'e can give up this year's bonus. When Chang'e heard them talking about Yanhuang College, she raised her head and said, Hee, no need, no need. I have more than enough money. Li Zishuan waved his hand in relief and said with a smile, the academy will be built in Plum Village in the east of Chang'an City. It's surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the environment is beautiful. It's very suitable for learning. Moreover, it's not far from Chang'an City. If Chang'e and Qingxian have time in the future, you can visit Yanhuang College. After my academy is built, it will definitely be beyond your imagination. Oh. Is that so? When the time comes, Chang'e must go and have a look. Chang'e blinked her eyes and said excitedly. Little Xian, how big is your academy going to be? The more Li Qingxian listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. How was this building an academy? This was building AF * King Villa. It's not that big. The cloud mountain behind Plum Village is about 1,000 acres. After some rest, it should be enough to build Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and said. 1,000 acres. Li Qingxian and his sister were instantly petrified. Brother Crown Prince, Chang'e heard from Lan that this telegraph machine was made by Brother Little Xian to relieve Sister Yushi's boredom. Brother Little Xian is so good to Sister Yushi. On the carriage back to the palace, Chang'e shifted her gaze from outside the window and said as she held her little face. Oh. I didn't expect Little Xian to be a guy who forgets his friends over his lust. Li Qingxian had never heard Li Er mention this before. He couldn't help but say with a cheeky look. What do you mean by forgetting his friends over his lust? It's obviously Brother Little Xian who values his friends, okay? Chang'e rolled her eyes at her brother and secretly thought that her brother Crown Prince was really unromantic. After being together for so many years, how could Li Qingxian not understand what Chang'e's expression meant? His face was full of black lines. He wanted to explain but didn't know how to. He could only blame Li Zishuan. Brother Crown Prince, if Chang'e can be like Sister Yushi in the future and marry someone who loves me so much, Chang'e will have no regrets even if I die. But it's said that the marriage of the children of the royal family can never be decided by themselves. In another 3 years, father and mother will probably arrange a marriage for Chang'e. Chang'e is so scared, so scared that I'll marry the wrong person. But Changle doesn't want to make father and mother unhappy. Brother Crown Prince, what should Changle do? The carriage was silent for a few breaths of time. Changle suddenly raised her watery eyes and looked at her brother as she said with a pained expression. Li Qingxian had always doted on his sister. Now that he saw Changle like this, his heart felt as if it was pierced by a needle. He hurriedly said, "Don't think like that, Changle. Father and mother have doted on you since you were young. They definitely won't let you marry someone who doesn't love you. Besides, I'll definitely speak up for you when the time comes." "Hey, Faubert? Busy?" After sending Li Qingxian and his sister off, Li Zixuan let Lan chat with Han Yushi at home while he went to the workshop to see how the printing of the Tang Dynasty dictionary was going. "Yo! Young master, you're here." Faubert put down the stack of papers in his hand and said with a bitter smile, "Young master, the entire workshop is so busy that their feet don't even touch the ground now. I'm no exception." Li Zixuan scratched his head in embarrassment. He was here today to give the workshop an additional task. With Faubert in such a state, how could he say it out loud? "Faubert, it seems that our workshop still needs to be expanded a little bit." Now, the workshop's products were still in short supply. Even though the scooters had been launched for several months, they still didn't have to worry about sales. Generally, when the workshop produced something, it would definitely be sold out within 5 or 6 days. That was because foreign merchants liked to resell. As for the new products, needless to say, the demand in Chang and city couldn't be met by the workshop. People in other places certainly couldn't enjoy the latest technology of the fantastic pavilion workshop immediately. "Young master, you've seen the workshop now. Even if I want to recruit more people, I don't have a place to settle them down." It was reasonable to say that the workshop of the Odd Taste Pavilion occupied a large area, occupying nearly a quarter of the entire Annie Lane. However, it was wishful thinking to use the productivity of this small area to meet the needs of the entire Annie Lane and even the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 358. Looks like it's time to expand our workshop. Li Zixuan looked up at the sky and said after some thought. "Expand? How do you plan to expand?" When the workshop was in Minister Yan's hands, the surrounding houses that could be moved away had all been moved away. Now, we can't expand anymore. Faubert shook his head and sighed. "Since there's no space in Chang'an, we'll move outside of Chang'an." Li Zixuan's eyes suddenly became firm as he said in a deep voice. "Outside of the city? How can we do that?" "Young master, this. People in any era tended to live in big cities. Just like how modern people like to live in big cities like Tiandu and Shanghai, the ancient people were no exception. The workshop had finally taken root in Chang'an. Now that Li Zixuan wanted to move the workshop out, how could Faubert agree to that? Why not? "Faubert, you know that I'm going to build a college in Plum Village, right?" "Well, I've heard about it from Ma Zhou." "Haha. It's good that you've heard about it." Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. Plum Village is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It's not only suitable for learning, but also for production. In the future, not only will I be staying in Plum Village, but most of the workshop's production tasks will also have to be moved there. But there, no buts. Before Faubert could refute, Li Zixuan interrupted him. He said firmly, "Plum Village is indeed remote and desolate compared to Chang'an. But when Yanhuang College is built, that place will replace the Imperial College and gradually become the Tang Empire's sacred land of learning. Many other industrial chains will be born there. Moreover, with the talents cultivated by Yanhuang College, the workshop will gain a lot of benefits. Modern first-rate universities basically had a lot of companies under their name. For example, Tsinghua University had 30 to 40 listed companies under its control. Among them, there were a few very famous and powerful companies, such as Tsinghua Tongfang, Tsinghua Purple Light, and so on. This was the so-called combination of production, learning, and research. To the greatest extent, it could quickly turn academic knowledge into wealth. Li Zixuan came up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Yanhuang College's initial position was an engineering college. Of course, it didn't mean that in the future, only engineering would be taught. Confucianism would also be taught, for political reasons, but the focus would definitely be on engineering. With the engineering foundation provided by Yanhuang College, the workshop would definitely be able to produce more high-end black technology. Of course, there was one thing that Li Zixuan did not mention. Mei Village was surrounded by the Ba River, which was very suitable for using water power to carry out industrial production, especially for some stamping and forging products that required very high surface precision. Hydraulic impact forging could perfectly meet the requirements. When the time came, Li Zixuan might consider making some more awesome black technology. Alright, since young master insists, this old man agrees. Falbert was speechless. Surpassing the Imperial College and becoming the Tang dynasty's holy land of learning? Although he admired Li Zixuan's creativity, running an academy and inventing and creating were two completely different things, okay? Why did he feel that Li Zixuan's words just now sounded like he was listening to a heavenly book? But who asked him to be the boss? Falbert could only succumb to Li Zixuan's perverted thief and expressed that it was fine as long as he was happy. Haha. 2 years later, Falbert, you will definitely admire my wise decision. Li Zixuan could see Falbert's helplessness from Falbert's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Falbert was too lazy to even speak. He just stood there and rolled his eyes. Falbert, I will go to Plum Village in a few days. Come with me then and see where we can build our workshop. In the future, Annie Lane will be the headquarters of our workshop. It will only be responsible for decision-making and some production tasks. Most of the other things will be in Plum Village. Therefore, the workshop there must be a large layout. Don't be afraid of spending money. Just tell me how much land you need. If Plum Village doesn't have enough, I will go to the neighboring villages to buy it. Li Zixuan said in an overbearing manner. He liked to do things in one step. Instead of constantly expanding in the future, it was better to do things perfectly now. Yes, young master. This old man will go with you. Falbert couldn't change Li Zixuan's decision. He could only hope that they could choose a good place with convenient transportation. Oh, Falbert, have you built a house before? Li Zixuan suddenly asked. Of course. Falbert had a bad feeling, but he still answered truthfully. Haha. That's great. Li Zixuan patted his thigh and said excitedly, I already have the blueprint of Yanhuang College in mind. Falbert will also come with me to inspect the site. After I get married, I will draw the blueprint. Falbert, how about you bring people to help me build the college? Young master, if it is a simple house, this old man may build it. But if it is a garden with a more complicated structure, this old man is afraid that this old man can't do it. Falbert cupped his hands and said seriously, but this old man thinks that if you can invite someone to help you build the college, it will be absolutely foolproof. The college built will also be a masterpiece. Oh. Who is it? Li Zixuan was a little disappointed when he heard Falbert say no. But when he heard the last sentence, he immediately asked excitedly. Minister Yen. Falbert stroked his beard and smiled. He recommended his old boss to Li Zixuan. Oh. So it's him. Li Zixuan suddenly realized. He had almost forgotten that Yen Lide was a very famous architect. According to historical records, in the early years of Wuda, Yen Lide was Chao Kenjun of the king of Qin's residence. Then he was appointed as the minister of imperial clothing and designed clothes, umbrellas, and other ceremonial items for the palace. After Li Er ascended to the throne, Yen Lide was promoted to Minister of Works and was in charge of building palaces, mausoleums, and other projects. He had presided over the construction of Cuiwei Palace, Yuhua Palace, Xian Tomb, Tomb of Great Ancestor Li Yuan, Zhao Tomb, Tomb of Emperor Li Shimin, and other major projects. Even the outer walls and city towers of Chang and city were built by him. He was deeply praised and used by Li Er. More importantly, Li Zixuan had a very good relationship with Yen Xiaoning. With this relationship, it might be much easier to ask for Yen Lide's help. Of course, it would be even better if he could steal Yan Lide's younger brother, Yan Liben. This was because the Yan family could be considered a real engineering family. As Yan Lide's younger brother, Yan Liben not only had superb painting skills, but he was also a master of landscape architecture. He was almost comparable to Yan Lide. When Yan Lide presided over the construction of the Zhao tomb, Yan Liben had also participated in it and played a crucial role. Okay. I'll visit Minister Yan another day. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said. Yes, that would be for the best. Faubert heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. He was truly afraid that Li Zishuan would assign this task to him. Not to mention his lack of ability, he was also very old. When the time came, he would not be able to endure the torment. Oh, that's right. Faubert, instruct a few craftsmen in the carriage department to make a pink carriage. Apart from the color being different, the rest of the materials and specifications will be the same as the previous Don't Touch Me design. When it's done, I'll send it to Princess Changle. You can continue with your work. I'll go to the editorial department of Datong Daily to discuss some matters with Ma Zhou. Li Zishuan irresponsibly handed over the task and slipped away, leaving behind a confused Faubert alone in the wind. Chapter 359. Xiaoxi, go and see if the printing department can deliver 500 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary today. If they can't, all of them can stay back and continue working tonight. In the editing department, Ma Zhou was looking at a stack of data sheets. He frowned and ordered. From his expression, it was obvious that he was anxious. Yes, Master Ma. Song Xiaoxi bowed and accepted the order. He turned around and was about to leave when he bumped into Li Zishuan. I-oh. Greetings, Master Zhu. Ma Zhou was deep in thought when he heard Song Xiaoxi's words. He stood up and cupped his hands. Master Zhu, you're here. Yes. Xiaoxi, go and do your work. Li Zishuan waved his hand. He had heard Ma Zhou's words before he entered the room. He did not mean to eavesdrop, but his hearing was too good. He could not possibly cover his ears. Song Xiaoxi smiled and bowed. He quietly left the room and closed the door behind him. What's wrong? Brother Ma? Is the printing department unable to keep up with the progress? Li Zishuan sat down at the head of the table and asked with a smile. That's true. Ma Zhou nodded helplessly and said gloomily, you can't blame the editing department. The craftsmen there are so busy that they can't even eat. The main reason is that the people are too enthusiastic about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Master Zhu, the 1,000 copies you mentioned earlier is far from enough. Oh. Why do you say so? Li Zishuan's interest was piqued as he asked curiously. 2 days ago, Ma Zhou was still questioning his decision to print 1,000 copies. He did not expect that in just 2 days, Ma Zhou would change his mind. Li Zishuan wanted to know what happened in between. Ma Zhou mumbled. I'm sorry to say that I had doubts about Master Zhu's decision. So after the Tang Dynasty Dictionary was released today, I hired dozens of workers and asked them to go around the streets of Chang and city to find out how many people were willing to buy the dictionary. In the end, what's the outcome? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He did not expect Ma Zhou's thinking to be so advanced. He even knew how to do market research before a new product was launched. What a genius. According to the data I just collected, there are nearly 2,300 people who are willing to buy the Tang Dynasty Dictionary immediately, not including those who don't know the news of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and those who haven't been investigated. In other words, we have attracted at least 2,000 people who are willing to spend money to buy it through just 1 day of publicity. Our printing department worked so hard to print the dictionaries for 2 days, but I don't think it's enough for 1 day. Moreover, as more and more people know about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary in the future, I can't imagine how terrifying its sales will be. I'm afraid that even if everyone in the workshop does nothing but print the dictionary of the Tang Dynasty, we still won't be able to catch up with the sales speed. Ma Zhou scratched his messy hair and smiled bitterly. Li Zishuan said in surprise, why are there so many people who want to buy it? It shouldn't be. He already had a very optimistic estimate of the demand for the Tang Dynasty dictionary. However, from the data that Ma Zhou brought back, the actual demand for the first batch was more than 4 times higher than his estimate. He found it hard to understand. After all, the Tang Dynasty dictionary was only advertised in the newspaper today. Why not? Ma Zhou shook his head and explained, I didn't think it would be so crazy at first, but after I got the data, I thought about it seriously. It's reasonable that there would be such a huge demand. Our Tang Dynasty Dictionary is an essential reference book for the imperial examinations and an elementary teaching material for children. How can those students who are preparing for the imperial examinations not buy it when they see today's headlines? Those poor families will see this news and know that the imperial court will send teaching assistants to teach illiterate children pinyin for free. How can they not buy it? After all, they only need to pay the price of a Tang Dynasty dictionary to let their children learn how to read. Which poor family can resist such a temptation? The cost of learning how to read is too low. Now that I think about it, I don't find it strange that there would be such a huge demand. Li Zishuan was enlightened. He correctly estimated that the powerful features of the Tang Dynasty dictionary would arouse people's desire to buy it. However, he underestimated the huge influence of Li Er's words on the people. This time, he used Li Er's name to advertise. Oh. I see. But Brother Ma, you don't have to feel too much pressure. You can't get fat with a single bite. The situation of supply not meeting demand isn't something that can be solved overnight. Let's take it slow. Those who need to eat still need to eat, and those who need to rest still need to rest. The problem now is that the workshop is not big enough. I just discussed with Faubert about expanding the workshop in the future. At that time, we can recruit more people. When Li Zishuan saw Ma Zhou frowning with a bitter expression, he couldn't help but find it funny. Hence, he consoled him. Expand? Ma Zhou suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan in disbelief. Obviously, he knew the current situation of the workshop very well. He knew that according to common sense, the workshop could not be expanded. Bang, bang. Haha. Godfather Ma, I'm back. This time, I have to thank you properly. Alright, I'll be the host later, please. Creak in the house. After Li Zishuan told Ma Zhou about the workshop relocation plan and Li Qingxian's plan to set up an internal audit department in the Datang Daily editorial department, he looked at the sky and felt that it was time to go home. When he got up and walked to the door, he heard Brother Chicken knocking on the door and shouting outside. Lord Ju, you're here too. Haha. That. I'm sleepwalking. Haha. The door opened wide. Looking at the young and handsome face behind the door, Brother Chicken's right hand suddenly froze in the air. After several breaths of time, Brother Chicken dryly laughed. Li Zishuan. Ma Zhou was speechless. Hold on. Li Zishuan watched as the clown stretched out his arms and hopped away like a zombie. Li Zishuan angrily called out, Come back here. Haha. Why am I here? Pang Feiji was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to walk over. Haha. Is Pang Siggy back from his investigation? What's the result? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ma Zhou chuckled and tried to smooth things over for Brother Chicken. Ha. Yes, it's true. It was all thanks to old Ma for pointing out the right path. You're really like a god when it comes to solving cases. Cough cough. As you expected, it was really a bunch of kids playing tricks. However, that bunch of kids didn't come to cause trouble again, so I can only report back first. After all, the safety of the workshop and the strange culture is also very important. Brother Chicken went up and said flatteringly. Then you two can chat. I'm going back. Li Zishuan heard the gist of it, smiled, waved, and left. Ma Zhou had told him about the right Marquis household's investigation. To get such a result, Yuqi Jingda must have purposely gone easy on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so hastily. At the very least, the Biaozi he hired should have been found out by the Marquis. Now it seemed that he had to accept Yuqi Jingda's favor. Chapter 360. The sky was overcast and Xiao Chao lowered her head. The branches were bent and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It looked like a storm was coming. Chang'an, which had been hot for more than a month, was finally going to welcome a rainstorm. Li Zishuan was dressed very formally today. He wore a snow-white robe with a scholar's headscarf and clogs. He looked like a peerless scholar. His appearance was indeed very cool, but if it wasn't for today's special day, Li Zishuan wouldn't dress like this even if he was beaten to death. The robe was very complicated to wear. From the inside to the outside, it was divided into an inner shirt, undershirt, socks, and scarf, a middle shirt, a jacket, and an outer shirt. If it wasn't for Xiaoxi's help, he probably wouldn't be able to wear it in the morning. The robe of the Tang dynasty was similar to a modern suit. It was usually worn on more formal occasions. Fortunately, it was a cloudy day today. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would definitely be treated as a fool by others. Even so, when the students of the school saw their teacher's stunning outfit, they couldn't help but be astonished. They secretly wondered if their teacher's brain had short-circuited today. Usually, when Li Zishuan came to class, he would dress very casually. It couldn't be said that he dressed sloppily, but it could be said that he was unrestrained. The sudden change in style made the students of the school very uncomfortable. A few mischievous troublemakers were ready to tease him. Li Zishuan didn't give them a chance to ask questions. He directly started the class with a serious expression. Everyone in the classroom inexplicably felt an invisible pressure. A kind of oppressive atmosphere gradually filled the classroom. Everyone couldn't help but look at the blackboard. Even Xing Chumo and Wang Meng, who were usually the most mischievous and didn't like to study the most, didn't dare to make trouble. Clang, clang, clang. Unknowingly, the class had passed. Li Zishuan, who never delayed classes, didn't stop to let the students rest this time. It was as if he didn't hear the end of the class and continued his class as if nothing had happened. After so many lectures, all of you should have an intuitive understanding of fractions. Next, I'll talk about the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of fractions. Some students might be confused. How do you add, subtract, multiply, and divide a score? In the first chapter, we learned about addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division between natural numbers. Of course, it is possible to extend it from natural numbers to fractions, but the rules of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division between fractions will be different. Please look at the blackboard. On the podium, Li Zishuan was meticulously and seriously teaching the class. It was as if he wanted to give all the knowledge to the students in this class. Influenced by this solemn mood, no one raised any objections. They all sat in their seats and listened attentively. Why hasn't the class ended yet? As the status of the mathematics school and the Directorate of Imperial Studies rose, students from the other schools came here more and more frequently. Very quickly, people discovered that the mathematics school, which had always been very normal, was very abnormal today. Classes at the other schools had ended a long time ago, but there was still a class here. Thus, they all discussed it outside the window. That's not right. Li Sai would never give a lecture during recess. What's going on today? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Yuan Shuo couldn't help but touch his chin and wonder. You're right. Why does Li Sai's clothes today feel a little off? Also, look down there. Even Xing Chumo is listening attentively. This is unbelievable. The person who spoke clearly knew Xing Chumo from the mathematics school very well. This is too strange. They're still in class at this time. Don't they need to go to the toilet? This idiot's brain is clearly wired differently from the other students. Chancellor, I heard that Li Sai is going to resign from his position as CE. In the red attic in the center of the Imperial Studies Directorate. In Kong Yingda's study. Wang Yaluan looked at Kong Yingda with a solemn expression and asked. He was the first scholar from the directorate to publish a policy article on Datong Daily when it was first published. However, due to his old age, Wang Yaluan had long since resigned from his position at the Directorate of Imperial Studies. He hadn't asked about the internal affairs of the Directorate for a long time. However, he was very experienced, even older than Kang Ningda. Most of the teaching assistants and scholars in the Directorate could be considered his juniors. Thus, even though Wang Yaluan had already resigned, he had personally appeared today. Even Kang Ningda, the Chancellor of the Directorate of Imperial Studies, had to take him seriously. Indeed, Brother Yaluan. Kang Ningda smiled bitterly. How did things end up like this? I've heard about what happened before. Li Sai's words in the newspaper were a little too harsh, and many of the things in the newspaper were vague. Overall, it didn't seem like a big deal. At most, Chancellor, you could have just reprimanded him. Why did you have to force him to leave? Wang Yaluan glared as he spoke up for Li Zishuan. Like Li Gang, Wang Yaluan, who was half a foot in the grave, wasn't a pedantic Confucian. He had long since gotten over some problems. He knew very well that there were some arrogant people in Confucianism who thought too highly of themselves. He believed that any method that could help students learn was a good method. Li Zishuan's blackboard, chalk, the start and end of class system, pinyin, and so on were all extremely important for teachers to teach and pass on culture. Thus, Wang Yaluan had always admired Li Zishuan. Brother Yaluan. This isn't this Kong chasing Li Sai away. A few days ago, Li Sai told this old man that he had taken the initiative to resign from His Majesty. This Kong was also very surprised and repeatedly urged him to stay, but Li Sai had already made up his mind. This Kong has the heart but not the strength. Kong Ningda complained with a bitter face. How could this be? Chancellor, can you tell this Wang in detail? Alright, this chapter has been finished. Everyone, remember to revise when you go back and complete the homework. This time, I won't be marking your homework anymore because, after teaching 3 classes in a row without any breaks in between, Li Zishuan's throat was a little dry. After he finished teaching the chapter of marks, he looked at the students below and said in a deep voice, because this is the last class that I will be teaching you in the School of Mathematics. The last class. When Li Zishuan's voice fell, all the students couldn't help but widen their eyes and stare blankly at their seats. The classroom fell into a dead silence. No sound could be heard, including the sound of breathing. At this moment, if a needle fell on the ground, one could probably hear a ding-dang sound. Wow! After a full 5 to 6 breaths of silence, the students below finally reacted. Instantly, there was an uproar. Sir! Why is it the last class? You, what do you mean? Meng Wenhao gathered his courage and stood up first as he shouted with red eyes. Chapter 361. Sir, what do you mean? Why is it the last class? There are still 7 days before the field holiday. Sir, are you going somewhere? In the classroom, after Meng Wenhao's voice, the other students also reacted. Kushirqin, Qing Chimo, Wang Meng, and the others all spoke up. Only Li Tian sat in the front row, leisurely and relaxed. Just like his name, he was as calm and steady as Mount Tai. Li Zishuan gestured for everyone to be quiet. Looking at the anxious faces of the students in front of him, he felt somewhat gratified. In just a few months, he had left his mark in the school. He could not bear to part with these students, and they could not bear to part with him. For a teacher who was about to leave, what could be more gratifying than this? Everyone, be quiet. Listen to me. My wedding is in 3 days. I asked for leave from His Majesty yesterday, and His Majesty gladly agreed. Therefore, after today's class, I will go home to prepare for my wedding. According to the Tang Dynasty law, officials were entitled to 9 days of leave when they got married, and relatives were also entitled to 1 to 5 days of leave when they got married. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan could have asked for leave long ago to go home and prepare for his wedding, but in the end, he could not bear to part with these students, so he delayed it until today. However, there were only 3 days left until the wedding, and he could not delay it any longer, so he chose to bid farewell to these students today. His original plan was to say goodbye to them when the directorate had their field break, but now it seemed that he could only bring forward the date of his departure. Even if he got married 3 days later, he wouldn't have the time to come and teach. Therefore, this was really the last time he would teach in the mathematics school. Phew. So it's just a wedding leave. I wish Sir and Madam a happy life together. Meng Wenhao could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Li Zixuan say that this was the last class because of the wedding leave. Sir, if you want to get married, just get married. Why did you make it sound so scary? It's still the last class. You scared me to death. Wang Meng patted his chest and said with an "I was scared to death" look on his face. The rest of the students were about to chime in, but Li Zixuan coughed dryly and interrupted loudly. It's not just because of the wedding leave. Even if I don't get married in 3 days, I will still leave the Imperial College in 7 days. I have already resigned from His Majesty a few days ago. After 7 days, I will no longer be the minister of the Imperial College, and I will no longer be your teacher. By then, there will be other professors to teach you mathematics. Li Zixuan's words were like a bolt from the blue. The students of the mathematics school were all shocked and couldn't help but discuss. What? Sir is leaving the Imperial College? How can this be? I've only just learned the basics of Sir's new mathematics. How can Sir leave? Sir, why? You can't. Sir. That's right. Sir, sir. No one can replace you. Yes, sir, you can't leave. You can't leave. You can, sir. The students were shocked at first, then panicked and helpless. In the end, they all shouted in unison, "You can't go. You can't leave." The voices grew louder and louder. Li Zixuan, who was standing on the podium, couldn't help but be infected by this grand and impassioned atmosphere. At this moment, he really did have a slight impulse to disregard everything and stay behind. However, his strong willpower allowed him to restrain this irrational emotion. For the future of engineering, he had to jump out of the Imperial College and build his own academy. Quiet. Quiet. Li Zixuan pressed his hands and said solemnly, "Thank you for asking me to stay, but I have to leave. It's not convenient for me to tell you the specific reason." "Why can't you tell us the details?" Wang Meng yelled, interrupting Li Zixuan's words. "Yes, why can't you tell us the details? Did the Chancellor ask Sir to leave? If so, let's go find Chancellor Kong and reason with him." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's reason with him." Immediately, a group of people echoed behind him. Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and a few other students who had just transferred over were the fiercest. Although they had only been in the Institute of Mathematics for a short time, they already liked the free and upward learning atmosphere in the Institute of Mathematics and Li Zixuan's new mathematics. "Shut up. Wang Meng, Sun Zifan. Both of you shut up." Li Zixuan was both touched and angry at the sight of this group of idiots eager to go out and fight with Kong Yingda. He shouted loudly, "Let's go. We won't shut up. Sir, if you don't tell us the reason, we won't shut up." "Yes. Sir, quickly tell us who stopped you from teaching us. We'll go beat him up." "Yes. We'll beat up whoever doesn't let Sir teach us." Although Wang Meng, Sun Zifan, and the others were usually afraid of Li Zixuan, they didn't seem to be afraid at all now. Pa pa pa. Cough, don't misunderstand. Ouch. F***ck. Ouch. Li Zixuan broke a piece of chalk and shot 3 arrows at the same time. They accurately hit Wang Meng, Sun Zifan, and Yu Dongkai, the 3 little rascals who were jumping around the most. He said coldly, "I'm still your teacher now. Does no one listen to what I say?" Once these words were spoken, the teaching room immediately regained its silence. Only then did many people recall Li Zixuan's past as a pervert and stop their heckling. "No matter what the reason is, I have to leave the Imperial College. I appreciate your good intentions, but as my students, you must abide by the rules. My students definitely wouldn't do such a thing." After saying that, Li Zixuan waved his hand and prepared to leave. Meng Wenhao quickly got up and said, "Sir, can you tell us what your plans are after leaving the Imperial College?" The other students' eyes lit up when they heard that. They looked over, but this time, no one dared to jeer. Li Zishuan paused and said, "I plan to build my own academy to impart engineering." "May I ask what engineering is?" Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and asked. "I have named what I have learned as engineering. The so-called engineering is the study of engineering, the study of the principles of all things, the creation of weapons in the world, and the study of improving the lives of the people. The mathematics that you have learned is the foundation of engineering." Li Zishuan answered. Meng Wenhao carefully savored those words. Then, he asked with a complicated expression, "Then why don't you impart engineering in the Imperial College?" "The Imperial College doesn't offer this subject. Besides, engineering is a huge academic system that includes many subjects. It would be inconvenient to impart it in the Imperial College. Therefore, I applied to build my own academy to impart my knowledge to the Emperor." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "What kind of students will your academy accept?" Meng Wenhao hesitated for a moment and asked. "That's right, I can go to Mr.'s academy then." Wang Meng patted his head and said excitedly, "When the academy is built, I will hold an entrance exam. At that time, no matter if you are a noble or a commoner, as long as you pass the exam, you will be able to enter the Imperial College, and the tuition will be free. However, Wenhao, you have to think carefully about whether you will choose to stay in the Imperial College, where you have a bright future, or go to my academy, where you have an unknown future, to search for the distant truth. You have to know that with your current level of mathematics, you have a high chance of entering one of the 4 schools in the Imperial College's annual examination at the end of the year." Li Zishuan said seriously. He hoped that all the students in the School of Mathematics would go to Yanhuang College. However, people at this age were the most impulsive. Therefore, he had to tell them clearly in advance so that they would not regret it. Chapter 362. I'm not afraid. If you want to set up your own academy, I, Sun Zifen, will be the first to sign up. Li Zishuan's realistic words woke everyone up. Many times, there was a big gap between ideals and reality. The Imperial College was the highest educational institution run by the Tang Empire's government. There was no doubt about its superiority. There were so many poor students in the 360 provinces and 1,500 counties of the Tang Empire who wanted to enter the Imperial College. For them, entering the Imperial College was equivalent to taking half a step into the official career. At this time, it was really difficult for these students to give up the Imperial College with a bright future. However, Li Zishuan's vast knowledge and novel teaching methods deeply attracted them. Even Xing Chumo and Yu Dongkai, who disliked studying the most, had to admit that they could learn a lot of novel knowledge from Li Zishuan's classes. This difficult, multiple-choice question made many students feel conflicted. The School of Mathematics quieted down again. However, some people didn't care about the so-called future. When most people were thinking and conflicted, Sun Zifen was the first to jump out and say loudly. Li Zishuan had said that if they continued to stay in the School of Mathematics, they would definitely be promoted to the School of Mathematics by the end of the year. He really didn't care about this at all. Back then, he had voluntarily transferred from the Imperial College to the School of Mathematics. Why would he care about the School of Mathematics, which was one level lower than the Imperial College? For him, the most important thing was to be happy. The atmosphere of the School of Mathematics made him very comfortable. There was no boring competition of wealth or scheming. There was only mutual learning, joking, and cursing. He liked to stay here. As for his father, Sun Zifen, he sent his son to Li Zishuan because he liked Li Zishuan's knowledge and wanted his son to learn more. Coincidentally, the father and son had the same idea. Therefore, Sun Zifen was the first to stand out and say that he wanted to follow Li Zishuan. Tai is also willing to go to teacher's school. Li Tai raised his head and laughed. He was the first of the students to know that Li Zishuan wanted to leave the directorate and set up his own school. He had already made a decision in his heart, so when Li Zishuan had just announced the news, he was not at all surprised. However, What made him depressed was that he had originally wanted to deliberately delay for a while before stepping forward to show his importance, but the first place had been snatched away by Sun Zifan. Ah! Even King Wei is going. Yes. This is too crazy. Who was Li Tai? Hearing his decision, some of the wavering students couldn't help but discuss in whispers. They felt that it was too crazy, but there was something even crazier than this. Count me in. Isn't it just a directorate? I, old Sheng, don't care about it at all. Following Mr. Li is still the most comfortable. As Li Zishuan's best buddy, Ching Chimo certainly couldn't show weakness. He also stood up and shouted. Count me, Li Huiran. Li Huiran also stood up. In fact, it was the same whether he stood or not. When his father left, he asked him to follow Li Zishuan. Wherever Li Zishuan went, of course he had to follow him. Otherwise, when Li Xiaogong came back, he would have a hard time. In addition, he had a good relationship with Ching Chimo. When he had just transferred to the Imperial College a few days ago, he had been tutoring with Ching Chimo. He had already become Ching Chimo's underling. If the big brother wanted to go, how could the underling not follow? Count Qin Huayu in. The relationship between the Qin family and the Li family was stronger than iron. At this time, if Qin Huayu didn't come out to support Li Zishuan, Qin Xiong would teach him a lesson when he returned. Count me, Yu Dong Kai in. This guy was also a top student in the Imperial College, so he didn't care about his future. Count me, Wang Meng in. Count me, Duan Wenba in. Count me, Kong Chuansuan in. Count me in. Students continuously stood up to express their opinions. Their firm voices rose and fell. In just half an hour, almost 21 students had stood up. However, in the front row, Meng Wenhao, Kusher Qin, Xing Ziren, Lu Yan, and the other poor children with good grades but ordinary family backgrounds all lowered their heads. They frowned and gritted their teeth, as if they were deep in thought, but also as if they were struggling. Li Zishuan was slightly disappointed, but he really didn't blame these people. The result now was better than what he had expected. After all, these poor children came to the Imperial College with the mission of changing the lives of their families. In a sense, they were no longer living for themselves. They couldn't be like Ching Chimo, Sun Zifan, and the other officials' children, who casually made decisions. They had too many things to consider. Hey! Meng Wenhao, sir is so good to you. Why aren't you saying anything? You're doing right. Shut up. This strange situation was easily noticed by others. Sun Zifan was the first to jump out and point at Meng Wenhao. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Zishuan's angry shout. Sun Zifan, Li Tai, Ching Chimo, Wang Meng, Yu Dongkai, Duan Wenba, Kong Chuansuan, Song Tianyu, Li Huiran, Qin Huayu, Guang Gaohan, Jiang Wenchang, Bai Hongyuan, Lu Yanming, Ji Oji, Muihan, Gu Ruochen, Yin Xinghao, Si Tingxian, Hua Yunfan, Xiaolan Mei. I am very happy that you are willing to give up your future and follow me to the academy to search for the truth. However, each of us has a different destiny. You just have to be yourself. You have no right to criticize other people's choices. Li Zishuan said to the 21 students who were standing. Then, he looked at the students who were sitting with their heads lowered and said softly, no matter what choice you make, as your teacher, I will respect your decision. Whether it is to fight for a better future or to search for the truth in your heart, there is no right or wrong. I am your teacher and student. I only hope that you can get the future that you want. Many years later, as long as you don't regret it, it will be fine. There is no need to feel guilty. None of you owe me anything. Moreover, it is not like your master's academy cannot recruit students. There are many people who want to learn from me. All of you are lowering your heads. Are you pitying me? Teacher. It is not like that. This student also wants to. Hearing this, Meng Wenhao hurriedly stood up and explained to Li Zishuan with a face full of shame. Haha. Wenhao, you don't have to say any more. Your master knows what you want to say. You are one of my most valued disciples. You are also very talented in mathematics. After your master leaves, I hope that you can continue to study diligently. The path of mathematics is endless. You have only grasped the surface. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to Yanhuang College in the eastern suburbs of Chang and City to find me. Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Teacher. Meng Wenhao was greatly moved. His eyes were red as he shouted. He wanted to say something, but he could not say it. All right. Your master is leaving. Everyone, this September, we will meet at Yanhuang College. If the other students change their minds, your master will also welcome them. Lastly, I will leave you with a word of advice. Your master's Yanhuang College may not be worse than the Imperial College in the future. If you believe it, it will exist. If you don't, it will not exist. Choosing Yanhuang College does not mean that you have given up your future. It depends on whether you have the guts to take the gamble. 3 years later, you will know the result. Li Zishuan smiled meaningfully. He waved his sleeves and left without taking a trace of cloud with him. The more than 40 students in the School of Mathematics, whether standing or sitting, were all staring in the direction where Li Zishuan had left. After a while, Li Tai broke the silence and said, "All right. Class is over. The teacher has already left. What are you all waiting for?" After that, he tidied up the things on the table and stood up to Meng Wenhao. He whispered, "Wenhao. Pack up and come with me." Chapter 363. Qingke, Yu, on the path of the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao finished packing his things and came out to find Li Tai, who was waiting for him by the roadside. As if he had guessed what Li Tai would say to him, Meng Wenhao's expression was somewhat ashamed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Let's talk as we walk." Li Tai, who had been in the palace for many years, could tell what Meng Wenhao was thinking. He smiled, picked up his backpack, and walked forward. Li Zishuan was no longer in the Imperial College, and he definitely wouldn't come back in the future. The only reason he came to the Imperial College was because of Li Zishuan's novel knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. The knowledge that the other doctorates and teaching assistants in the Imperial College could teach could be taught by the scholars under him. Why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? Therefore, he was on leave from today onwards. Oh. Meng Wenhao stared blankly for a moment before responding. He moved his feet and followed behind Li Tai. Li Zishuan announced the big event at the beginning of the 4th class in the morning. At this time, only the mathematics school was open for classes, so the path was quite quiet. Meng Wenhao stepped on the smooth and hard bluestone pavement, listened to the various sounds of insects and birds, looked at the lush branches of the century-old trees around him, and smelled the fragrance of the expensive flowers on the side of the road. Meng Wenhao's mood didn't improve at all. He felt that he was going to make a wrong decision that he would regret for the rest of his life. His heart was heavy. "Wenhao, are you still thinking about what happened in class?" Li Tai walked in front and asked softly without turning his head. "Yes." Meng Wenhao nodded his head, but he forgot that Li Tai's back was facing him, so he couldn't see him nodding his head. Haha. If we don't talk about your family, what is your original intention, Wenhao? Do you want to stay in the mathematics school and wait for the year-end examination to be promoted to a 4-gate school, or do you want to go to Yanhuang College with Sir and learn his engineering knowledge? Li Tai's sharp eyes saw through Meng Wenhao's misgivings. He stopped and asked. "Of course I'm going to Yanhuang College with you." Meng Wenhao answered without thinking. Then, he seemed to realize that his answer was too impulsive and hurriedly added, as the saying goes, one can see a whole leopard through a tube. From Sir's new mathematics, I seem to be able to see another world in Sir's heart. If I don't care about my future, my parents, and my younger sister, of course I'm willing to follow Sir to pursue that distant truth. That kind of knowledge is what scholars like us should spend our whole lives studying. Moreover, entering the Four Gates Academy and learning all day long to recite pedantic articles for no reason is definitely not what I want. Also, Mr. Wenhao's family is greatly indebted to you. When my father went out to sea this time, it was you who personally asked Prince Hejian to take care of him. But now, when Mr. needs me, I am wavering. Wenhao is so ashamed that he wants to die. This. Stop. Li Tai turned around and interrupted. Wenhao, you are right about one thing. Only engineering is worthy of us scholars to spend our whole lives studying. I deeply agree with this point, but the second half of your sentence is wrong. Sir helped you out of his own heart, not because you want to repay him. Sir is not the kind of person who wants to repay kindness. Meng Wenhao hurriedly shook his head and said, I know, I definitely don't mean that. Haha. Also, Wenhao, you just said that if you don't consider your future, you would be very willing to go to Yanhuang College. I don't agree with this very much. It seems that you didn't take the last words Sir said before he left seriously. Li Tai said meaningfully. What words? Meng Wenhao was startled. He had been struggling and blaming himself in the teaching room, so he really didn't hear the last few words Li Zishuan said. Hey. It seems that Wenhao really didn't listen carefully. Li Tai curled his lips, turned around, and said as he walked, Sir said that choosing Yanhuang College doesn't mean that you give up your future. Maybe you don't think so, but I have always believed in Sir. I believe in the future of Yanhuang College. Otherwise, why would my father agree to let Sir build his own college? At this point, he looked at Meng Wenhao and said very seriously, even my father thinks highly of Yanhuang College. What reason do you have to think that Yanhuang College has no future? Wenhao, think about it seriously. Don't ruin your future because of secular views. That's all I have to say. You're on your own. After that, Li Tai flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Meng Wenhao was stunned in place and was speechless for a moment. Li Tai left a sentence in the air in front of him. Confucianism cultivates the heart and benefits the world. Do you want to cultivate the heart for a lifetime and become a rotten scholar who only knows how to care about others, or go to Yanhuang College and become an omnipotent and peerless expert who benefits the country and the people like Sir? It's all up to you, Wenhao. Confucianism cultivates the heart and benefits the world. Meng Wenhao's lifeless eyes suddenly bloomed with endless vigor. Slowly, his eyes gradually became firm. I want to benefit the world. I don't want to become a rotten scholar. Meng Wenhao murmured, picked up his school bag, and walked resolutely to the gate of the directorate. So, Li Sai has no choice but to leave? In the principal's office. The conversation between the two big shots came to an end. At this time, Wang Yaluan stood up and asked with his hands behind his back. Brother Yaluan, I don't want to either, but Li Sai insists on leaving. Kong Yingda heard the blame in Wang Yaluan's tone. He couldn't help but cup his hands and smile bitterly. Ha! It was originally a small matter, but it ended up like this. Chancellor Kong, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Wang Yaluan shook his head and said with some displeasure. Brother Yaluan, feel free to say it. Although Kong Yingda roughly guessed that this brother's words wouldn't be pleasant to hear, he still nodded and said. Forgive me for being blunt. Confucianism has been passed down to this day and has changed. When the sage first proposed Confucianism, it was to let people cultivate the heart. Chancellor, take a look. What kind of heart are people cultivating now? Scheming against each other, fighting for power, and completely forgetting the responsibility of being a teacher. Confucianism is degenerating, but Li Sai's new learning is rising like the morning sun. I have a feeling that losing Li Sai in the directorate is definitely an immeasurable loss. Chancellor Kong, you will definitely regret it soon. Wang Yaluan's tone was solemn, and there were hidden meanings in his words. After he finished speaking, he didn't even bother to say goodbye and left with his hands behind his back. Confucianism is degenerating, and a new learning is rising. Sigh. Yaluan is expressing his dissatisfaction with Cui Shan Yu and the rest. Looks like I've really made a mistake this time. It's really a case of being clear-headed for a lifetime and muddle-headed for a moment. Kong Yingda looked in the direction where his old friend disappeared and muttered to himself. Chapter 364. Master. This concubine just heard a piece of good news outside. In the evening, at the Chui residence. Madame Chui smiled as she walked into Chui Shanyu's room with a bowl of medicine. Chui Shanyu had already been transferred home from the Imperial Medical Department yesterday. After all, he wasn't seriously ill. He just vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood out of anger. How could the medical officers of the Imperial Medical Department let him stay there every day? After a few days of recuperation, Chui Shanyu's complexion was clearly much better. However, he was a little gloomy because it was almost time for the Imperial College's field break, yet he still hadn't fully recovered. Back then, Li Er had said that he would wait for him to fully recover before restarting the case of 8th Doctor's impeachment of Li Zixuan. Now, it seemed that it was impossible before the field break. After all, his purpose of impeaching Li Zixuan was to prove to the teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department that he, Chui Shanyu, was not worse than Li Zixuan. If he waited until the field holiday to reopen the impeachment case, how could he show his face in front of everyone? When everyone else went home for the holidays, what was he going to show off for? Therefore, although his body was getting better day by day, Chui Shanyu was still very depressed. At this time, when he heard his wife say that there was good news, he suddenly became energetic. He quickly sat up straight and asked, "What good news?" "Madam, tell me quickly." "Master, drink the medicine while it's hot." Madame Chui took the bowl of medicine and said softly, "I won't drink it." "Madam, tell me the news first." Chui Shanyu took the bowl of medicine and urged. To him now, a piece of good news was better than 10 bowls of good medicine. Then. Okay. Seeing that her husband insisted, Madame Chui could only nod helplessly and say, "When I came back, I happened to meet Dr. Zheng, who had just finished his class. I heard from him that Li Sai took the initiative to resign from the emperor a few days ago. This afternoon, he took advantage of the marriage leave and left the Imperial Medical Department in advance. He will never come back again." Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That's great. That's great. Ha 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 ha. Chui Shanyu was stunned for 2 seconds. He patted his thigh excitedly and laughed wildly. The melancholy that had coiled around his heart for the past few days was finally swept away at this moment. Cough cough cough. As the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. Continuous laughter affected the lungs, causing Chui Shanyu's heart and lungs to suffer from dysfunction. Cough, from a scientific point of view, excessive excitement could cause atherosclerosis or vascular malformations. In serious cases, it could even cause blood vessels to rupture and cause death. Fortunately, Chui Shanyu's condition wasn't too serious. Otherwise, he might become the first doctor in the history of the Imperial College to die of laughter. "Master. Master. Are you all right?" Madame Chui hurriedly stepped forward and patted her husband's back as she asked nervously. Cough, cough. Who would have thought? Evil people have their own retribution. Before this old man even made a move, Li Zixuan had already fled in defeat. How satisfying. How satisfying. Cough, cough, cough. Chui Shanyu took a deep breath. Although he was still coughing, it still couldn't stop him from shouting excitedly. This guy really knew how to flatter himself. If Li Zixuan heard this, he would definitely spit on his face. Leaving the Imperial College and building his own academy had nothing to do with Chui Shanyu. It was completely because Li Zixuan couldn't stand the way Kong Yingda handled things. It wasn't because he was afraid of Chui Shanyu. If it was a direct confrontation, Li Zixuan said that even if the 8 of them attacked together, they wouldn't be afraid of Chui Shanyu. Master is still the best. Master, please drink your medicine. Madame Chui knew what kind of person Chui Shanyu was. She could only follow his words and coax him like coaxing a child to drink medicine. Cough cough. Haha. I don't need to drink anymore. This old man's illness is much better. Cough cough. Cui Shanyu waved his hand and said with a flushed face. This guy finally experienced what it meant to be in high spirits when faced with happy events. Qingke, I heard that you didn't go to the Imperial College in the afternoon. What's wrong? In the Ganlu Palace. The father and son were chatting together after dinner. Li Er looked at Li Tai, who was sitting not far away from him, and asked kindly. Replying to father, I indeed didn't go in the afternoon. Because from today onwards, Mr. Li won't be going to the Imperial College, so I came back. Li Tai knew that Li Er was probably just asking casually and didn't blame him for skipping school. Therefore, he replied indifferently. Going to the School of Mathematics was originally an impromptu decision. He had never treated this as an academic task that he had to complete. Li Er also didn't expect him to become an omnipotent sage. Oh. Right. I almost forgot. I just approved that kid's marriage leave yesterday. Li Er patted his head and said with a smile, It's strange. Your master has always liked to be lazy. This time, he could have taken leave 4 to 5 days ago. I didn't expect him to only take leave 3 days before his wedding. How rare. The corner of Li Tai's mouth twitched slightly. He secretly thought that his master was famous for being lazy. If he was a little diligent once, others would think that it was abnormal. Sir couldn't bear to leave the 44 students in the School of Mathematics, so he persisted until today to leave. Li Tai said with a deadpan expression. At this time, he felt that he had to clear his master's name. Ha! Since he couldn't bear to leave, why did he insist on leaving? This kid is really asking for trouble. Li Er shook his head. He didn't sympathize with Li Zishuan's situation at all. Who asked Li Zishuan to be unwilling to let him be a part of it? Qingke, then can you stay in your school of literature and concentrate on your studies in the future? As Li Tai was brimming with talent, intelligence, and love for literature. He had collected tens of thousands of books and had extremely high attainments in calligraphy and painting. Li Er specially allowed Li Tai to set up a school of mathematics in the mansion and let him recruit scholars as a show of favor. Now that Li Zishuan had left, the School of Mathematics was no longer the same. In Li Er's opinion, Li Tai would definitely not go there again. Father, I want to go to Yanhuang College with Mr. Li. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. Ha! I only mentioned Yanhuang College to you yesterday. Why have you decided to go now? Li Er stood up and said seriously with a frown, although I am optimistic about Yanhuang College's future, Yanhuang College has nothing at the moment. Even the teaching building hasn't been built yet. Qingke, have you thought about it? Do you really want to go? Yes. I will definitely go. Li Tai also hurriedly got up and respectfully bowed to Li Er. He said sincerely, I think that Confucianism cultivates the mind and benefits the world. Ever since Tai learned how to read and write, Confucianism has been with me for 6 years. I have made up my mind and don't want to learn it every day. I think that Mr. Li's skills are even more novel and practical. The curved plow, the scooter, the paper machine, and the wireless telegraph that I heard from Big Brother and Sister Changle recently that can transmit messages from far away are all beneficial to the country and the people. The more I understand, the more I feel that Mr. Li's knowledge is as profound as the sea. He is simply omnipotent. I don't want to cultivate the mind for the rest of my life and become a rotten scholar. I want to become someone who is almost omnipotent like Mr. Li. I hope that father can grant me my wish. Li Tai's loud and clear words echoed in the hall. Li Er stared blankly at the little fatty who was not even 10 years old. It was as if he was meeting Li Tai for the first time. After a while, he laughed and said, Confucianism cultivates the mind and benefits the world. That's a good saying. Qingke, you have grown up. I am very happy. You can do whatever you want. Father will definitely not stop you. Chapter 365. The next day, June 23rd. The wedding date was set for the 25th of June, and there were only 2 days left. The Li family attached great importance to Li Zishuan's marriage. Although Han Yushi was not from a prestigious family, She was the newly adopted daughter of Qin Xiong and his wife. Compared to the old aristocratic families, the Qin family and the Qing family were upstart groups that belonged to the imperial court. This was a force that could not be ignored. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that Han Yushi's identity had indeed increased a lot of attention for this marriage. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zixuan liked Han Yushi very much. Since their son liked her, what else did Li Jingma and Mrs. Li have to say? As the saying goes, love the house, love the crow. They also cared about this marriage very much. It must be a big event. It must be lively. The extravagance must not be lacking. Otherwise, people will laugh at us. This was what Li Jingma said a month ago. In fact, he did do so. These days, Old Man Li and Madame Li's faces were glowing with health and vigor, as if they had been rejuvenated. The whole mansion was also filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The red cloth and red curtains had been hung up in advance. Madame Li had organized the servants to clean the mansion several times. Every place had been cleaned several times. Basically, there was no blind spot. Not to say that the mansion was spotless, but if you looked at it with the naked eye, you wouldn't see a speck of dust in any room. This caused Li Zixuan to have to take off his shoes every time he returned to his room. Otherwise, the wooden floor in the house would definitely have to be cleaned again. Fortunately, it was summer now. Otherwise, there would be no floor heating. Wouldn't he freeze to death with bare feet? Half a month ago, the Li family had already sent the betrothal gifts to the Han family. Just the copper coins alone were used to pull 30 ox carts, which amounted to a total of 30,000 strings of cash. 50 jars of the drunken immortal, which was popular in Chang'an, were pulled. When Qing Yaojin found out about this, he was extremely envious. He secretly hated himself for not having a daughter. Qing Yaojin did not have a daughter in the official history, but of course, the TV dramas could not be trusted. He sent 3 of the new horse carriages, Don't Touch Me, 1,000 mu of fertile land, and various other gifts. Such a huge betrothal gift shocked the onlookers. The entire Chang'an city was in an uproar. The people of the Han family manor and the neighboring villages were still talking about it after such a long time. They were envious of Han Tianhu for finding such a son-in-law. Many people who had daughters were also wondering if they should bring their daughters to Li Zixuan to have a look. If Li Zixuan took a fancy to them, then wouldn't their family be rich? Li Zixuan did not know what others were thinking. Anyway, when he thought about the tedious wedding process in the next few days, he could not help but have a headache. He actually felt that the wedding should be simple, but he had to consider for Han Yushi. If the wedding was simple, the one who would be embarrassed would not be him, but Han Yushi. Although Han Yushi was not the kind of person who despised the poor and loved the rich, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event for a woman. Who would not want to be grand and happy? Therefore, when his parents said that they wanted to hold a grand wedding, Li Zixuan also followed suit and said that they wanted to hold a grand wedding. He was not afraid of spending money. In order to give face to Han Yushi, this new daughter-in-law, it was worth spending any amount of money. The current Li family did not lack money at all. Yesterday afternoon, the Han family had sent someone to deliver a message saying that they would be sending people over to make the beds today. Thus, Lady Li had woken up early in the morning to make preparations. Naturally, the entire residence was cleaned up once again. None of the servants complained. Instead, each and every one of them was overjoyed and worked hard without complaint because they would be rewarded. Making the bed, also known as making the house or making the bed, was usually done a few days before the wedding by a lucky person who would move the new bed to the appropriate position. Then, the lucky woman would be responsible for making the bed. She would spread the mattress, bed sheets, and dragon and phoenix quilt on the bed and sprinkle all kinds of wedding fruits, such as red dates, longans, dried lychees, and red mung beans. After making the bed, no one was allowed to enter the new room or touch the new bed until the newlyweds entered the room on the night of the wedding. Ever since the wedding date was confirmed, Madame Li had been nagging Li Zixuan about the wedding process. Otherwise, how would Li Zixuan know about these complicated formalities? After breakfast, Li Zixuan leaned back on the recliner leisurely and leisurely looked at the freshly printed Datang Daily, allowing his parents to busy themselves in the courtyard and command him. It was not that he did not want to help, but that he would only make things worse. Regarding this point, Father Li and Madam Li had a deep consensus. Li Zishuan was also fortunate to be at ease. TSK, it's great not to have to go to work. Li Zishuan thought contentedly. Humph. Stinky brother is slacking off again. Suddenly, Lan Er's legs sank, and he saw Lan Er sitting horizontally on Li Zishuan's thighs. Her two hands reached over to pinch Li Zishuan's face. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan's face was too handsome or something else, but Lan Er liked to pinch Li Zishuan's face the most, other than often pulling Li Zishuan's arm. Li Zishuan hurriedly slapped the little girl's hands away and said unhappily, "Get off. What are you doing?" He really had a headache when it came to Lan Er. This girl was almost 7 years old. In this era where girls were generally married at the age of 11 or 12, this age was not considered young. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it was rare for siblings to be so intimate. Li Zishuan, who came from the modern era, did not think much of it, but his parents had scolded him and the little girl many times over this matter. No. Brother, are you reading the newspaper again? Why don't you go and chat with Sister Yushi? Lan shook her head and used her two white and tender little arms to resist Li Zishuan's pull. She was unwilling to get off. Li Zishuan was afraid that he would hurt her, so he was too lazy to care. In any case, his parents were so busy right now. He glared at the little girl and said, "Don't worry. You still have the nerve to say that? You're hogging the telegraph machine every day. How can I use it?" The little girl was getting more and more thick-skinned. It was all because of her that Li Zishuan's chat time with Han Yushi sharply decreased. Of course, when it came to this little tyrant at home, Li Zishuan could only tolerate it. Hee. How can there be? Lan won't hog it in the future. Brother can use it now. Lan giggled embarrassedly. Why? Li Zishuan looked at the little girl suspiciously and asked. Brother, your telegraph machine is not good. It can only transmit words, and it can't hear Sister Yushi's voice. It's really too bad. Lan feels that it's meaningless. Also, I heard from Mother that from the day after tomorrow, Sister Yushi will be living in our house forever. When that time comes, I can play with Sister Yushi every day. Why do I still need to use this broken telegraph machine? It's too tiring. You can't do this. It's too bad. Broken telegraph machine. Li Zishuan's face darkened. This communication tool that transcended eras was actually despised by the little girl. Lan had developed a sense of superiority from playing with the telegraph machine. There was no one else who had higher standards than her now. Chapter 366. Broken telegraph machine? How can you play with a broken telegraph machine for so long? Li Zishuan said angrily as he reached out to pinch the little girl's cheeks. Ah. Isn't there nothing else to play with? Brother and Iron Egg used to go to the Imperial College every day. It's boring for Lan to be alone at home. Lan kept shaking her little head as she tried to get away from her brother's evil grip. It's boring for Lan to be alone at home. When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The hand that was going to pinch Lan cheeks gently landed on the little girl's hair bun. Li Zishuan said gently, "It's my fault. Brother will accompany Lan often in the future." NN. Lan nodded happily. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said mischievously, "Hee. I don't want to. When the time comes, Sister Yushi will play with Lan I don't need you anymore, brother." Li Zishuan was speechless. This little girl was worried for nothing. "Young master. The Han family's betting team has arrived. Master wants you to go out quickly." Just when Li Zishuan wanted to teach this little girl a lesson, Xiaoxi ran over in a panic. The little girl might have run too fast as her face was red. Lan had been scolded by Madame Li many times. She knew that her current appearance was indecent. When she saw Xiaoxi come in, she quickly jumped down from Li Zishuan's lap and stood at the side, pretending to be an obedient girl. This obviously deceiving action made Xiaoxi smile. Actually, she was already used to this phenomenon. Even if she saw it, she wouldn't go out and say anything. Oh. You're here so soon. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Li Zishuan patted his thigh, got up and said a few words before leaving the room. Sigh. Lon wants to go too. Brother, wait. When they arrived at the front yard, they saw that the yard was filled with all kinds of gifts, from silk and cloth to porcelain, gold and silver, to carriages and horses for food. There were 8 pieces of each, and 8 large carriages were pulled by copper coins. It wasn't that the Han family was stingy, but that these were just gifts to settle down in bed, and not part of the dowry. The dowry was calculated separately. According to the etiquette, the bride's dowry would only be sent over after the bed was set up. Master. Iron Egg came over and cupped his hands in salute. After Li Zishuan announced his independence at the Imperial College yesterday, Iron Egg didn't need to go to the School of Mathematics anymore. Moreover, he went back to the Han family village yesterday afternoon. After all, his father was busy at home and it was hard for him. He could help out when he went home. It had to be said that after studying at the School of Mathematics for a few months, Iron Egg had become much more sensible. Today, the Han family came over to settle the bed. It was inconvenient for Han Tianhu to come, so Iron Egg came along. Hee, Iron Egg, you can't call me master anymore. You should call me brother-in-law. A chubby woman walked out. It was Lu Yue. It was rare for her to say something witty in front of Li Zishuan on this festive day, but no one blamed her. She and Old Hu were both wearing bright red clothes today, and they looked very festive. Unlike other big families, which had a lot of direct relatives, Han Tianhu came to the Han family village after experiencing war. The Han family was really a small family. They didn't have a matriarch, so Han Tianhu could only invite Hu Hanyun and Lu Yue over to settle the bed. Logically speaking, he could also invite Qin Xiong and old Madame Qin. After all, they were Han Yushi's adoptive parents. However, those two's status was too high, and Han Tianhu couldn't bring himself to invite them. You silly woman, how dare you make a joke about young master? Old Hu tugged at his wife's arm and said angrily. Haha. Yue is right. Old Hu, don't blame her. And all of you, come in and have some tea and pastries. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Jingma quickly waved his hand and said to the people in the courtyard with a smile. Thank you, old master. This time, the Han family brought a lot of gifts. Other than a few carts of copper coins, the rest of the things were all picked by people. Half of the Han family village's youths came to help. Haha. Yes, yes, yes. Auntie Lu is right. Uncle Hu, you guys have worked hard. Li Zishuan hadn't seen Old Hu for a long time. When he saw him today, he felt very close to him. Back then, when Han Yushi was robbed at Rhinoceros Slope, Old Hu stepped forward regardless of his own safety and delayed for a while. In the end, Li Zishuan successfully rescued Han Yushi. Li Zishuan would not forget this kindness. It's not hard, it's not hard. Young master, what are you talking about? This is what I, Old Hu, should do. Putting aside the benefits that Li Zishuan brought to the Han family village, his son and daughter's illness were cured with Li Zishuan's help. Li Zishuan was grateful to him, but he was even more grateful to Li Zishuan. Ha! As expected, how are you guys doing recently? I haven't seen the two of them in a long time. Li Zishuan saw that his father had called the rest of the people in for tea and pastries, so he chatted with Old Hu as they walked. Hee. Good, good, good. Thanks to you, young master, everything is fine. Now, this child is running around the Han family village. There are many farmers there who want to learn his skills. Yue and I really miss this child. Old Hu scratched his head and chuckled. Then, he said with a face full of nostalgia. Why? She hasn't come back yet? Li Zishuan frowned and asked worriedly. He couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that Yue met some evil people outside and encountered some danger? Ha! Young master, don't worry. That girl just replied to me a few days ago. Yue and I are illiterate. We only understood after we found Yue from the Han family. The letter said that Great Immortal's son wanted to refine a type of medicine and lacked one ingredient. She and Great Immortal's son have been picking herbs in the Taibai mountain area recently and helping the villagers there to treat their illnesses. There's no danger. Old Hu looked at Li Zishuan's expression and quickly waved his hand with a smile. Taibai Mountain was also known as Changbai Mountain. The name of Changbai Mountain had changed many times in history. Before the Qin dynasty, it was known as Buxian Mountain, meaning mountain with God. The classic of mountains and seas, recorded, in the vast wilderness, there was a mountain named Buxian because of the reverence of the people. That was Changbai Mountain. In the Han dynasty, it was known as Dandan Daling. In the Wei dynasty, it was known as Gaima Mountain. In the later Wei dynasty, it was known as Tutai Mountain. In the northern and southern dynasties, it was known as Tsongtai Mountain and Taihuang Mountain. In the Tang dynasty, it was known as Taibai Mountain. In the Qing dynasty, the Qing dynasty regarded Changbai Mountain as the birthplace of their ancestors. They sealed the mountain and offered sacrifices to the gods. They also designated it as a forbidden area and forbade ordinary people from entering. It became a place where no one could enter. Even in the 21st century, the Changbai Mountain still maintained its primitive state. It was almost like the time when Pangu first created the world. Haha. That's good. Uncle Hu, come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan smiled in relief. After everyone rested in the front hall for a while, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li brought Hu Hanyun, Lu Yue, and the others to the western courtyard and began the bedding ceremony. They chose the room that Li Zishuan usually slept in because it was the largest and most luxurious room. However, in the next 2 days, Li Zishuan could only sleep in the other small guest rooms. After the bedding ceremony, no one was allowed to enter the new room or touch the new bed until the wedding night. When they arrived at the door, Old Hu took off his shoes and was about to go in to place the new bed. A few young men from the Han family village nimbly covered their mouths and noses and jumped far away before Old Hu bent over. Old Hu was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to scold them but was afraid of offending them. He could only say angrily, "Niu Dazhuang, Han Eru, why did you guys jump so far away? I've been soaking my feet for 2 hours every day since half a month ago just to be here to make the bed today." Ha ha ha. Old Man Li and the people who came with him laughed. Lu Yue looked at Old Hu's face and was so angry that she stomped her feet. Li Zishuan also couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that Old Hu still had some funny genes in him. Chapter 367. Due to a lack of supplies, the new carriage, Don't Touch Me, will be temporarily suspended for the next few days. It is estimated that sales will resume on the 26th of this month. 30 carriages will be available on that day. It's gone. Why aren't there any carriages for sale today? The unlucky fellow who was behind Lu Yun in line yesterday and almost got the chance to buy the new carriage had come to line up as soon as the East Market opened this afternoon. In the end, he saw this notice and couldn't help but want to curse. That's right. Why aren't there any more? Hurry up and call your shopkeeper out. I want to buy a carriage today. I don't care if you give me a discount. Just sell me one first. Damn it, the carriage that Hu Wangfu's family bought yesterday is too grand. I have to buy one today no matter what. That's right, I can also pay in full. Just give me one first. 2 people behind him immediately chimed in. If Li Zishuan heard this, he would be very happy. The new carriage's hidden attribute, which was to compete with the rich, had finally been discovered by others. In the future, those rich people who like to pay attention to extravagance might habitually use the new carriage as their first choice for showing off. I.O. Shopkeeper son is out. Shopkeeper son, do you have any more carriages for sale? Sun Huayuan looked at the lineup in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. As for the new carriages, the workshop did have some in stock. However, they couldn't sell them because Li Zishuan was going to get married the day after tomorrow. He needed to borrow the stock to show off. Thus, the curious pavilion could only lie to the public that they were out of stock. Fortunately, he had a backup plan yesterday. Otherwise, where would Li Zishuan find a carriage? Dear customers, please calm down. Ahem, I'm sure that most of you have personally experienced our curious pavilion's carriages yesterday. Everyone knows the superiority of these carriages. However, the better the quality, the more complicated it is to make. Thus, I ask that everyone wait a few more days. Our workshop is already rushing to make them. Everyone, please forgive me, please forgive me. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and said apologetically. However, the people around him didn't buy it. In this day and age, money was everything. How could there be a situation where money couldn't buy anything? Shopkeeper's son, I won't say anything more. I'll add 200 strings of string on top of your original price. Sell me a carriage now. I don't believe that there isn't a single carriage left in your workshop. An old man in luxurious clothes pulled Sun Huayuan and said. Sigh. Boss Chow, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but we really don't have any stock these days. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and said with a bitter face. This was Chow Wendong, the biggest silk merchant in Chang'an. His family was not much weaker than Li Zishuan. They could not afford to offend him. 500 strings. It's impossible that your workshop doesn't have a single one in stock. Chow Wendong stretched out 5 fingers and insisted. Whoosh. The surrounding people were in an uproar. 500 strings of string of cash could almost be sold for half a carriage. He was really rich and willful. Chow Wendong was indeed not lacking in money. A few hundred strings of string of cash was really a drop in the ocean for him. The reason why he wanted to buy a carriage today was because he had a business acquaintance who bought a new carriage from Curious Pavilion yesterday. How could he fall behind? On the other hand, Curious Pavilion's carriages were indeed high-end and comfortable. Putting aside the fact that he was angry, he also wanted to buy this carriage. This way, when he went out for business in the future, not only would he be able to go back and forth faster, but he would also be able to avoid the pain of a bumpy carriage on the road. As for shopkeeper's son saying that there was no stock, he believed him. However, he also didn't believe that there wasn't a single extra carriage. He was also a businessman. He knew that businessmen would more or less keep some stock at the bottom of their chests. Therefore, Chow Wendong directly used the simplest and most crude method, throwing money at him. He didn't believe that Sun Huayuan wouldn't be tempted. Boss Chow, say no more, I'll add 1,000 strings of string of cash. Shopkeeper's son, quickly think of a way to get a carriage for me. Sun Huayuan was indeed tempted. Just as he was about to say that he could use a carriage, Chow Wendong mistakenly thought that Sun Huayuan was going to refuse again and directly added 1,000 strings of cash. 1,000 strings of cash. Boss Chow is so rich. Boss Chow is so generous. The onlookers were shocked. No one would spend nearly twice the price to buy a carriage. No, no, no. Sun Huayuan waved his hand and hurriedly said, Boss Chow, this old man didn't mean it that way. To be honest, the workshop does have a few carriages in stock, but those are for my Lord Ju's wedding. This old man really doesn't dare to act on his own initiative and sell them. As for the remaining carriages, there's only one left in front of the door. Speaking up to here, Sun Huayuan pointed at the carriage in front of Curious Pavilion that was previously used for customers to try out. Oh. So County Li's man is getting married. This is truly worthy of celebration. When the time comes, this Chow will shamelessly go to the Li estate and ask for a toast. Back in the day, Lord Li had a lot of business dealings with this Chow. Chow Wendong nodded and smiled as he stroked his beard. He wasn't spouting nonsense. The Li family had a few ready-made clothing stores, and it was inevitable that they would have dealings with him, the largest silk merchant in the capital. Of course, if he could use this opportunity to build a relationship with a Lord Ju, Chow Wendong felt that it would be worth it even if he had to spend an extra 2,000 strings of cash today. Therefore, he wasn't particularly interested in the carriage in front of him now. He was thinking about whether he could build a relationship with the Li family at the wedding banquet the day after tomorrow and get familiar with him. Ah. So Lord Li is getting married. Boss son, congratulations. Yes. That's right. Congratulations. Congratulations. When the time comes, we have to ask for a toast. The rest of the people also laughed and said happy words. Most of them were businessmen, and no one was willing to offend a Lord Jew for no reason. Hee hee. Thank you. Thank you. My Lord Jew has always been hospitable. He will definitely welcome Boss Chow and all of you. Boss Sun clasped his hands and said politely. He looked at the carriage in front of the door again and said hesitantly, if Boss Chow doesn't mind, I can sell this carriage to you at its original price. Don't worry, I will first send this carriage to the workshop for refurbishment. It will be sent to your residence in the afternoon. When the time comes, I guarantee that it will be exactly the same as a new carriage. When Chow Wendong heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Boss Sun and said with a forthright smile, haha. Boss Sun's words are very good. This Chow wants this carriage. However, this Chow said earlier that I will increase the price by 1,000 strings of cash. How can I go back on my words? This Chow will buy this carriage for 2,199 strings of cash. I will have to trouble Boss Sun to send it to this old man's residence in the afternoon. Hearing him say this, the eyes of the surrounding people who were looking at the carriage suddenly dimmed. If Chow Wendong didn't want it, they would also be willing to buy this carriage at its original price. But now that Chow Wendong had raised the price so high, they were a bit hesitant. After all, the strange interest pavilion would have stock in a few days. There was no need for them to waste money. Chow Wendong glanced at the expressions of those people and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The reason he increased the price was to make the other hidden competitors withdraw. After being in the business world for so many years, how could he not see through these people's little schemes? Of course, he also had another intention, and that was to use this opportunity to gain favor in front of Li Zishuan and show his face. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. This. Sun Huayuan was still a bit inexperienced in the business world. How could he understand the open and covert struggles between these people? When he heard Chow Wendong's words, he was dumbfounded. These days, there was still a customer who would take the initiative to pay more? What? Boss Sun, are you going back on your words? Chow Wendong asked with a smile. No, it's just that. Since you aren't going back on your words, then it's a deal. This Chow will send someone to deliver the money to you. Boss Sun, please send this old man's greetings to Lord Li. Chow Wendong laughed and said directly without giving Sun Huayuan a chance to refute. Good. This Sun will definitely pass on your words. Sun Huayuan seemed to understand something as he cupped his hands and said. A sky-high price transaction was easily concluded. The two of them didn't know that this bizarre transaction had shocked everyone and spread to every corner of Chang and city at the speed of a hurricane. Chapter 368. Did you hear? Mr. Chow from the Heshing silk shop in the West City bought a carriage from the Curious Pavilion for over 2,000 strings of cash. In a restaurant. A burly man smacked his lips and savored the wine in his mouth as he whispered to his companion. What? Over 2,000 strings of cash? What kind of carriage is that expensive? Another person at the same table exclaimed. Hey! You're so ignorant, aren't you? The Curious Pavilion released a new type of carriage yesterday. Not only is it spacious, but it's also very comfortable to sit in. There's almost no bumps. Also, it said that this carriage is 30% faster than other carriages. Yesterday, this carriage was sold for 1,199 strings of cash. Hiss. That's almost 1,200 strings of cash. That's already very expensive. Why is it sold for more than 2,000 strings of cash today? Tisk tsk. I heard that the curious pavilion is out of stock. Mr. Chow insisted on buying the carriage today, so he had to add another 1,000 strings of cash to buy the carriage on display in front of the curious pavilion. Ha! This Mr. Chow is really rich. Ha! Who said he isn't? But his carriage is really comfortable. Is it worth that much? What? Brother Fong, have you sat in it before? Ahem. I went to try it yesterday, but I was a little late. The carriage was sold out before it was my turn. Actually, even if there was stock yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. He was just curious and couldn't help but try it out for free. Similar exclamations could be heard in every corner of Chang'an City. Chow Wendong's actions had inadvertently hyped up, "Don't touch me." The reason why the value of many things was so high in the end was because of hype. Just like the modern Bitcoin, it was extremely cheap at the beginning in 2009. At that time, someone used 10,000 Bitcoins to exchange for a hamburger. But in less than 8 years, the value of Bitcoin skyrocketed by 100,000 times. The highest exchange price for RMB reached $30,000. Wasn't this all hype? Pity for the unlucky kid who used 10,000 Bitcoins to exchange for a hamburger. After this incident, the value of "Don't touch me" in the eyes of many people was much higher than the original price. When the Strange Taste Pavilion sold "Don't touch me" again, there would be even more people who wanted to buy carriages at the Strange Taste Pavilion with the intention of picking up a bargain. West City, Drunken Immortal Inn. Brother Zhang, how was it? Then don't touch it. You won't regret it if I buy it, right? Liao Shifan smiled proudly. Haha. No regrets. No regrets. Sitting in that carriage was simply too comfortable. My humble wife is overjoyed. Now, she won't have to suffer the hardships of running around when she visits her parents every year. Zhang Jingyang replied with a flushed face. Looking at this fellow's expression, she knew that he must have had a wonderful time last night. Haha. Brother Zhang, you're really flushed with success. Liao Shifan teased with a smile. Ahem. Brother Liao, please don't laugh at me. Zhang Jingyang coughed awkwardly and then cupped his hands mysteriously. Brother Liao, now that you've asked this question, I do regret it. I regret that I bought too little yesterday. Oh? What do you mean by that? Hee, I just heard that the Strange Interest Pavilion won't be selling any carriages. And Chonghua Square's Chow Wendong increased the price by 1,000 strings of cash today and bought the carriage in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion for exhibition. TSK, if I could buy one more carriage yesterday and sell it today, wouldn't I be able to earn 1,000 strings of cash? Zhang Jingyang said greedily. He was just a small businessman and couldn't be compared to Liao Shifan and Chow Wendong. To him, a deal that could earn him 1,000 strings of cash was already very tempting. Haha. Since that's the case, why don't you sell the carriage in your hands? After all, the Strange Interest Pavilion will still be selling carriages like this in the future. Liao Shifan, who had been in the business world for a long time, disagreed. He guessed that Chow Wendong was willing to pay 1,000 strings of cash because he wanted to curry favor with Li Zishuan. If Zhang Jingyang were to resell the carriage, he might not be able to earn 1,000 strings of cash. However, he could only think about it in his heart and couldn't say it out loud. Their relationship wasn't that close yet. Ugh. That won't do. What if I can't buy it in the future? Wouldn't my wife cause trouble at home? I can't sell it. I definitely can't sell it. Zhang Jingyang was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. Haha. Sister-in-law is really good at managing a household. Ha 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 ha. TSK, little Xian is still the best. This carriage is worth more than 2,000 strings of cash in the blink of an eye. Haha. I can show off in front of Fong Yai and Du He later. Uncle Fong and Uncle Du definitely won't give them so much money to buy a carriage, huh? After lunch, Ching Chimo came to his backyard and touched the carriage that Li Zishuan gave him and laughed. Obviously, He had also heard about what happened in front of the strange interest pavilion. However, this idiot even knew how to show off now. He was really a genius. Hee hee. Young master is amazing. Ching Chimo's page boy, Jianghu, came over and flattered him. After spending so much time with Ching Chimo, he knew this joker's character very well. Everything had to be coaxed, otherwise, everyone would have a hard time. Haha. Jianghu, won't you feel honored to be driving a carriage that costs 2,199 strings of cash in the future? Other pages don't have this kind of treatment. Ching Chimo patted Jianghu's shoulder and laughed smugly. It's my honor. I'm deeply honored. Thank you, young master. Jianghu was stunned. When he saw the smile on Ching Chimo's face gradually freeze, he hurriedly echoed. He was completely convinced by Ching Chimo's brain circuit. He always thought of things that others wouldn't think of. Haha. Then do your best. I have high hopes for you. Jianghu. High hopes, my ass. Yongla Lane, Li Residence. After a bustling morning, the bedding ceremony was finally completed in a joyous and warm atmosphere. One had to admit that it was really troublesome to get married in ancient times. If it was in modern times, who would have the time and effort to find a wedding company and get everything done in one go? Although that was the case, they had nothing to do anyway. It was quite refreshing to go through the entire process of an ancient wedding. It was just a little tiring. But for the sake of this white and tender girl, everything was worth it. Li Zishuan thought to himself. After setting up a few tables and entertaining Hu Hanyun and his wife, as well as the youths of the Han family manor, they completed their mission today and returned to the Han family manor. Since you've resigned, you should stay at home and prepare for the wedding these 2 days. Don't go out and cause trouble. Li Jingma glanced at his son and said worriedly after sending off the betting team sent by the Han family manor. Li Zishuan wasn't the only one who was busy with the marriage between the Han family and the Li family. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were even busier. The two elders were handling everything. Old man Li, who was already in a terrible fix, was really afraid that his son would cause trouble at this crucial time. Father. Am I the kind of person who likes to cause trouble? Don't worry. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. No matter how he heard it, it didn't sound right. Ha! Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Remember, don't cause trouble these 2 days. Li Jingma waved his hand in annoyance and went on to do other things. Li Zishuan felt even more wrong than Do Yi at this moment. Chapter 369. Since his father wanted him to stay at home obediently and wait for the bride to enter the house, Li Zishuan followed his father's wishes and continued to be an otaku at home. Comfortable. Shao Shi, use more strength. Shao He. Don't stop. Continue reading. Our upright male protagonist didn't do anything shameful. He was just lying on the bamboo bed, enjoying Shao Shi's massage while listening to Shao He reading the story in the newspaper. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua's journey to immortality, written by Outer Beauty, became more and more exciting as it went on. After all, the writer was not a transmigrator like Li Zishuan. She looked at the problem from the perspective of the Tang people. Although the opening part imitated a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, there were many original plots in the later parts of the story, which was very good to pass the time. Young master, is this strength okay? Shao Shi increased her strength and asked softly. Yes, yes, yes. Shao He, continue reading. Feeling the soft and boneless hands on his back moving around his various acupuncture points, Li Zishuan moaned comfortably. He then instructed Shao He, who was next to him. Shao He helplessly rolled her eyes. This young master at home was becoming more and more like a master, but what could she do? She could only obediently read. Oh. Jiang Tianwu's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and cursed, but he still fled into the distance. Although he was cruel and evil, he was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. He definitely couldn't block the attack of a core condensation cultivator's thunderpalm. Seeing that the other party was about to escape, Yuning waved her hand and cast a spell into the blue light. Suddenly, the whole blue light boiled like a ladle of water being poured into boiling oil. A bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl whizzed towards the other party. June 24th, early morning. The people from the Han family came to deliver the dowry. Although the Han family was not as rich as the Li family, Han Yushi's mother used to come from a rich family. When she was alive, she naturally left her rich dowry to her daughter. Gold, silver, and silk were filled with 10 large carriages. It was so dazzling that it blinded the eyes of others. Han Yushi didn't use this dowry during the most difficult time in her life. Now that she brought it to the Li family, it was enough to show how much the Han family valued this marriage. After Han Tianhu came back from the battlefield, he worked hard for many years and saved a small dowry for his daughter. Even though it wasn't as much as what Han Yushi's mother left, it still filled 5 carriages, including 3 carriages of copper coins and 2 carriages of satin. He knew that his daughter was marrying into the Li family this time. Marrying a county man was really climbing the social ladder. Therefore, in order for his daughter to live a more comfortable life in the Li family, Han Tianhu spent a lot of money on the dowry. He almost used up all the family's assets. Not only that, he also returned the extravagant betrothal gift that Li Zishuan sent last time and added it into his daughter's dowry. Ancient times were different from modern times. The custom of this time was for women to marry rich. In the poem Ruffian, it said, "Come with your carriage, I bribe to move." It described the scene when the women of Wei country were married. "Come quickly with your horse, I'll bring my dowry to your house." It was clear that the custom of marrying rich had a long history. People often said, 1,000 acres of fertile land, 10 miles of red dowry. It referred to the queue for dowry that stretched for miles. In ancient times, the custom of marrying rich was spread to almost every family. There was even a rumor that it was difficult to get married without a dowry. At that time, the royal daughter of the same clan often couldn't get married if her family was poor. Even if it was a daughter of an ordinary family, her family would help her from the moment she was born to prepare a dowry. It was so that their children could not only find a good family in the future, but also have a higher status in the in-laws' family and live a happier life. Since ancient times, the parents' worry for their children had not changed at all. Before the big wedding, the bride's family would usually specially go to the groom's house to take measurements and order furniture for the dowry. There were even families that mortgaged their property because they didn't have enough dowry before the wedding. The Hengshui County Annals once described it this way: rich families have a couple hundred gold as dowry. This is comparable to ancient times. After the wedding, the man's family will pay 10% and the woman's family will pay 9%. From this, it could be seen that the dowry of a woman was much higher than the betrothal gift of a man. The bride's parents thought that this would let their daughter be valued in the husband's family. Moreover, if their daughter was bullied, they would have a generous dowry to rely on and it would be better. The ancient peoples, marrying rich, and the modern peoples, marrying rich, also changed the economic form from mother-in-law economy to mother-in-law economy. Some people said that China's housing prices were pushed up by mother-in-law. Whether this was true or not, it wasn't important. But regardless of whether it was marrying rich or not, it was not advisable to use the parents' life savings to satisfy their children's extravagant fantasies of marriage. With the Han family bleeding so much, it was estimated that their future days would be very difficult. Han Tianhu himself also understood the consequences, but he, who had always been upright, still insisted on using all of his family's wealth to send out such a large dowry. He thought that the Li family had given him and his daughter enough face by sending over 50,000 strings of money as a betrothal gift. Now that it was their turn to send out betrothal gifts, how could they be stingy? Naturally, they would send as much as they had. Otherwise, when his daughter married into the family, she would be laughed at. Therefore, excluding the dowry that was sent to the Li family yesterday, the dowry that the Han family sent today was 25 carts worth of copper coins, a total of 25,000 strings of cash, 1,000 mu of fertile farmland, gold and silver utensils, silk, clothes, bedding, furniture, books, medicinal herbs, and other valuables. A total of 35 ox carts were pulled. As for the cheaper items such as small utensils, poultry, and livestock, a total of 40 carts were brought over by Han Tianhu. Hundreds of youths from the Han family manor and Plum village were all invited over by Han Tianhu to deliver the dowry. 60 carts, 40 carts of goods, and hundreds of people, led by the 3 new carriages of the curious pavilion, Don't Touch Me, chose to enter from the Chunming Gate in the east of Cheng and City. They passed by the Daojing Square, Changle Square, and the East Market, all of which were bustling places in Cheng and City, and headed towards Yongla Square, where the Li family was located. This huge dowry team naturally attracted the attention of countless people as they walked on the streets of Cheng and City. Oh my God! Whose daughter is marrying off? Why is there such a big scene? I know this. It's the daughter of the Han manor in the east of Cheng and City. Is their family very rich? Why is there so much dowry? Look at the 20 carts carrying the copper coins. It must be at least 20 million, right? Ha! The Han family doesn't have that much money. In my opinion, most of this is the betrothal gift sent by the Li family. Li family? Which Li family? It's Li Xiannan, Li Sai's family. The Han family's daughter is marrying Li Xiannan this time. TSK, that daughter is really lucky. Li Xiannan is one of the rare young talents of Tang dynasty. Oh. I remember now. Half a month ago, the Li family sent 30,000 strings of cash and 30 carts of gifts outside the city to send the betrothal gifts. So it's the Han manor. Yes. That betrothal gift is at least 40 million. The Li family is really generous. The Han family has really struck it rich this time. Ha! You can't say that. The last time the Li family sent the betrothal gifts, I saw it for myself. That betrothal gift was not as much as the dowry sent by the Han family today. Not only did the Han family not earn anything this time, they even gave a lot more. TSK. That's true. The Han family is quite generous. If it were any other family, they would be lucky if they could even send back half of the betrothal gifts. Chapter 370. Wow! Isn't that the carriage in front of the Don't Touch Me that was just released by the Curious Pavilion? Hiss. Yes. Someone was willing to pay more than 2,000 strings of coins for one carriage yesterday. It's rare that the Han family is willing to give it out. Yes. Han Lijing's actions are undeniable. He's not greedy for money. He's a real man. Yes. Not bad. Those with a bit of eyesight could immediately tell that the 3 carriages leading the dowry team had an extraordinary origin. Combined with yesterday's incident in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion, everyone's eyes became even more fervent as they looked at this team. This dowry was really too generous. There were also people who were jealous of such a generous dowry and were not convinced. Li Xianji's marriage is not a bad deal. Look at the dowry sent by the Han family. There are so many precious gold, silver, and jade items. It's worth a lot. TSK, what a lucky bastard. Why is no one willing to marry me, Lu Fengshui, with so much dowry? Pfft. Lu Fengshui, who would want to marry someone like you? Moreover, this Li County man was not simple. Not only was he young and held a high position, but his business was also doing well. It was as if he could earn a lot of money from whatever he did. Many peddlers privately called him the god of wealth. If the Han family's daughter can marry into the Li family, she'll be lucky in the future. Yes. Lu Fengshui, what do you know? I've always wanted my daughter to marry into the Li family. I'm willing to give as much dowry as you want. Haha. Boss Huang, your daughter looks like an old woman. Even if you give her to me, I, Lu Fengshui, don't want her. Why would Lord Li want her? Lu Fengshui was first scolded until his face turned red. When he heard what the person behind him said, he held his stomach and laughed. Bastard. Lu Fengshui, you bastard, you're too much. Sanfu, beat him up. Yes. Old master. Today's dowry delivery team was led by Hu Hanyun and Iron Egg. After feeling the envious gazes of the people around them, the two of them could not help but puff out their chests and walk forward valiantly and proudly. Iron Egg didn't resent his father for giving his sister so much dowry. First of all, the childhood days when he and Han Yushi depended on each other for survival were deeply engraved in Iron Egg's heart. He knew that without this sister, he would not be where he was now. In addition, Tai Dan felt that now that he had acknowledged Li Zishuan as his master, he would definitely not have to worry about his livelihood in the future. Therefore, Tai Dan supported Han Li's decision to spend all his wealth to buy a dowry for Han Yushi. Ouch! Which family is marrying off their daughter over there? It's true. Why is there another gift-giving team here? Just as they were watching the show, someone noticed another gift-giving team on the other side of the street. Heh, there are quite a few gifts here. Look at this long line. Which family is this? They actually bumped into the Han family. Those who came to watch the show would never mind that things were getting out of hand. Since they had nothing to do, this group of melon-eating people chatted as they watched the show. It was extremely comfortable. It seems to be the Du family's carriage. Look, there are markings on it. Du family? That Du family? Could it be that Duke Kai's, Du Ruhui's, family is marrying off their daughter? Someone immediately laughed. Nonsense, since when did Minister Du have a daughter? The person next to him suddenly realized that he had misspoken. Chonghua Square's Du family's Du Yanheng is adding to his niece's dowry. 800,000 copper coins, 30 carts of silk, satin, gold, silver, and jade. At this moment, in front of the gift-giving team, a page boy walked forward while beating gongs and drums and shouting loudly. During the spring and autumn period, when the dukes married off their daughters, the officials had to send their daughters as concubines and dowry as dowry. Later on, when those big families married off their daughters, their relatives and friends would usually send gifts called adding to the dowry. Oh. So it's Chonghua Square's Du Joshing's family. I didn't expect the Du family to be the Han family's daughter's maternal uncle. Someone shouted in realization. There were also people who had never heard of the Du family. What Du Joshing? Why haven't I heard of this Du Yanheng before? Haha. You might not have heard of Du Yanheng, but you must have heard of Du Daoling, right? He is the famous master brewer of the previous dynasty, the true successor of wine sage, Du Kong. People call him Little Wine Sage. This Du Yanheng is Du Daoling's eldest son. Oh. So he is the son of Du Joshing. I know this. Their family's Joshing workshop used to be very famous. Ingzhou's Fu Shui, Wuqing Ruoxia, Hezhong Sang Luo, and Yuan Zhou's Ichuan Joshing workshop can all be brewed, and the taste is extremely pure. But since the Drunken Immortal restaurant launched the Immortal Drunken Wine, their wine is no longer good. What do you know? That's because after the death of Old Man Du, his two sons fought for the family property, and that's why the Joshing workshop declined. Didn't you see that only Du Yanheng came today? Even his younger brother Du Shaokuan didn't come. Oh. So their family doesn't get along? Bah. You two really have nothing better to do. What does it have to do with you whether their family is harmonious or not? The question now is, how did Du Yanheng become the Han family's daughter's maternal uncle? Someone scolded angrily. At this time, an old man in his 50s stroked his beard and said, "Oh, I know. It's said that 15 years ago, Old Man Du's youngest daughter, Du Shenyang, secretly agreed to marry an illegitimate son of a general. Old Man Du didn't agree to this marriage, but Du Shenyang threatened him with her life and wouldn't marry anyone else. Old Man Du was so angry that he wanted to expel Du Shenyang from the family. Fortunately, Old Lady Du couldn't bear to see her beloved daughter suffer and prepared a dowry for Du Shenyang to marry that poor boy. But since then, Old Man Du didn't recognize this daughter anymore. Ah. There's such a thing? Uncle Meng, can you tell us more about it? The Tangs also liked to gossip, and this kind of love affair was the favorite of the onlookers. Go, go, go. I've said what I need to say. What else is there to say? Uncle who? Why do I have an uncle? Iron Egg was born late, so how would he know about these old things? He looked at the convoy behind him and asked in confusion. Iron Egg, you do have an uncle. The one behind is your mother's elder brother, but they didn't interact much in the past. Cough, cough, it's a long story. You can ask your father when you get back. Hu Hanyan obviously knew the inside story, but it didn't seem right to talk about the love history of his parents in front of Iron Egg, so he could only give a vague answer. Then after my mother left, my sister and I depended on each other. Why didn't they come to visit us? Iron Egg wasn't muddle-headed. He hit the nail on the head and said with some displeasure. He remembered all the hardships he and his sister had suffered in the past. Hu Hanyan scratched his head and didn't know how to answer. You're Iron Egg, right? You can't say that. There's something else behind what happened back then. Just when Hu Hanyan was at a loss, a tall, muscular, bronze-skinned middle-aged man with distinct facial features walked out from the back of the convoy. Chapter 371. You are. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Iron Egg asked with a frown. If you are Iron Egg, then I am your uncle, Du Yanheng. The middle-aged man said with a kind smile. Iron Egg's face immediately showed displeasure. He snorted, I don't have an uncle. I only know that when I was young, my sister and I depended on each other for survival. We almost starved to death. Other than the people in the village, no other relatives were willing to help us. If my father didn't come back in time, my sister and I would have been long gone. Being scolded by a child like this, Du Yanheng's old face was somewhat embarrassed. But thinking that he came here today to acknowledge his family, not to quarrel and make enemies, he could only patiently explain, Tai Dan, back then, your grandfather strongly opposed the marriage between your mother and your father. He didn't even hesitate to sever their relationship as father and daughter in order to stop the marriage. However, your mother threatened him with her life. She insisted on marrying only your father. In the end, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. With your grandmother's help, your mother finally married your father. But since then, under your grandfather's insistence, the Du family no longer had any contact with your father and mother. Jianghu changed his name and went to live in the countryside with your mother. Later, your family moved several times. After your grandfather passed away, the Du family didn't even know where your father and mother lived. So, then why didn't my grandfather agree to my mother marrying my father? Iron Egg asked angrily. In his opinion, his father was a hero who had fought on the battlefield. The only person he had met so far who was stronger than his father was Li Zishuan. So when he heard that his father was disliked by the Du family, he was naturally very unhappy. When Du Yanheng heard his nephew's question, he couldn't help but have a headache. He thought to himself, why is it so difficult to deal with children nowadays? Is it because I haven't dealt with children for a long time, or is it because this child in front of me is too monstrous? Iron Egg, there are too many things involved in the past. I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk about it now. If you really want to know, you can ask your uncle after you send your sister's dowry, or you can go back and ask your father. Du Yanheng shook his head and said in a deep voice. Why can't you say it now? If you are really my uncle, then please explain everything clearly now. Otherwise, we don't want the dowry you added. When he asked Hu Hanyan earlier, Hu Hanyan wasn't willing to go into detail. Now that he asked Du Yanheng was also being secretive. Iron Egg couldn't help but ask impatiently. You? When had Du Yanheng ever been humiliated by a child like this? He was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Iron Egg and was about to explode. Cough, cough. Iron Egg, don't make a fuss. Your uncle is here to add to your elder sister's dowry. This is related to Miss Han's happiness for the rest of her life. Don't make a fuss and let others see you as a joke. Let's send the dowry as usual first and talk about other things in private later. When Hu Hanyan saw that his nephew and uncle were about to start fighting, he hurriedly tugged at Bruiser and said earnestly, don't worry about it. Although old Hu was careless, he spoke with a sense of propriety at critical moments. He knew that Iron Egg cared a lot about his elder sister, so he directly brought up Han Yushi and used this to persuade Iron Egg to look at the big picture and not make a fuss that would embarrass both of them. Sure enough, Iron Egg's stubborn face immediately loosened. After a while, he hesitated and said, "Then we will listen to Uncle Hu and go to Master's house to send the dowry first." After that, he cupped his hands at Du Yanheng and said coldly, "Thank you, Uncle, for sending my elder sister's dowry." "You're welcome." How could Du Yanheng, who had lived half his life, not see the perfunctory expression on Iron Egg's face? He waved his hand expressionlessly and then returned to the Du family's dowry team. Thus, the slowly moving dowry team finally returned to its normal speed and continued to drive towards Yongla Lane. Most of the onlookers had more or less figured out the background of the Du family, as well as the romantic affairs between Father Han and Du Shenyang back then. They couldn't help but feel satisfied, secretly thinking that today's trip wasn't in vain. Ha! This Han family is really lucky. More than 10 years ago, Han Tianhu married the Du family's daughter, and now his daughter is married to a young county founding man. This fortune is really amazing. Yes. This Han family's fortune is really heaven-defying. Io, look, another team has come. Don't tell me they are also here to send the Han family's young Miss dowry? The new team had more than 50 carriages and hundreds of gifts. It looked like there were more gifts than the Du family's previous gifts. It's from Du Qi's mansion. The leading carriage has a symbol on it. Someone with sharp eyes immediately recognized the words on the carriage and quickly shouted, "Hey! The leading carriage is also from Strange Interest Pavilion. Don't touch me, how generous. Aren't you talking nonsense? What kind of status does Du Qi have? How can he not get a carriage? The question is, what does Du Qi have to do with the Han family? I know this. Do you still remember the bandit suppression a few months ago? Duke of Yigua, Duke of Lugua, Duke of Wugua, Great General Niu, and 1,000 Yulin guards all filed out of Yenqing Gate at noon. In the evening, the army escorted several thousand bandits back in triumph. Many people saw it. I also saw it at that time, but what does this have to do with the Han family's young miss? Hey! It has a lot to do with it. Why don't you think about it? What kind of bandits can actually alarm the 3 dukes and the Yulin guards to take action at the same time? Yes. Generally, bandits can be eliminated by the county government. Why did they make such a big scene? Haha. It was said that at that time, those bandits kidnapped the adopted daughter of the Duke of Yi. The Duke of Yi was furious and wanted to go out of the city to suppress the bandits. How could His Majesty bear to let him take the risk alone? So he sent 1,000 Yulin guards to help. And this Han family's young miss is precisely Du Qi's adopted daughter. As if to confirm what he said, a manservant in front of the Qin family's caravan started to beat gongs and drums while shouting, "Du Qi's mansion has added 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, 5 shops, and 30 carts of silk, satin, gold, silver, and jade." Wow! This Han family's young miss actually has such a big background. Hiss. Du Qi's mansion actually added so much dowry. 4 million copper coins and 1,000 mu of fertile land. They are really willing to part with it. What does this mean? It means that Duke Yi really dotes on his adopted daughter, Han family's young miss. That's right. Who was just saying that the Han family's girl marrying into the Li family was climbing up the social ladder? In my opinion, these 2 families are well matched. Hey! I heard that the Han family's young miss is a famous peerless beauty in the villages outside the city. She is not inferior to those aristocratic families' young misses. Duke Li really has good luck with women. Hee hee. Duke Li is also handsome and suave. He looks like a talent. I think that not only are they well matched, they are also a golden boy and jade girl. A match made in heaven. Qin Huaiyu walked at the front of the Qin family's caravan and listened to the discussions around him. The corner of his mouth curved into an elegant arc. These people's analysis was correct. Due to Han Tianhu and Li Zishuan, his parents really doted on Han Yushi and almost treated her as their own. Ever since they recognized this daughter, his mother had personally gone to the Han family to visit Han Yushi more than once. This time, the Qin family had also spent a lot of money to add to the dowry. It was to give Han Yushi face and prevent others from saying that Han Yushi married Li Zixuan because the Han family was climbing up the social ladder. From the looks of it, the effect was pretty good. Chapter 372. Haha. Iron Egg. I'm not late, am I? Qin Huayu came to the front of the Han family's dowry team and smiled. Of course you're not late. Thank you, Brother Huayu, for coming personally to add to my sister's dowry. Han Yushi was Qin Xiong's adopted daughter and could be considered Qin Huayu's adopted sister. With this relationship and the fact that Iron Egg was sitting next to Qin Huayu in the mathematics school, they had a very good relationship. Therefore, when he saw Qin Huayu representing the Qin family to support his sister, Iron Egg was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. Haha. We're all family, no need to be polite, no need to be polite. Let's go and send the bride off together. Qin Huayu chuckled as he patted Bruiser's shoulder. Iron Egg nodded, and the two walked side by side. Du Yanheng saw this scene from behind, and his expression changed slightly. His eyes flashed, and then he quickly returned to normal. He continued to follow the Han family's team expressionlessly. After the Qin family's huge dowry team joined in, the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Just when everyone thought that today's excitement would end here, another small team came from the west side of the street. There were only about 20 carriages, and it looked about the same size as the Du family's dowry team. Why is there another team here? Are they also here to add to the dowry? Oh my god. One family after another, who exactly is that Miss Han? Which family is this? It doesn't look like there are many gifts. Just when everyone was puzzled, someone in front of the team shouted, Duke Wei's mansion is adding to the dowry of his grandniece, Han Yushi. 1,000,000 copper coins, 500 mu of fertile land, 15 carts of silk, satin, gold, silver, and jade. Pfft. How did Duke Wei become Miss Han's granduncle? Someone vomited blood after hearing this. Yes. I've never heard of it before. Strange things are happening one after another today. Amazing, this Han family probably has an extraordinary background. Uncle who, do I have a granduncle? Iron Egg was even more confused than the people around him. Today, he was supposed to deliver his sister's dowry. How did it suddenly become a family reunion? First, there was his uncle. Now, there was an even bigger granduncle. Bruiser had thought that he had become smarter after becoming Li Zixuan's disciple. But now, he felt that his brain wasn't enough to process everything. Hu Hanyan's old face darkened. He really didn't know about this matter. However, if he let the situation freeze at this time, not only would he offend Li Jing for no reason, but he would also make the marriage between the Han and Li families a joke. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said, Ahem, Iron Egg, you should go back and ask your father. Let's go and welcome them first. Duke Wei is a person of high status, so I don't think he would randomly claim kinship with your family. Let's not be impolite. After Hu Hanyan finished speaking, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, Old Hu, have been forging iron all my life and farming all my life, but I have never used my brain like today. I have to eat more pig's head for lunch to nourish my brain. Uncle Hu is right. Li. Uncle Li is a righteous person. He would definitely not claim kinship for no reason. The most important thing now is to bring the dowry to the Li residence first. We can talk about the other problems later in private. Although Qin Huayu didn't know why Li Jing became Iron Egg and Han Yushi's granduncle, he still felt that the bigger picture was more important. However, when he habitually called Li Jing Uncle Li, he felt a little awkward. He had just called Iron Egg brothers, and in the blink of an eye, he called Iron Egg's granduncle uncle. Why did it feel like their relationship was a little messy? Okay. Then we will listen to Uncle Hu and Brother Huayu. Iron Egg thought for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he nodded and agreed. The three of them quickly walked over to the group, and they saw a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. He looked to be in his 30s, and he was wearing a very ordinary white martial arts suit. Yo! Huayu is here too. The man looked at Qin Huayu and smiled. Brother Dekue? So you came here in person? Hee, what a coincidence. Qin Huayu exclaimed in surprise, then patted Iron Egg's shoulder and introduced, Iron Egg, this is Uncle Lee's eldest son, this is Iron Egg, right? I am your uncle. Today, I am here on your granduncle's orders to add to niece Yushi's dowry. Qin Huayu introduced halfway and didn't know how to continue. At this moment, Li Dijian laughed loudly and introduced himself to resolve Qin Huayu's awkwardness. Iron Egg stared at Li Dijian hesitantly for a long time. In the end, he couldn't call him uncle. Looks like your father didn't make it clear to you. But it's no wonder. Your father left home in a fit of anger, then changed his name and started his own family. He hid it from many people. If it weren't for the Du family coming today to add to your sister's dowry, my father would still be in the dark. Li Dijian saw the hesitation in Iron Egg's eyes. He laughed and took the initiative to explain, but now is not the time to talk about this. Let's not talk about the truth first. Iron Egg, I am already 30 years old. It's not a loss for you to call me uncle, right? Li Jing was 57 years old this year, and his eldest son was 30 years old. It seemed that Li Dijian's words were very reasonable. Li Jing suddenly became a grandfather. In this era where young men and women generally got married at the age of 14 or 15, it was barely acceptable. Ahem. Iron Egg, hurry. Hu Hanyun pulled Iron Egg's arm and urged in a low voice. Uncle, thank you for adding to my sister's dowry. Iron Egg saw that Li Dijian's words were sincere and approachable. He didn't have the arrogance of a son of a high-ranking official. Besides, Li Jing was the Minister of War and a first-rank duke. There was no reason for his son to come all the way here to claim kinship with him, a poor country boy. After thinking it through, he cupped his hands and thanked Li Dijian. Haha. You're welcome, you're welcome. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare many gifts. Nephew, I hope you don't mind. Li Dijian patted the back of Iron Egg's head and laughed. Young Master Li, what are you talking about? The Han family is already very happy that you can come. Old Hu hurriedly said politely. Haha. Don't be so polite with each other here. Hurry up and go to Yongla Lane to send the dowry. The people there must be waiting anxiously. Qin Huayu laughed and waved his hand. Yes, yes, yes. We can't delay business. Let's go, let everyone follow. Let's go. Li Dijian came to his senses and hurriedly said. Thus, the four families formed a dowry delivery team and marched toward the Li residence in a mighty manner. The number of gifts and the luxurious lineup attracted the attention of countless people. It also made the entire Chang'an city boil. I didn't expect this. Duke Wei actually found out about Han Tianhu's true identity so quickly. Looks like today's trip wasn't in vain. Du Yanheng, who was at the back of the team, looked at Li Dijian in front of him and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Chapter 373. Rewind time to an hour ago. Punang Fang, Duke Wei's mansion. Master, are you reading again? A young woman suddenly appeared at the door of the study. She was graceful and looked to be in her 20s. She was wearing an archery uniform and thin boots. Her sleeves were tied to her arms. She looked valiant and formidable. What's the matter, Chu Chen? Li Jing was pondering over some details in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. After hearing this familiar voice that had accompanied him for almost half of his life, he quickly put down the military book, rubbed his temples, and said weakly. Chu Chen, Zhang Chu Chen, this beautiful young woman was actually Li Jing's first wife, the famous Hong Fu Nu. However, Li Jing was already 57 years old this year. Even if Hong Fu Nu was not 50 years old, she should at least be 40 years old, right? But looking at her face and the way she was dressed, she looked exactly like a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old yet. Also, Li Jing did not address Hong Fu Nu as Madam, but directly called her Chu Chen. The relationship between this old couple was indeed quite strange. Hee hee. Master reads military books at home every day. How boring. It's better to read Datong daily. With her hands behind her back, Hong Fu Nu skipped to the desk like a sunshine girl. She took out a Datong daily from her sleeve and said with a smile. Cough cough, no wonder it was said in history that Hong Fu Nu was still young even though she was 80 years old. Now, it seemed that it was true. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like to face a woman in her 40s or 50s who smiled faintly like a young girl. In any case, Li Jing seemed to have a strong immunity to this devilish girl's laughter. He glanced at the Datong daily on the desk expressionlessly. His lips moved, and he wanted to say something but stopped. Master still doesn't like reading this newspaper? Then why don't we go to the backyard and have a spar? Obviously, Li Jing must have rejected her more than once before. When Hong Fu Nu saw the expression on Li Jing's face, she immediately knew the answer, so she pouted and said angrily. Cough cough. Chu Chen, this newspaper only talks about some old and rotten things. It's not as interesting as the art of war. This old man is indeed not interested in this. Li Jing's face darkened as he spat out blood. Only Hong Fu Nu would dare to make the Tang Empire's war god put down his military book and read Datong daily. Hee hee. Since you don't like reading newspapers, then how about I tell you the story of the founder of Datong daily? Hong Fu Nu tugged at Li Jing's arm and blinked. She smiled mischievously. Hee hee, Chu Chen is talking about Li Zishuan, right? This old man knows quite a lot about him. He's a promising young man. Li Jing shook her head and chuckled. Humph. Of course not. Master, I'm sure you've never heard of what I'm about to say. This is something new that Chu Chen encountered at the entrance of the East Market. Hong Fu grunted delicately and spoke with slight displeasure. Cough cough, then Chu Chen, quickly tell me. This old man is all ears. Li Jing retreated in defeat. Hee hee. Previously, when I was at the East Market, I saw Li Zishuan's fiancé's family. They came to Cheng and to send dowry. That's a big show. Just the copper coins alone are worth 20 million. Oh. I've heard that Li Zishuan is getting married soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Hee hee, that's not what I'm about to say. Master, guess who followed behind to add dowry? This. I only know that Li Zishuan's fiancé's surname is Han, and her name is Yushi. As for their family's relatives in Chang'an, I'm not sure. Haha. That's what I'm saying. Master, you've never heard of these things. Hong Fu's daughter laughed happily. Then, she moved a stool from the side and excitedly began to explain to Li Jing, today, when the Han family's team entered the city, Du Yanheng of Chonghua Square's Du family personally led a team of dowry enhancers to follow them. He said that it was for his niece. Niece? How is the Du family related to the Han family's girl? I heard from the people around that Han Yushi's mother is the little wine sage Du Daoling's daughter, Du Shenyang. Moreover, Du Daoling didn't agree to this marriage at first. Du Shenyang threatened him with her life before finally marrying Han Tianhu. Back then, this matter caused an uproar in Chang'an City. Master, didn't you hear about it at that time? Hong Fiona played with the hair in front of her chest as she told Li Jing the news she heard. Du Daoling. Du Shenyang. Wait. Li Jing felt that these two names were somewhat familiar. He frowned seriously and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, didn't Du Shenyang marry Han Tianlin back then? Could Han Yushi's father be? No, no. Master, you guessed wrong. Han Yushi's father is called Han Tianhu, not Han Tianlin. Hong Fiona waved her hand and said with a look of superiority. Han Tianhu? Ha. That's definitely right. Han Yushi's father must be Han Tianlin. Li Jing said with certainty. Master, is it really the Han family's little Linzi? Hong Fionu rolled her eyes and suddenly asked excitedly. Yes, it's most likely. In order to live a leisurely life, this kid really concealed his identity and hid it from everyone. Li Jing recalled the past with a look of nostalgia. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, Quick! Chu Chen, quickly instruct all the servants in the residence to immediately prepare dozens of carriages of gifts. Go and add to the Han family's girls' dowry now. Oh. Yes, yes, yes. If it's really little Linzi, then isn't Han Yushi your grandniece? We really should go and add to the dowry. Hong Fionu reacted and said happily. Li Jing was speechless. Isn't she also your grandniece? Humph. Of course not. I'm still so young. I don't want to be someone else's grandaunt. Master, you should be it yourself. Hong Fionu snorted and was about to leave. When Li Jing heard that, his face was filled with black lines. Was this something a grandmother should say? Sigh. Oh right, master. If we want to catch up to the Han family's team, we have to hurry. But this way, we won't have time to prepare many things. What should we do? Hong Fiona had just walked to the door when she came to her senses and turned around to ask. Hee hee. It's fine. Even if we don't bring anything and only send some people to support the Han family, little Linzi will be very happy. Li Jing stroked his beard and said calmly. Yes, yes. That's true. Then, I'll personally send the Han family's girls' dowry. Hong Fionu said eagerly. Nonsense. Just let De Jian go. What will you look like if you go? Li Jing said unhappily. Throughout history, which grandaunt personally went to send dowry to her grandniece? Humph. Why can't I go? Am I unpresentable? Hong Fionu said angrily with her hands on her hips, revealing her shrewish and unreasonable side. You. The veins on Li Jing's forehead were throbbing. He wanted to be angry but didn't dare to. After a pause, he could only swallow his anger and coax her nicely. Cough, cough, Chuchen, I definitely didn't mean that. Then, what do you mean? You see, you let De Jian send the dowry. We can practice martial arts in the backyard. I haven't tested your martial arts skills in a long time. Oh. So that's the case. Master, please wait a moment. I'll let De Jian bring people to send the dowry. Then, we'll spar. Hong Fionu smiled and ran out immediately. Chapter 374. Li Zixuan, who had been woken up early in the morning and tidied up neatly, was ordered by his father to stay at home and wait for the Han family's makeup team to arrive. After waiting for a long time, Li Zixuan lay down comfortably on the recliner and went back to sleep. Li Zixuan, who was wandering in his sleep, naturally didn't know about the wave of family reunion that was happening on the streets of Cheng and city. He also didn't know that today's makeup team would be so huge that it would stun everyone. Hey! Old master, why isn't the makeup team here yet? Could it be that something went wrong on the way? Madame Li was anxiously pacing back and forth in the front yard, looking at the gate from time to time. However, after waiting for a long time and not seeing the makeup team, she finally couldn't help but ask. Haha. Madam, don't be anxious. What could happen to the emperor? They will definitely be here soon. Besides, didn't Madam just send Sanbao out to scout for news? There should be news soon. Li Jingma was also a little anxious, but he forced himself to calm down and comforted her. Humph. Still talking about it. Didn't our daughter-in-law get kidnapped outside Cheng and city last time? Fortunately, Xian went there in time and nothing happened. Madame Li rolled her eyes and said unhappily. Ahem, wasn't that an accident? Besides, weren't those bandits already surrounded by the imperial army? Madam, don't worry about it. Li Jingma's face darkened, and he said in a muffled voice. I'm worried about it. Madame Li immediately jumped up as if someone had stepped on her tail. If I don't worry about my daughter-in-law, who will? One of you is sleeping soundly in the hall, and the other is drinking tea leisurely here. In the end, it's me who's worrying for nothing. All right, with such an unreasonable wife, old Master Li could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He smiled and said, ahem, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Madam, please don't be angry, they're here, they're here. Old Master, Madam, the makeup team from the Han family is here. So long, so long, so long. Just as the old couple was about to quarrel, Sanbao ran in and shouted while gasping for breath. You're here? He's here? Where is it? What's so long? Madame Li immediately forgot about her earlier emotions. She quickly glanced at the door and asked Sanbao. Madam, they are almost at the entrance of the workshop. Sanbao ran faster, so she came back first. The makeup line is so long, and there are so many people around to watch the fun. Sanbao took a deep breath and bowed. Haha. Good, good, good. Old Master, our in-laws have also given us face. I didn't send so many betrothal gifts in vain. When Madame Li heard this, she was overjoyed. She thought that Han Tianhu had only sent back most of the betrothal gifts. She was already very satisfied with that. After all, the Li family had given her a lot of betrothal gifts. She only needed to send back a part of it, and it was already very ostentatious. It could be considered giving face to the Li family. Which mother wouldn't want her son's wedding to be lively? Haha. Of course. Tianhu isn't someone who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. He might have even supplemented the betrothal gifts from other places. The Han family's foundation is thin, but Tianhu's character is unquestionable. This marriage is going well. Old Man Li stood up and said with a smile. Yes, yes. Shao He, go and wake young master up and wipe his face. Why are you in such a daze on such a joyous day? Madame Li was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She turned her head and ordered Shao He. Yes. Madam. Thinking of her young master, Shao Shi covered her mouth and smiled. She ran to the main hall to wake the lazy pig up. In just a short while, there were sounds of drums and gongs outside the door. Then, they saw Iron Egg, Hu Hanyun, Qin Huayu, and Li Dijian, who were wearing joyful clothes, striding into the residence first. Grand Master, Iron Egg is here to send my sister's makeup. Iron Egg smiled and bowed to Li Jingma and Madame Li. Good, good, good. Good child, go in and rest. Iron Egg was very obedient in the Li family and was deeply loved by the two elders. At this time, Madame Li lovingly touched the back of Iron Egg's head and said softly. The Han family presents their daughter's dowry 20 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, 3 plates of coral pearls, golden amber pearls, beeswax pearls, and agarwood pearls, 4 pieces of green jade, 4 pieces of white jade, 2 pieces of crystal, 2 pieces of gold amber, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of ivory, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of ivory, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn. Sanbao and Ah Fu took turns to sing the gifts at the door. Butler Wang Zhong leaned over the red square table that had been set up earlier and quickly recorded everything down. As he recorded, his forehead started to sweat uncontrollably. There seemed to be an endless supply of gifts. He couldn't finish recording them no matter how hard he tried. Madame Li listened for a while and felt that something was wrong. She had never seen many of these things before. Most of the dowry from the Han family should be self-prepared. She couldn't help but look at Li Jingma and ask, Master, isn't this too much? Yes, it is indeed more than what we sent over. Isn't this Han Tianhu too honest? For the sake of his daughter's reputation, where did he get so much wealth? Yo! It looks like there's still a long line behind. This? Li Jingma looked out of the courtyard and was instantly stunned. There were close to 200 ox carts and 400 to 500 gifts. The procession of gifts stretched for several hundred meters. Looking around, it was either gifts or people. The usually spacious Yongla lane suddenly became crowded. All the residents in the lane were alarmed and came to see what was going on. This led to more people delivering gifts and even more people coming to see what was going on. Hee hee. Old Master Li, Madam Li, Du Yanheng from the Du family in Chonghua Lane is here to send dowry for his niece. These are just some small gifts to show my respect. While Old Master Li was dumbfounded, Du Yanheng went forward and cupped his hands with a smile. Ah. You are Han Yushi's uncle? Li Jingma asked in surprise. Yes, Yushi's mother is my biological sister. Because of my father, the two families might have been at odds. Today, I know that Yushi is getting married, so I came here specially to add dowry for my niece. I see. Hee hee, you are a guest. Brother Du, please come in. Li Jingma looked at the silent iron egg beside him, and his eyes flashed. He knew that there must be something hidden in this, but he knew that now wasn't the time to delve into it, so he smiled calmly. Hee hee, thank you. Du Yanheng heaved a sigh of relief and walked in. The Du family in Chonghua Lane is sending dowry for my niece 800,000 copper coins. Sen Bao then sang the Du family's gift list. Uncle Li, Auntie Li, Huayu is here today to add dowry for my adopted sister on behalf of my parents. Thank you, thank you. This was an old acquaintance. When Li Jingma and Mrs. Li heard that the Qin family also came to send dowry for Han Yushi, their faces glowed even brighter. They quickly invited Qin Huayu to the side to chat enthusiastically. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan was also cleaned up by Xiao He, so the two brothers stood at the side and chatted about family matters. The Duke of Yi's mansion is sending dowry for his adopted daughter 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, a pair of pure gold buttons inlaid with jewels, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, 4 pairs of pearls, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix with pearls, and 1 golden hairpin with longevity fruit in the mouth of a pair of phoenixes. When it was time to read the Qin family's gift list, the quick-witted San Bao immediately raised her voice to the maximum. The onlookers outside all heard it clearly, and there was an uproar. Countless exclamations sounded from the crowd. Wow! So the bride is the adopted daughter of the Duke of Yi. Oh my God! The Qin family is here to add dowry. It's not a loss for the Li family's eldest son to marry into this family. It's more than not a loss. It's a huge profit. Did you hear how much dowry the Qin family added? 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land. What the heck? Is the Duke of Yi marrying off his adopted daughter at this time? Or is he marrying off his own daughter? That's right. Such a thick dowry means that Miss Han's status in the Qin family is also very high. Hearing the discussions outside, the corners of Madame Li's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a very elegant arc. She was now very satisfied with this marriage. Cough cough. Li. Master Li, Madam Li, I am Li Dijian. Under the orders of my father and mother, I specially came today to send my niece Yushi's dowry. Li Dijian, who was on the side, originally wanted to follow Qin Huayu and call Li Jingma and Madam Li uncle and aunt. However, when he remembered that Han Yushi was his niece, he felt that it wasn't right to call them by seniority. However, if he called Li Jingma brother Li as a peer, he was afraid that Qin Huayu would be embarrassed. After thinking about it, he could only call him that. Chapter 375. First, an uncle popped up, and then another uncle popped up. Li Jingma's mind couldn't help but become a little confused. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the Han family manor, and it wasn't that he didn't know about the Han family's situation, but he had never heard of Han Yushi having such relatives. Also, why did the name Li Dijian sound so familiar? Uncle Li, Dijian is Duke Wei's eldest son. Qin Huayu saw Li Jingma's confused face and explained softly. Buzz. Li Jing, it was actually Li Jing's son. Li Jingma's mind was buzzing from this news. In terms of prestige among the people, Li Jing's reputation was definitely greater than Qin Xiong's. That was the Tang Empire's military god. the Tang Empire's military god who had won every battle. If Du Yanheng came over to deliver the dowry, he might have the intention of using Han Yushi's relationship with the Li family. Then, there was only one possibility for Li Jing to send his son over to acknowledge the family. Han Yushi was definitely Li Jing's grandniece. Li Jing, who was in a high position and had great prestige, wouldn't randomly come over to claim kinship just because of Li Zishuan's current achievements. Sorry for the disrespect. Thank you for your concern, Duke Wei. Dijian, please come in. Almost instantly, Li Jingma understood the crux of the matter. He was a little overwhelmed by the favor and quickly thanked him. As for why Li Jing became Han Yushi's granduncle, that was the Han family's own family matter. It wasn't convenient for him to ask too much. Haha. Old Master Li is too polite. Li Dijian smiled honestly and returned the greeting. Ah. This. Li Zishuan, who was standing beside Qin Huayu, was dumbfounded. Li Jing was also present when he was treating Qin Xiong's illness at the Qin Manor. At that time, he even called Li Jing Uncle Li. In just a few short months, he had just married a wife. Why was he suddenly a generation lower than him? This was a little too big of a loss. He had to go back and ask Han Yushi properly. The majestic procession of gifts entered the Li residence at a very slow speed. All kinds of gifts were piled up like a mountain, and the front courtyard could not fit them all. In the end, some of the gifts were piled up in the west courtyard. Old Man Li saw that he was short of manpower, so he hurriedly sent for 3 accountants and 8 workers from the shop to sort out the gifts before noon. As for the storage of these gifts, they could only wait until noon. There were many gifts, but there were even more people who came. There were close to 200 people who came to deliver the dowry for the Han family. The other 3 families brought more than 300 people together. With so many people, it was impossible to let them come all the way here for nothing. At the very least, they should take care of lunch. Lunch for over 500 people was definitely not something the Li residence's own kitchen could handle. Although Li Jingma didn't expect so many people to come today, he was already prepared. The Drunken Immortal restaurant's kitchen had all been called over in advance. Today, the Drunken Immortal restaurant's business would definitely be down, but the Li family didn't care about that. Therefore, these 500-plus ordinary people were very lucky today. They didn't spend a single cent and enjoyed a feast personally prepared by the Drunken Immortal restaurant's kitchen. There were 30 big tables in the front courtyard of the Li residence, 20 big tables in the open space in front of the Li residence, and 2 tables in the main hall to entertain the important people who came today. When it was time to eat, the fragrance spread for 10 miles. The entire Yongla Lane was filled with the fragrance of the Li residence's banquet. TSK. Old Master Li is really generous. It's so fragrant. Is this chicken nibbled on? I didn't expect it. I can actually eat this expensive chicken today. I didn't come for nothing. Oh my god. This wine is so fragrant. It's a little. Bah. Big Dog Wang, you really don't know how to be content. Do you know what wine this is? This is the Drunken Immortal restaurant's Gentle Village. It's 2 strings of money per liter. It's already very rare for us to have a pot on each table. You better cherish it. Ha. So this is the Gentle Village. I've never drunk it before. I have to taste it today. TSK. Big Dog Wang, you bastard, leave some for us. That's right. The people who came to deliver the makeup today ate and drank to their heart's content in the Li residence. The passers-by saw the commotion inside and smelled the fragrance inside. They couldn't help but stop and discuss in low voices. Their envy was obvious. Wow. The Li residence's extravagance today is really grand. They set up so many tables for the banquet? Hey, you didn't see the extravagance of the makeup delivery this morning, right? That's called a grand occasion. Chang'an City hasn't had such a grand ceremony for many years. Haha. After smelling the fragrance for so long, I don't even need to eat lunch. The Li family's chef's skills are really good. What do you know? Old Master Li specially asked the Drunken Immortal restaurant's chef to come over today to prepare the banquet. Didn't you see that the Drunken Immortal restaurant is closed today? Ah. The Li family is really going all out today. Hee hee. Why didn't old Master Han ask me to deliver the makeup? Even if I have to work for a day, it's worth it to be able to eat this meal. Mother. I'm hungry. A little girl by the roadside twitched her nose and said to the madam beside her. Nyo is hungry? Then mother will go back and make something delicious for you, okay? The madam bent down and rubbed her daughter's little head as she said softly. No. Nyo wants to eat their food. The little girl blinked and pointed at the Li residence's main door. This, Chonghua Square. Du Residence, Side Hall. Old Master. I heard that Big Brother still went to deliver the makeup to that girl. A woman in purple in her 30s said to the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. Humph. Big Brother is really selfish. Seeing that girl climb up the social ladder, he went over to suck up to her. What a disgrace to the Du family. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He slammed the table and said angrily, What did my father say when he was alive? Has he forgotten all about it? Besides, the Li family's Drunken Immortal and Gentle Village are said to be made by that girl. She has stolen a lot of business from our winery saint. That girl betrayed us and used the winemaking skills her mother taught her to deal with us. Big Brother actually went to deliver her makeup? How shameless. Old Master is right. That wild girl is really hateful. She caused our Du family to decline day by day. I didn't expect her to be able to hook up with a county man. She is really lucky. The woman in purple said viciously. Humph. If it was in the past, not to mention a county man, even if he was an earl, our Du family would not even put him in our eyes. Under the leadership of Du family, our Du family is really declining. But luckily, we are separated. I'd like to see how much benefit Big Brother can get from sucking up to that wild girl. The sinister man took a sip of tea and said with a sneer. Yes. Old Master is really wise. Our winery saint earned more than Big Brother's winery saint last month. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 376. Oh. The Du family in Chonghua Square and the pharmacist have sent people to deliver dowries to Miss Han. In the Sweet Du Hall, Li Er was eating the food that Empress Jiangsun had personally delivered while listening to Zhao Song's report on the interesting things that happened in Cheng and today. Yes, Your Majesty. The Du family is Miss Han's maternal uncle's family. As for Duke Wei, I heard that he is here to add to his grandniece's dowry. Zhao Song said respectfully. Your Majesty, how did Duke Wei have a grandniece so quickly? Why have I not heard of it before? Hearing this, Zhang Sun interrupted curiously and asked. I have not heard of it before either. I did not expect the small Han family to have connections with the pharmacist. Zhao Song, have you investigated the relationship? Li Er shook his head and asked Zhao Song with a frown. Your Majesty, if Miss Han's mother is indeed Du Dowling's biological daughter, then Han Tianhu is very likely to be the third son of Shouguang County Duke, Han Tianlin. I have read the Cheng and county records. 15 years ago, Han Tianlin could not stand the humiliation of the Han family's matriarch and boldly ran away from home. After that, he had an affair with Du Dowling's youngest daughter, Du Shenyang. The Du family did not agree to this marriage at first, but later, old Madame Du mediated and Han Tianlin was able to marry Du Shenyang. But since then, the Du family and Du Shenyang no longer had any contact. Han Tianlin and Du Shenyang concealed their identities and led a leisurely life. Zhao Song was clearly prepared for this and reported to Li Er seriously. Shouguang County Duke? Han Shitting? Is this really the case? Li Er was stunned. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that Han Tianhu was Han Shitting's son. This was really big news. Han Shitting was the eldest son of Han Qinhu of the Sui dynasty, and Li Jing's biological mother was Han Qinhu's youngest sister. Therefore, Han Shiding and Li Jing were cousins, and Han Tianhu had to call Li Jing uncle when he saw him. It's absolutely true. Your Majesty. Haha. Your Majesty, this is going to be interesting. Empress Zhongsun chuckled and continued the conversation. Previously, I heard that Duke Yi took in Han Yushi as his adopted daughter. This concubine thought that it should be to prevent that girl from being wronged because of her low status when she marries into the Li family. But now, that girl has the support of the Du family and Duke Wei. This marriage has truly become a well-matched match. Guanyin maid is right, haha. I never thought that the girl from the Han family would have such a background. Ha! Li Zishuan, that brat, really knows how to pick a wife. Li Er smiled maliciously. East Market, Strange Interest Pavilion. Now, it was a different scene. Give me 2, Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Hurry up, it wasn't easy for me to get in line. A man excitedly said to the clerk of the Strange Interest Pavilion. All right, please wait a moment. Sigh. Give me 10 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, It's only 300 copper coins per book, too cheap. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes laughed. The price of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary was indeed very cheap. It had a lot of pages, and according to the previous price, one might not even be able to get it for 7 or 8 strings of coins. Sorry. Dear customer, everyone in the Strange Interest Pavilion can only buy 3 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary today. One of the clerks hurriedly refused. What? There's such a thing? All right then, give me 3 copies. Outside the Strange Interest Pavilion, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone, line up properly, don't fight. Today, we have enough copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, so don't worry. It had been 2 hours since the market opened, but there was still a very long line in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion. There were scholars dressed in luxurious clothes, and there were also farmers dressed in coarse linen clothes. Due to the previous situation of the Strange Interest Pavilion, everyone in the line knew that there was a limited number of copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Thus, some of the people at the back of the line started to get restless. In order to maintain order, Sun Huayuan quickly calmed them down. Otherwise, there would be a large-scale riot. Shopkeeper Sun, you're not trying to trick us again, are you? Every time you say that you have enough copies in stock, it's always sold out in a short while. That's right. Your Strange Interest Pavilion is always unkind. I've already bought a membership card, but I still can't get anything. That's right. Shopkeeper Sun, don't try to trick us. As soon as Sun Huayuan finished speaking, a group of customers who had suffered from the hunger marketing policy of the Strange Interest Pavilion immediately voiced their doubts. It was not their fault. They had been cheated by the Strange Interest Pavilion too many times in the past. Some of the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion could not be used even if they bought a membership card. For example, the new horse carriage, Don't Touch Me. Purple members would still have to kneel if they came late. Which shop in Chang'an City would dare to do the same thing as the Strange Interest Pavilion? Fortunately, the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion were unique. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated by their competitors long ago. Sun Huayuan's old face reddened. He said awkwardly, everyone, I'm not lying at all. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work by our workshop's craftsmen, the supply of Datong daily today has reached 1,500 copies. Everyone present should be able to get one. Everyone was stunned at first. They could not believe their ears. Then, a wave of applause followed. Good. Good job, Shopkeeper Sun, 1,500 copies? Haha. Looks like I'll be able to get one for my eldest son today. Counting the people here, it should be my turn soon. Let's go to the restaurant next door to eat. That's right. The Strange Interest Pavilion has finally done something good. Let's go eat. Haha. Hearing that the Strange Interest Pavilion had 1,500 copies of Datong daily in stock this time, many people felt relieved. They looked at the time and saw that it was lunchtime. Therefore, a large number of people at the back of the line went to find a place to eat lunch. The huge crowd in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion was relieved. Sun Huayuan heard the discussions of some people and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, I heard that young master is planning to expand the workshop. Now, it seems like a wise decision. If the production can't keep up, no matter how good the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion are, they will be drowned by the saliva of these people. Young master, I've bought the dictionary of Tang Dynasty that you wanted. In a corner of the East Market, a black horse carriage was parked under a big willow tree, enjoying the cool shade of the tree. At this moment, a servant in gray clothes and a small hat came to the front of the horse carriage with a red cover of the dictionary of Tang Dynasty. He bowed respectfully to the person inside the carriage. Well done. Bring it over. A feminine male voice sounded from inside the carriage. Yes. Young master. The servant in gray lifted a corner of the curtain and carefully handed the dictionary of Tang Dynasty in his hands. The curtain moved slightly, and through the gap, a slender and fair hand could be seen taking the dictionary. The curtain closed, and the carriage fell into silence. The servant in gray stood motionless outside, waiting for orders. A moment later, a young man's urgent voice came from inside the carriage. Pan Rong, return to the residence immediately. Yes. The servant in gray didn't dare to say anything else and immediately drove the carriage away. Chapter 377. This lunch was dark and gloomy. The people who came to deliver the makeup had grease all over their mouths and were eating happily. There were 50 tables outside, and basically every table was completely implementing the CD policy. This made the stray dogs outside the Li residence, who were waiting to eat the leftovers after the meal, suffer. With such a big lineup today, they were destined to have no food to eat. Wow! Awesome, 2F** King awesome. N. The Li family's food is really F** King good. Fortunately, I came with the master today to deliver the makeup. Zhao Sifang, that little brat, wanted to change shifts with me when he came. Fortunately, I didn't change shifts. Haha. A servant who came with Du Yanheng to deliver the makeup said proudly while rubbing his swollen belly. Hey. De Zhuang, if you change shifts, won't you regret it for the rest of your life? Haha. That's the truth. Burp. Today is just to entertain us who deliver the makeup. Tomorrow is the official wedding banquet. I don't know how sumptuous the food and wine will be at that time. It's a pity that I'm not qualified to come and participate. Go. You should be satisfied. The meal we ate today is enough for many people to envy for a lifetime. Those who come to attend Lord Li's wedding ceremony tomorrow are all high officials and nobles. How can it be our turn? Haha. That's right. I'll be satisfied after this meal. The lively banquet lasted until 1:30 in the afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon. More than 500 people who delivered the makeup rubbed their swollen bellies and left one after another under the leadership of each family. Of course, many of the gifts on the ox carts didn't have time to be unloaded, so all the ox carts were left at the Li residence. They would be returned after the wedding. Anyway, there was the symbol of each family on it, so there was no need to be afraid of confusion. Besides, when the bride was fetching the bride tomorrow, they could be placed at the back of the convoy to add to the extravagance. The people who delivered the dowry had eaten their fill and returned home, each looking for their mothers. The people of the Li residence, on the other hand, were extremely busy. More than 10 servants were busy tidying up the tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, while the other 80 servants were busy helping to transport the dowry that had been sorted out in the morning to the Li residence's storeroom. This was a huge project. When Li Zishuan had just returned home a few months ago, he felt that there were too many maids and servants in the house. Now, it seemed that there was not enough manpower. No wonder it was often said in books that some rich and powerful families had more than 10,000 maids and servants. In this era, it was not exaggerated at all, because the business of the big families was even bigger. The current foundation of the Li family was still not comparable to those thousand-year-old families. Today, the amount of dowries sent by the Han, Li, Du, and Qin families was so much that it almost filled up the 2 courtyards of the Li residence. The Li residence was not a small residence. The entire area of the Li residence could be counted with one's fingers in the several nearby squares. Even so, the courtyard was still full. One could imagine how many gifts there were. If it was a small family, it was estimated that the house would not be able to hold it. The storeroom of the Li residence was in the backyard. It was an independent 3-story building. There were only some famous people's calligraphy and paintings, gold, silver, jade, and of course, a lot of copper coins. Li Zishuan had been here once, but never again, because he was not short of money to spend. Li Jingma personally went forward to open a simple and heavy copper lock, and then brought a few trusted servants in. The rest of the servants delivered all kinds of expensive gifts outside, and the servants inside were responsible for placing the gifts in appropriate places. In this way, the servants inside were actually the most tired, but none of them complained. Instead, they were all glowing and looked proud. The gifts that could be moved into the Li residence's storeroom were the more precious ones. For example, some of the cheaper furniture and decorations that took up more space could only be placed in the courtyard first, and even had to be piled up. As for the rice, wheat, and meat in the dowry, they had long been arranged to be placed in the Li residence's granary or sent to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. According to Li Zishuan's previous plan, he had originally planned to buy a large amount of food during this autumn harvest to deal with the locust plague next year. But now, it seemed that when the time came, perhaps only half of the planned amount would be needed, because half of the granary at home was filled with food. These are all Yushi's dowry. You can't use them without permission in the future, do you understand? Madame Li stayed inside for a while before coming out. As a woman, she couldn't help much inside. Li Zishuan was also bored inside, so he slipped out with his mother. Knowing that her son was deliberately playing tricks, Madame Li smiled and didn't want to expose him. She looked at the mountain of dowry outside, thought for a while, and then earnestly instructed her son. A woman's dowry in ancient times was usually the private property of the woman, especially at this time. According to the law, a woman's dowry was protected by the law. When a woman married into her husband's family, her dowry wouldn't become the family's public property, but still belonged to her private property. Not only could the parents-in-law not take it, even the husband couldn't take it. If the woman was divorced, then the dowry could be taken away. If the woman passed away, then the dowry would belong to her children. If she didn't have children, then most of the dowry would go to the mother's family, and the husband would get half of it at most. This still depended on negotiation, and it was also where disputes over property often happened. Therefore, the rights of women in the Tang dynasty were still very high, and they were protected by the government. It wasn't like the Ming and Qing dynasties, where women were completely dependent on men. They followed the father at home, the husband after marriage, and the son after the husband's death. The women of this time also had their own property rights, which was unimaginable in the future. Mother. I know, so don't worry. I don't care about that little bit of money. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. He was an awesome transmigrator, so no matter what, he wouldn't fall to the point where he had to rely on his wife's dowry to survive. If that was really the case, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Hee hee. My son is promising. Madame Li looked at her son's smug face and couldn't help but smile lovingly. Haha. Isn't that because I was born good? Glib tongue. Alright, go ahead and be naughty. I'll go and see if there are any oversights. Nothing must go wrong at tomorrow's wedding. Madame Li covered her mouth and smiled, tapping her son's forehead in annoyance. After such a long time of family reunion, she felt that she was getting happier every day. The only flaw was that she hadn't fulfilled her wish of having a house full of children and grandchildren. However, that was soon, so she felt full of motivation when she did things now. Thank you for your hard work, mother. Li Zishuan said sincerely. People said that having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. This was really true. If it weren't for the two elders, he wouldn't have been able to handle this wedding alone. He didn't even know the most basic wedding procedures, and who knew how much trouble he would have caused. Chapter 378. After leaving the backyard, Li Zishuan started to get busy with his own matters. He couldn't rely on his parents for everything, so he had to help out where he could. Tomorrow was the big day of the wedding. He had his own plans and arrangements to give Han Yushi a grand and special wedding. First, it had to be ostentatious and imposing. He couldn't just let the Han family have 10 miles of wedding procession today and the Li family have a few ox carts to escort the bride tomorrow. Li Zishuan had already prepared for this. Currently, the Li family had 25 of the new, "Don't Touch Me" carriages. Just this alone made them unique in the entire Tang dynasty. In addition, Li Zishuan had temporarily kept 35 carriages from the workshop, so they had 60 carriages in total. Also, he could borrow the few carriages he gave to Li Tai and Qing Chimo to make up the numbers temporarily. Together with the 3 carriages sent by the Han family today, they had about 70 "Don't Touch Me" carriages in total. That's awesome. It was equivalent to using 70 Maseratis to escort the bride in modern times. Who could be so rich? He transferred over 20 people from his father's side. Li Zishuan arranged for 5 of them to borrow the carriages and 1 to inform Faubert to send the new carriages over. The rest were arranged to prepare materials for decorating the carriages, such as red ribbons, red silk flowers, and so on. San Bao, come here. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a good idea. Young master. Are you looking for me? San Bao, go to the workshop now and tell Ma Zhou that tomorrow. Do you understand? Young master, San Bao will go now. With that, San Bao ran out like a wisp of smoke. Gi Lane. Meng residence. Brother, how do I pronounce this? In the main hall, Yaya was holding a dictionary of the Great Tang and learning pinyin from her brother. She leaned over the table and pointed at a letter. It was worth mentioning that after Li Tai's persuasion that day, Meng Wenhao had already made a decision in his heart. As soon as he got home, he told his mother about his intention to transfer schools. At that time, Mother Meng almost subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she saw her son's determined expression, her heart softened. In the end, she didn't say anything. She just sighed and went to cook. Meng Wenhao couldn't understand his mother's intentions, and his heart sank. However, when he thought of what Li Tai had said and the countless surprises brought by Li Zishuan after he entered the school, he gritted his teeth and decided to stick to his original intention. Therefore, from that day on, Meng Wenhao didn't go to the school anymore and started his field vacation in advance. For the past few days, he had been helping some shop owners to settle the accounts outside to earn some pocket money. Today, because the Dictionary of the Great Tang was on sale for the first time, he thought of buying a copy for his little sister to learn how to read. As a student of the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao certainly knew the benefits of pinyin. He didn't need to listen to other people's superfluous propaganda. Pronounce this letter, G. Come, Yaya, pronounce it with your brother, G. Hearing his little sister's question, Meng Wenhao looked at the direction she was pointing at and taught patiently. Ji, is that right? Brother? Yes, Yaya is so smart. Meng Wenhao rubbed Yaya's head and smiled. How, come here. Mother has something to say to you. At this moment, Mother Meng walked in and said to Meng Wenhao after taking a look at the situation in the room. Okay, Mother, I'll be right there. How, do you know what day it is tomorrow? In the side hall, Mother Meng looked at her son and asked softly. Tomorrow? Hearing this, Meng Wenhao frowned and thought for a while. He really couldn't think of what day it was tomorrow. He couldn't help but wonder, Mother, I can't think of what day it is tomorrow. Please tell me, Mother. How, is muddle-headed. Mother Meng frowned and said seriously, How, didn't you see the big wedding ceremony in Chang'an City today? Tomorrow is your husband's wedding ceremony. How can you not remember? Ah. So mother is talking about this? Meng Wenhao scratched his head gloomily. At first, he thought his mother was asking about what important day it was tomorrow. You said earlier that you wanted to follow Li Xianji to the Yanhuang Academy. I'm not well educated, and I don't understand the principles behind it. But since this is your decision after careful consideration, I'll support you. Mother Meng sighed, turned around, and continued, besides, Li Xianji is very kind and intelligent. Whatever he does, he won't harm his own student. I believe in my own judgment. You should prepare to go to Yanhuang College. What? Mother, you agree? Meng Wenhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. I agree. You started from the county school and got promoted to the Imperial College 2 years ago. Mother and your father have seen you overcome obstacles and get promoted step by step, but the road to becoming an official is still uncertain. Even if you continue to overcome obstacles and get promoted to the Imperial College, you still have to go through countless examinations. With Li Xianji's knowledge, it might be a very good way for you to follow him. This is the path you chose, and mother supports you. I believe your father will also support you. Mother Meng looked at her son with bright eyes and told him the result she had thought about for a few days. Thank you, mother. I won't disappoint mother's expectations and will succeed soon. Meng Wenhao, who was a little dispirited before, suddenly became energetic and said excitedly. Although he had already made up his mind to stick to his dream regardless of whether his family agreed or not, if he could get his mother's approval, it was naturally the best and most perfect result. When mother and son work together, their sharpness can cut through metal. Haha. Silly child. As long as you and Yaya don't have to worry about food and clothing in the future and are healthy, mother will be satisfied. Mother Meng chuckled and continued, Li Xiannan is a great benefactor to our family. Whether it is teaching you or saving your father's life, these are all things that we can never repay in our lifetime. You mustn't forget your benefactor. This is Li Xiannan's wedding. As his disciple, no matter what, you have to personally go and greet him and express your sincerity. Here's 2 strings of money. Take it and go to the East Market to buy some congratulatory gifts. Don't be too shabby. Tomorrow, you can go to the Li Mansion to congratulate your master on his wedding. Mother Meng took out 2 strings of money and handed it over. Before Father Meng went out to sea, Boss Feng had given the Meng family a large sum of money to settle down. Therefore, the Meng family could still afford this money. Mother, no need. I recently worked as an accountant for a grain store and earned a lot of money. I don't need you to give me money. Chapter 379. What? No way. Absolutely not. Workshop, Datong Daily Editorial Department. A thin, silver-haired old man in purple slammed the table and said angrily, the Tang Dynasty Daily has become the face of our Tang Dynasty. How can we treat the content of the paper as a child's play? Absolutely not. Even if County Magistrate Li is here, I can't agree. Junior Supervisor Yu, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. When the censorate was established by His Majesty, its purpose was to monitor the unreasonable content in Datong Daily. The scope of the censorate's authority was clearly defined. As long as it didn't involve party politics or maliciously smear the reputation of the court, it would be approved without any reason. When Ma Zhou heard this, he was not afraid of the old man's imposing aura at all. He immediately stood up and retorted, the 2 requests that Lord Zhu has made today do not involve any political strife or maliciously smear the reputation of the imperial court. Junior Eunuch Yu has no right to reject them. Junior Supervisor Yu. That purple-clothed old man was none other than the head of the interrogation department of the Tang Daily that Li Qingxian had single-handedly established, Junior Supervisor Yu Shinan. Yu Shinan was good at calligraphy. During the Qin dynasty, he served as Minister of Justice Chao and Minister of Xiang. After entering the Sui dynasty, he became an official secretary. After the fall of the Sui dynasty, he was appointed by Dou Jianda as assistant minister of the Yellow Gate. After Li Er killed Dou Jianda, he appointed Yu Shinan as minister of the Qin Palace, secretary of the Secretariat, and scholar of the Hongwen Academy. He was one of the 18 scholars, with Fang Xianling and others. In the 8th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er ascended the throne and Yu Shinan was promoted to minister and scholar of the Hongwen Academy. This year, Yu Shinan was already 69 years old, so he submitted a petition to resign. Li Er refused and promoted him to the crown prince's right concubine's son. Yu Shinan refused and was promoted to junior supervisor. This year, Li Zishuan's Datong daily came out of nowhere and stirred up a storm. It made some people in the court nervous. The 70-year-old Yu Shinan was once again appointed to the censorate as an army supervisor. Old Yu's enthusiasm for his work would make him a model worker in modern times. He really lived his life for work and for the world. You brat, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Hearing Ma Zhou's seemingly reasonable but completely fallacious arguments, Yu Shinan's old face flushed red as he scolded angrily. If Junior Eunuch Yu doesn't agree, then we can only vote. Scholars present, if you agree with Lord Ju's temporary arrangement, please vote. If you don't pass, then I can only ask His Majesty to make a judgment. Ma Zhou shook his head and looked at the rest of the people in the field. Today, it was the first time the original staff of Datong Daily had clashed with the newly established interrogation division. There were 5 scholars in the Inquisition division. When there was a disagreement, they could vote on their own. The minority had to obey the majority, so it could be considered quite democratic. Junior Supervisor Yu, what Steward Ma said is reasonable. Although Li Xiannan's temporary arrangement is somewhat absurd, it is not against the rules. Furthermore, in view of the fact that tomorrow is Li Xiannan's big day, this arrangement is understandable. There is no need to bring this small matter to Her Majesty, right? That's why I agree. An old man who was about the same age as Yu Shinan spoke up. This person was called Su Shizhang. He was also one of the 18 scholars in the Hongwen Library. His reputation was not much lower than Yu Shinan's, and he was currently the interrogation division's physician. Physician Su's words are reasonable. I agree as well. I agree as well. I agree as well. The rest of the people expressed their agreement. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's side was in the right. Even if they did not agree, it would be useless. Instead, it would cause a lot of trouble in the future. After all, the editorial department had the right to supervise the interrogation division. Using the country's national weapon for personal use, what nonsense. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Yu Shinan angrily snorted and left in a huff. Hey, Lord Ju. 35 new carriages are all here for you. In the evening, Pang Feiji led the huge fleet of carriages to the Li residence. Coincidentally, he met Li Zishuan in the front yard, who was instructing the servants. Pang Feiji hurriedly threw down the reins in his hand and walked up to him with a smile. Oh. Not bad, not bad. You came at the right time. San Bao, bring a group of people to decorate these carriages. Hang all of them with red ribbons and red silk flowers. After the 35 carriages squeezed into the residence, the front yard immediately became crowded. As far as the eye could see, there were carriages everywhere. Li Zishuan looked around and ordered. Okay. Young master. Sanbao responded and went to bring people to work. Cough. Lord Ju. Why don't I go and help too? Anyway, these brothers have nothing to do. Brother Chicken saw that they were the only ones who had nothing to do and hurriedly tried to curry favor with him. This guy had long integrated himself into the Li group. If it wasn't for Yuqi Jingda calling him back to the Wuhou government for a meeting every once in a while, this guy would have probably forgotten that he was a Wuhou. There was no other reason. It was just that ever since he followed Li Zishuan, his life had been too comfortable. Ha! That's great. Airplane, if you guys have nothing to do now, stay and help. There will be plenty of good wine and food tonight. When Li Zishuan heard this, his eyes lit up. He was still lacking manpower. He didn't expect that someone would send him a pillow when he was about to doze off. He used to call Pang Feiji Pang Siggy, but Pang Feiji felt that it was too distant, so he strongly requested Li Zishuan to call him Feiji. In the end, Li Zishuan called him Airplane. Anyway, outsiders wouldn't be able to tell that there was anything wrong with it. Hee hee. Lord Ju, the brothers below are waiting for you to say that. Pang Feiji chuckled and turned to order. Did you all hear that? Go and help. Haha. Yes, boss. The 30 over people brought by Brother Chicken responded excitedly and went to find Sanbao to get work. The news of the Li family spending a few thousand strings of coins to host a banquet to entertain the makeup team had long spread. They were lucky enough to have a meal here, so how could they not be willing? All he did was contribute a little bit of strength. Airplane, don't go first. I have something to talk to you about. When Li Zishuan saw that Brother Chicken had rolled up his sleeves and was about to go to work, he couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. If this guy was in the modern world, he could be considered the director of a local police station. Why was he acting like a henchman now? Ah. Okay, Lord Ju, please give me your orders. It's like this, how many people do you have under you now? Li Zishuan brought Brother Chicken to the main hall and asked. The workshop and strange culture together have a total of 100 brothers. Lord Ju, do you feel that you don't have enough manpower? Then I'll go and call them all over now. No need, no need. There's no need for that today. Seeing that Brother Chicken was ready to run at any time, Li Zishuan quickly said. Chapter 380. It's like this. Airplane, go to the right Marquis household and ask Uncle Yuchi if you can bring your Marquis subordinates with me to the Han family manor to escort the bride tomorrow. Li Zishuan slowly told Pang Feiji his purpose. The extravagance of the wedding procession was not only reflected in the procession, but also the size of the procession. Today, there were already 200 people from the Han family who were sending the dowry. In addition to the procession from the other families, there were more than 500 people. If his procession tomorrow was less than this number, wouldn't it be embarrassing? There were only about 100 people in the Li residence, and not everyone could go. It couldn't be better if Pang Feiji's team of Marquis were to join. Wedding? Haha. This is good. When Pang Feiji heard Li Zishuan's plan, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was treating him as his confidant. He quickly said, Lord Ju, you don't have to look for General Yuchi for this matter. When I was sent to Chitsu culture, General Yuchi personally told me that my 100 brothers are at your disposal. Li Zishuan shook his head and insisted, no. It's better to go and report, so that people won't talk about it. You can go now. If Uncle Yuchi agrees, you can bring your people here tomorrow morning. Remember to make them clean up before you come, don't embarrass me. Okay. Lord Ju, don't worry. I will order them to bathe today. Then I will go and look for General Yuchi now. Pang Feiji laughed and said. Okay, go. After a while, Qing Yao Jin and Qin Xiong, the two military bosses, actually came together. Li Zishuan quickly went to welcome them. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, why are the two of you here? After welcoming the two bosses to the main hall to serve tea, Li Zishuan smiled and asked. Haha. Today, the whole Chang and city is talking about the Han family's dowry. You're famous now. Bah. You don't know anything, why serve tea? Bring the wine. There was no need to guess. To be able to say such shameless words, it must be none other than Qing Yao Jin. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He waved his hand and hurriedly asked the servant to bring a pot of wine. Haha. Little Xian. This old man didn't expect that there would be so many people giving Yushi her dowry today. What's more, I didn't expect Tianhu to be the son of Shouguang County Magistrate. Back then, the Han family was also a prestigious family. So, this marriage is really well matched. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said with a rueful smile. Who is Shouguang County Magistrate? Oh, right, Duke Wei's family also came to send makeup today. They even said that Yushi was his grandniece. This kid was still confused. Can Uncle Qin dispel my doubts? Li Zishuan said gloomily. The feeling of being drunk while everyone else was awake made him very unhappy. Haha. We just received this news. The apothecary is right. Han Yushi is indeed his grandniece. Back then, the sister of Han Qinhu, the pillar of the previous dynasty, was the apothecary's biological mother. And Han Tianhu is Han Qinhu's grandson, Han Tianlin. This kid has been hiding his identity all these years and has filled all of us. Han Qinhu's original name is Han Qinbao. Tianhu was originally Han Shiding and a common woman's illegitimate son. Back then, the Han family let Han Shiding take Tianhu's biological mother as his concubine to prevent the family scandal from spreading. Tianhu then became Han Shiding's third son. However, the Han family's matriarch, Lu, was jealous. Within a year, she persecuted Tianhu's biological mother and killed her. Tianhu was alone in the Han family and suffered abuse. 15 years ago, which was the 8th year of the Dai dynasty, Tianhu was discovered to be secretly learning the family's martial arts. Lu wanted to join forces with the family elders and use this as an excuse to kick him out of the family. Tianhu had a feeling and ran away from home that night. He concealed his identity and wandered around the pugilistic world. In the same year, Tianhu and the Du family's young miss, Du Shinyang, the youngest daughter of little wine sage Du Daoling, had feelings for each other and secretly pledged to marry. The Du family was the imperial winemaker and had a strong reputation. Of course, they wouldn't agree to this marriage. However, Du Shinyang had a strong personality and threatened to kill herself. In the end, old Madame Du's heart softened. She prepared a small dowry and quietly married Du Shinyang to Han Tianhu. The following year, in the 9th year of the Dai dynasty, Han Shiding followed Duke Chu, Yang Xiangan, to rebel and force Luoyang. In the end, Yang Xiangan was defeated and committed suicide. Han Shiding was also captured. His wife and children were all imprisoned. The Han family also completely declined. Therefore, when Tianhu ran away from home that year, it could be said that he avoided being implicated in this unexpected disaster. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped. In his previous life, he had read many versions of the legend of the Sui and Tang heroes. Naturally, he knew that Han Qinhu and the Han clan were an extremely powerful existence in the Sui dynasty. He had thought that Han Lijing was just an honest and hard-working farmer. Who would have thought that he was actually from one of the top military families of his time? Moreover, Han Lijing seemed to be very charming. As a descendant of a general's family, he was able to hook up with the Du family's young miss. Li Zishuan couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Han Lijing. He was really a role model for his generation. Haha. How is it? Kid? Do you think you've picked up a treasure? You're marrying Han Qinhu's great-granddaughter. TSK. When Xing Yaojin saw Li Zishuan's shocked expression, he couldn't help but smile mischievously. Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? Regardless of whether Yushi is from an ordinary family, or the daughter of a noble family, I treat her with sincerity. The concept of a well-matched family doesn't exist for me. Li Zishuan said seriously. He didn't marry Han Yushi because he coveted anything from the Han family. No matter if Han Yushi's identity was noble or ordinary, she would only have one identity after marrying into the Li family, and that was his wife. Sour, you're really sour. When Xing Yaojin heard that, he exaggeratedly waved his hand in front of his nose to get rid of the air. Qin Xiong couldn't help but say, Ahem, Jijia, why don't you act like an elder at all? I think that Xiao Xian is right. You're a good kid. I'm not worried about Yushi marrying you, haha. After chatting with the two big shots for a while, Li Zishuan finally understood why they were here. It turned out that they were here to pick up the bride tomorrow and support him. The Qin and Qing manors had a total of nearly 400 servants. Tomorrow, Qin Xiong and Xing Yaojin would bring these people to accompany Li Zishuan to the Han family manor to escort the bride. In old Cheng's words, with so many people from the bride's family coming today to deliver her dowry, if there were fewer people going to escort the bride tomorrow, wouldn't that be a loss of face? After understanding the purpose of these two people's visit, Li Zixuan was very touched. He bowed to them and then personally sent the two big shots out. Qing Yaojin was all smiles and carefree on the surface, but he really treated him as a nephew. Whenever Li Zixuan encountered something, Qing Yaojin would always be the first to jump out to support him. As for Qin Xiong, after this marriage, the Qin family and the Li family would be even closer. Chapter 381. Young master, it's time to get up. Li Zixuan was excited for a long time last night when he thought about how he was going to marry a wife today. He only fell asleep late at night. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, when he was sleeping soundly, Xiaoxi came to wake him up. Okay. Time to get up. Li Zixuan knew that he could not stay in bed today no matter what. He rubbed his eyes and jumped up. Then, he stretched out his hands and let the two maids help him put on his clothes. He was already used to the decadent feudal life of a rich man. If there was no one to serve him now, he probably would not even know how to wear clothes. Young master, you have to wear this new set of clothes today. It will be more troublesome to wear it. Please wait patiently. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she took a red round neck robe from the side. There was a belt around the waist and a loose robe on the outside. It was imitating the style of an official's robe. Ordinary people did not have the right to wear clothes of this color and style. However, when it was a wedding, the imperial court allowed the commoners to wear the same clothes as the officials. The bride was also allowed to wear a phoenix coronet. The wedding ceremony of the Zhou dynasty advocated decorum and solemnity. It was different from the wedding ceremony of the later generations. The color of the wedding dress followed the xuanfu system. The groom wore a noble's hat and a xuanduan ceremonial robe. He wore a black robe, a white silk robe, and a red robe, or shoes, on his feet. The wedding dress of the Tang dynasty was a combination of the solemnity and holiness of the previous times and the warm celebration of the later generations. Usually, the men's clothes were crimson and the women's clothes were green. However, there were also many bridal dresses that were crimson. Young master, this wedding dress was designed by Madame a month ago. It was made of the best fabric and the best tailor in Chang'an city was hired. The embroidery on it was made by Madame herself recently. Xiao he said in a crisp voice as she tidied Li Zixuan's collar on her tiptoes. Li Zixuan looked at the exquisite patterns on the clothes. It was as if he could see his mother doing embroidery every night under the candlelight. A warm feeling rose in his heart. In terms of the patterns and colors of the wedding dress, the Tang dynasty inherited the styles of the Zhou dynasty, the Warring States period, and the Wei and Jin period. They combined the delicate and exquisite designs of the Zhou dynasty, the grand and expansive designs of the Warring States period, the lively and concise designs of the Han dynasty, and the light and changeable styles of the Wei and Jin period. On this basis, they became more luxurious and creative, causing the art of clothing and patterns to reach the peak of history. The patterns in the Tang wedding dress did not completely follow the traditional patterns of the past. They boldly used realistic patterns such as flowers, plants, and other patterns. The patterns of the wedding dress were the most representative ones. They reflected the luxurious elegance of the Tang dynasty and implied that the marriage would last for a long time. Moreover, this style of wedding dress pattern had been influential for nearly 1,000 years. Even in the 21st century, some Chinese wedding dresses were often seen with such patterns. Dressing up, fixing the crown, putting on the clothes, and putting on the shoes took almost an hour. It had to be said that the bridegroom's attire was really troublesome to put on. Wow! Young master looks so good in this bridegroom's attire. Xiao he took 2 steps back and exclaimed with her eyes wide open. The little girl's eyes were almost shining with stars. He's really handsome. Xiao she also exclaimed with a face full of infatuation. Haha. Your young master, am handsome to begin with. Li Zixuan said proudly. He just looked at the bronze mirror and realized that the effect of the clothes was really good. In fact, at the beginning, he instinctively resisted wearing this kind of bright red clothes. He did not expect that after wearing it, the effect would be so good. Perhaps the tailor's skills were too good. Li Zixuan expressed that the cloth, the style, and the embroidery, even if it was in the modern era, it would definitely be top-notch. Hee. Young master is really shameless. Just after breakfast, Pang Feiji led 100 martial marquises to the Li residence. Li Zixuan glanced at them and secretly nodded. He thought that Pang Feiji was quite reliable when doing things. These people were all wearing tight clothes and tidied up neatly. It was obvious that they had all taken a bath yesterday. At the very least, their hair was not as shiny as before. Li Zixuan was very satisfied. He did not ask for these people to smell good. He only asked that they did not stink. After chatting with Pang Feiji for a while, Li Zixuan directed them to start pulling out the 70 new horse carriages and more than 200 ox carts. Yesterday, the servants of the Li residence had decorated all the carts. They were all tied with red silk and red silk flowers, looking very festive. After half an hour, the carriages of the Li residence were all lined up. At the front was the horse carriage that Li Zixuan usually rode. It was also the first new horse carriage that was born in this world. What was different from the other horse carriages was that the compartment of this horse carriage was installed with thick metal plates. It looked sturdier and heavier. In addition, as "Don't Touch Me No. 1, this horse carriage itself had a very important commemorative meaning. 270 carriages. It was just a number, but when it was placed in front of you, you would know how shocking it was. The long streets of Yongla Lane were almost completely filled. The huge carriages could not be seen at a glance. The residents of Yongla Lane who were already awakened by the commotion all ran out to watch the show. Wow! Such a big show. What is the Li family doing? Is it a wedding? Of course it's a wedding. This wedding procession is so big. Yes, this old man has lived for more than 70 years, and I've never seen such a grand wedding procession. They're so particular. Yes, they have face. The Li family is very particular about their face. You can't say that. It's mainly because the Han family sent a grand wedding procession yesterday. The bride's side has already made such a big show. If the Li family's side doesn't make a big show of it, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Besides, if they don't make a big show of it, how can they suppress the bride in the future? That's right, she's the adopted daughter of Duke Yi, the grandniece of Duke Wei. Li Zixuan was outside organizing the carriages. Old Man Li and Madam Li were also very busy in the courtyard. They were calling the servants to prepare the banquet. The bride was going to be picked up at dusk today, and the guests started to come in the morning. According to Li Jingma's idea, his son's wedding must be a grand affair. Holding a banquet that lasted for 3 days would take at least 500 to 600 tables and cost nearly 10,000 strings of coins. This scale was comparable to the wedding banquets of some 1,000-year-old families. Haha. Little Xian, I, old Cheng, am here. Come out quickly and let your Uncle Cheng see what today's groom looks like. With a rough laugh, Cheng Yaojin rode his horse and came to the front of the Li residence. Wow! Not bad, not bad. Kid, your appearance is not bad. You're only a little worse than I, old Cheng, when I was young, ha ha ha. Cheng Yaojin got off his horse and looked at Li Zixuan carefully for a while. Suddenly, he laughed shamelessly. Chapter 382. That madman Cheng is really shameless. He doesn't have any respect for his elders. Just as Li Zixuan was about to raise his head and spit at old Cheng's salted soda water, Yuqi Jingda patted his horse to kill and verbally attacked Demon King Cheng, helping Li Zixuan vent his anger. You're the shameless one. You look like a charcoal ball, and you're so stupid. Old Cheng wasn't afraid at all. He moved his lips and retorted. Ha! Madman Cheng, do you want to fight? These wicked words made Yuqi Jingda so angry that his hair stood on end. These two people were really enemies in his previous life. As soon as they met, they would fight. Li Zixuan's head hurt when he saw them. Let's fight. Who's afraid of you? Cough, cough. Can't the two of you stop? Don't you know what day it is today? Stop fooling around. Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda rode over from behind and said seriously. Uncle Qin, Uncle Niu, Uncle Yuchi, you're all here? Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. In this world, only Qin Xiong, Li Er, and a few others could restrain Xing Yaojin. Xiao Xian, today is your wedding. Of course, we old fellows have to come. Xu Bao and Ji Jia want to send you to the wedding. How can I, old Niu, and your uncle Yuchi be missing? Niu Jinda got off his horse and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder as he laughed. Thank you, uncles. Li Zishuan thanked them sincerely. He had never thought of troubling these two military big shots to help, but now that they had taken the initiative to come, Li Zishuan was extremely grateful. He had to repay this favor in the future. The few of them chatted in front of the mansion for a while. At this time, the sun was already halfway up the sky. The auspicious hour has arrived. The convoy is setting off. Li Zishuan asked for the opinions of a few old generals and roared in a loud voice. Let's go. Crackle, crackle. With the sound of firecrackers, the huge convoy began to move out. Li Zishuan rode a tall horse and walked at the front. Today, no one would compete with him for the limelight. Not long after, the carriages left Yongla Lane. The Qin, Cheng, Niu, and Yuchi families' carriages were all waiting outside Yongla Lane, because if they all went in, Yongla Lane would probably explode. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he came out to take a look, he was really shocked. The four families had brought a total of 700 to 800 people and more than 200 carriages. Although these carriages weren't as luxurious as the new carriages, they were still very shocking when placed together. Little Xian, you look so energetic today. Yes, yes. He's indeed handsome. The group outside Yongla Lane was personally led by Qing Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, and Qin Huayu. When they saw Li Zishuan come out, the three of them hurriedly went up to greet him. Chimo, Huayu, Baolin, thank you for coming to help me today. Li Zishuan chuckled and cupped his fists. Little Xian, you're treating me like an outsider. We're brothers, let's not be so formal. Just drink a few more cups with your big brother today. Qing Chimo patted his chest and laughed. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at Qin Xiong. Uncle Qin, why are there so many carriages? Qin Xiong laughed and said, Our families aren't as capable as you to get so many new carriages. These 230 carriages were all rented from a few carriage companies in Chang'an. Li Zishuan nodded and cupped his hands. I'm sorry to have let you guys spend so much money. Of course, he couldn't say that he was returning the money. This was a debt of gratitude, and it couldn't be repaid with money. Li Zishuan was sure that if he dared to say, I'll pay for the rental of the carriages, Qing Yaojin's hammer would fall on him immediately. It's okay, it's okay. Let's go to the Han family village quickly. Qin Xiong nodded with satisfaction and laughed. The 5 families gathered together, and there were more than 300 carriages. Behind them were more than 200 ox carts, and there were close to 1,000 people accompanying them. The ox and horses neighed, and the crowd was noisy. Those who didn't know would think that they were about to start a rebellion. East of Chang'an City. Chunming Gate. Yesterday, the Han family's wedding procession had entered through Chunming Gate. Many people guessed that the Li family's wedding procession would also leave through Chunming Gate. Therefore, many of the Chang'an residents who had seen the drama yesterday did not have anything to do today. They deliberately came to the street near Chunming Gate early to wait. How many people do you think the Li family's wedding procession will be today? There should be at least 300 of them. Yes. Without 300, they won't be able to bring out so many people. Yesterday, the Han family's wedding procession had more than 200 people. At this time, a young man in green came running from the west. He laughed and said, let me tell you something. I just came from Yongla Lane. How is it? How many people did the Li family send? I don't know. Yongla Lane is full. There are people and carriages everywhere. There are many people outside Yongla Lane. 3 Grand Dukes and a County Duke are there too. Oh my, 3 Grand Dukes. Wow, it sounds like the procession is much bigger than yesterday. Today is going to be interesting. Looks like it's going to be more lively today. I'll go buy some pine nuts. I can't miss this show today. Li Zishuan knew that his wedding procession would attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be so eye-catching. Not long after the 5 families merged and left Yongla Lane, they saw countless onlookers on both sides of the road. Some people even brought their whole families along. Oh my God! Why are there so many new carriages? Oh my, how many are there? Let me count. I think there are 50 to 60 of them. 70. I've counted. There are 70 in total. Don't touch me. Wow. 70. How much is that? Someone is willing to pay more than 2,000 strings of cash for each carriage. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that these carriages alone can be sold for more than 100,000 strings of cash? The Li family is really rich. Everyone's focus was still on the 70 very eye-catching, don't touch me, carriages in front of the procession. It couldn't be helped. After all, this thing was the hottest in Chang'an recently. Chao Wendong was in a corner of the crowd. When he saw the 70 don't touch me carriages, he was instantly hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. Back then, Sun Huayuan said that the workshop left a few in stock for Li Zishuan's wedding. At that time, he believed him. In the end, you're telling me that there's only a few in stock. This is a total of 70 new carriages. Even if the Li family had more than one carriage, there should be at least dozens of them in stock from the workshop, right? What's worse was that the people around him were talking about how he spent more than 2,000 strings of cash to buy a carriage that day. This hurt Chao Wendong a second time. However, when he thought that he might be able to use this incident to show his face in front of Li Zishuan in the future, he felt a little better. Chapter 383. Wow! Li Xiannan is so handsome today. Yes, yes. He's so handsome. If Li Xiannan can bring so many carriages to my house to fetch me, I will definitely marry him. Bah, you slut, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you think Li Xiannan will like you? Humph. If he wants to like someone, he will like me first. You're the slut. You're the ugly one. Li Xiannan. Li Xiannan, I want to marry you. Li Zishuan was riding on his horse when he suddenly saw a group of beautiful young ladies in gorgeous clothes gathered in the crowd at the entrance of the East Market. They were excitedly calling out his name. Io, isn't that Miss Yen, the courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower in Peace Lane? It's so hard to see him normally. Without spending a few thousand, you can't even see him. If you want to listen to his song, you have to spend another few thousand. Who would have thought that he would come here today to fetch Xiao Xian? Brother, you're still the most charming one. Haha. Ching Chimo pointed at a beautiful woman in green and winked at Li Zishuan as he said with a smirk. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, from what Chonyo said, it seems like he often goes to that 100 Flowers Tower, right? I'll have to talk to Uncle Ching later. Hey, hey. Xiao Xian, we're brothers. You can't do this. Ching Chimo said hurriedly as he glanced behind him guiltily. As the son of an official, visiting prostitutes was not a big deal. However, as parents, no one would want their children to spend all their time in brothels. Therefore, even when Ching Chimo visited brothels, he did it secretly behind his parents' backs. Haha. Chonyo, Xiao Xian is just joking with you. Can't you tell? But you should try not to go to such places in the future. Qin Huayu joked. It was rare for him to be so playful. Ha ha ha. Look, they're here. The Li family's bridegroom is here. On the streets near the Spring Bright Gate, someone saw a huge fleet of carriages slowly approaching from afar and exclaimed excitedly. Wow! It's really here. There are so many people. Yo! The groom is so handsome. No, look at all the new carriages. Oh my god. How much would that cost? The Li family is so generous. Wow. The three dukes really came together. This Li Xianji is really amazing to be able to invite so many dukes. Li Zishuan did not disappoint the crowd who had been waiting for a long time. The grand display made many people cry out in surprise, expressing all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Humph. Isn't she just a peasant girl? This Li Zishuan is still causing such a big commotion. How stupid. East Market, in a private room on the 4th floor of Yinshi Restaurant. A stunning lady was looking out the window in the direction of Li Zishuan's bridegroom's procession. The lady was about 14 or 15 years old. She was wearing a lake green long dress. Her perfect facial features were so exquisite that they looked like they were carved by humans. Her eyebrows were arched, her nose was arched, and her cherry lips were bright red. She looked at the grand fleet of carriages and snorted unhappily. However, no one noticed that an imperceptible trace of jealousy flashed across her eyes. Hee hee. Ning Er, you said it yourself. Han Yushi is just a peasant girl. Why do you have to be angry with her? This Li Zishuan is just lucky. So what if he has some spare cash? Can his Li family compare to our Chui family? Ha! A man in white came behind the lady and said nonchalantly while waving his folding fan. Second brother, you can't say that. Li Zishuan's achievements today are definitely not due to luck. Ning Er feels that this person is very powerful and smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so much wealth and such a high status in such a short period of time. The green-clothed girl shook her head and opened her red lips in disagreement. Oh. From what little sister said, you seem to know this Li Zishuan very well. Could it be? The man in white suddenly stood in front of the lady and stared into her eyes. Ah. Stupid second brother, how can you make such a joke? The girl was so embarrassed that she jumped up and punched the man in the chest. She snorted and refused to let go. Shoo! At this moment, two groups of soldiers and horses, totaling more than 200 people, rushed over. The commoners at the city gate began to discuss spiritedly. Wow! Two more groups of people came. What are they doing? I-oh. They seem to be the imperial guards of the East Palace. Oh my god, is His Highness the Crown Prince here? It can't be, right? How can this Li Xianqing invite the Crown Prince? Shoo! Don't say any more. It's really the Crown Prince. The other group is brought by His Highness King Wei. Oh. This is a big scene. Oh my god. It's really the Crown Prince and King Wei. Silence. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai arrived on their horses, the surrounding commoners, who had been discussing animatedly, immediately quieted down and bowed towards the two of them. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. They were here to watch a big show, but they didn't expect to see such a big show. The Crown Prince and the Emperor's most beloved prince actually left the palace together to accompany a county boy to fetch his bride. If this was told to others, they would think it was a fairy tale. However, it happened right in front of their eyes. It was unbelievable. Li Zishuan himself was also taken aback. This was completely out of his expectations. Greetings, Your Highness, King Wei. Everyone was bowing. Of course, he couldn't make an exception at this time. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to pick on him. It didn't matter how they joked around in private, but in front of others, he still had to show the proper etiquette. Li Zishuan didn't want to bring trouble to his family because of this. Besides, in the Tang dynasty, there was no need to kneel. They only had to bow and cup their hands. Li Zishuan could easily get over this hurdle in his heart. If he had transmigrated to the Qing dynasty, he would have thought of ways to rebel. No modern person liked to kneel to others. Everyone, there's no need for such formalities. I'm just out for an inspection today. Li Qingxian raised his hand and gestured for everyone to dispense with the formalities. Then, he and Li Tai walked quickly to Li Zishuan and smiled. Xiao Xian. Today is your big day. Qing Ke and I are here to join in the fun. You don't mind, right? Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. As long as your highness and all of you don't mind, of course, I don't mind. Haha. Don't worry, Xiao Xian. Before Big Brother and I came, we already reported it to father and mother. It's fine, it's fine. Li Tai jumped off his horse and laughed. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched. He felt the ground tremble just now. He looked worriedly at the horse that little fatty had just ridden over. He frowned and said seriously, Qing Ke, where did you buy this horse? It can actually carry you. How about you buy me 10 horses later? Chapter 384. F***CK. Xiao Xian, how dare you scold me in such a roundabout way? I'm going to kill you. Li Tai was stunned for a while before he realized that Li Zishuan was calling him fat. He was furious and was about to attack. However, with his body size, it was harder than reaching the heavens for him to be as still as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. Before he could reach Li Zishuan's side, Li Zishuan had already leaped onto his horse in a flash and rode off with his whip raised. Let's go. Li Zishuan's last words echoed in the air. Haha. Qing Ke, where did you buy your horses? Give me 10 of them too, ahaha. Giddy up. Cheng Chimo imitated Li Zishuan's tone and said that. Before Li Tai could get angry, he slapped his horse's butt and followed after Li Zishuan. Cheng Chimo. You bastard. Li Tai stomped his feet and wanted to get on his horse as well. However, he was too heavy, and it would take a lot of effort to overcome Earth's gravity. Wu Chundao, hurry up and help me onto the horse. Li Tai looked at one of the guards he brought along and said angrily. Oh. Yes, Your Highness Prince Wei. The black-faced guard hurried over and helped Li Tai get on his horse. Everyone held back their laughter and didn't dare to make a sound. Li Qingxian shook his head speechlessly and said, Let's go. To the Han family manor. It was only then that the bridal procession started moving again, leaving behind a crowd of confused onlookers. They didn't expect the high and mighty prince to be so amusing. Moreover, Li Zishuan seemed to have a very good relationship with the crown prince and King Wei. This made everyone so envious that they were about to go crazy. At the end of the day, this was still a feudal society. The royal family would always be supreme in the hearts of the people. Ugh! A man from Li County actually dares to joke around with the Prince of Wei? Do you think His Highness King of Wei got angry just now? He's definitely not really angry. Otherwise, the Prince of Wei would have already sent his guards to arrest Li Xiannan. Hiss. Your Highness Prince of Wei has such a good relationship with Li Xianji? That's not all. Didn't you see the Crown Prince smiling and watching from the side? This means that His Royal Highness isn't angry. It seems that Li Xiannan and His Royal Highness have a good relationship. TSK. Li Xianji is amazing. Everyone looked at each other, stunned and shocked. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Li Zishuan or the Li family. Big White was quite intelligent and had been to the Han family village many times. There was no need to worry that it would take the wrong path or step on something sharp and stab the horse's hooves. Thus, after exiting the city gates, Li Zishuan sat on the horse's back with his head in his hands. Looking at the long line of carriages behind him, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. A group of 1,200 people, 300 horse carriages, and more than 200 ox carts meandered along the narrow path for about 4 to 5 li. The passers-by on the road all looked sideways and were stunned by this huge group. What the heck? Whose family are they going to fetch the bride? There are too many people. Look at this direction. They're going to the Han family village. Oh. I know, Li Xiannan is going to the Han family village to fetch the bride. Yesterday, the Han family went to the city to deliver the bride's dowry. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh. That girl from the Han family is so lucky. Look at this extravagance. This old man has lived for so many years, but I have never seen such a grand wedding ceremony. Ha! Who said it wasn't? Look at the Han family village a few years ago. Ever since Lord Li took over the village, not only did he reduce the rent, but he also let the Han family village's villagers harvest fruits to exchange for money. Later on, he provided free chicken seedlings and the like. Now, almost every family in the Han family village can afford to eat meat. Our village can't compare to them. Yeah. Now that Lord Li has married the daughter of Han family village, the Han family village's life will definitely get better and better. Sigh. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for not having a beautiful girl like Miss Han. Otherwise, Lord Li would have become our son-in-law. Ha! That's true. I can't be envious. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Zishuan's lips curled up slightly. The vanity in his heart was greatly satisfied. In the modern era, he was just a poor loser who had just graduated from school. Although he had a girlfriend, he did not have the money to buy a house or a car. He also did not have the money to hold a grand wedding for her. He did not expect that by chance, he would come to the ancient era and become a rich second-generation heir. He would soon have a beautiful wife and even hold a grand wedding that would shock the entire capital. Life was really like a dream, unpredictable and unpredictable. However, at this moment, Li Zishuan suddenly missed his girlfriend from his previous life. After all, that was the memory of 5 years of love. Even after more than 1,000 years, it was not easy to let go. The reason he did not think about it usually was because he did not recall the past. That feeling was buried in the deepest part of his heart forever. What's wrong? Xiao Xian, looking at your expression, you don't seem happy. Unknowingly, Li Tai drove the big black horse and caught up. He saw Li Zishuan's listless eyes and expressionless face. He did not look like a man who was about to get married. He could not help but ask curiously. Cough. No. I was just thinking, Qingke, why did you and Gao Ming come here today to join in the fun? You two have special identities, and every move you make represents the imperial court. Li Zishuan was good at lying. He had a serious look on his face as he tried to force Li Tai to lie. Li Tai wanted to curse, but he did not know if he should say it. He did not believe that Li Zishuan's thoughtful expression just now was because he was thinking about these boring things. What's wrong? Qingke, you don't believe me? I'm really curious why His Majesty asked you two to come with me to escort the bride. Tell me quickly. The highest level of Bulsh*Ting was Bulsh*Ting until you believed it yourself. Li Zishuan was currently in such a state. Originally, these excuses were all Bulsh*Ting, but now he was really curious as to why Li Heir would let these two brothers out of the palace. After all, to let two princes accompany a county man to escort the bride sounded very ridiculous. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, I'll believe you for now. Actually, my brother and I didn't use the excuse of escorting the bride for you at all. Oh? Then what is it? Qingke, did you and Gao Ming make up a lie to deceive His Majesty in order to escort the bride for me? That won't do. Why don't you go back to the palace now? Li Zishuan was shocked. He did not expect these two to be so bold. They were a little too excited. What are you thinking? My brother and I didn't come here to escort the bride for you. How is that deceiving His Majesty? Our main purpose today is to go to the plum village you mentioned earlier. To see if it's really suitable for building an academy. As for going to the Han village, it's just on the way. Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan with disdain and said lightly. He never expected Li Zishuan to be so narcissistic. He was really a narcissistic maniac. Chapter 385. Ugh. Seeing the disdainful look on the little fatty's face, Li Zishuan really wanted to throw a few punches and give him a blessing. But there were too many people around, so he could only think about it in his heart. I'm just passing by. Hee hee. I didn't expect you to be so wise, Qingke. Hee hee. Of course. Li Tai raised his head proudly and snorted. Yo. You're so arrogant just because I said you're fat. Why don't I give you another 10 questions, and you can see how many you can answer? Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and said maliciously. Li Tai was dumbfounded. He shook his head like a rattledrum and said, No, 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 it's not convenient to compete with this now. Let's talk about it when we get back. The little fatty was already traumatized by Li Zishuan's questions. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't accept this trap. That's right, to Li Tai, once Li Zishuan proposed to take the initiative to set questions, it was definitely a trap. There was no need to think about it. Haha. Qingke, there's something I forgot to tell you. Look, you've also learned Hanyu Pinyin. To me, the pronunciation of wise and mentally retarded are not too far apart. That's why when I say that someone is wise, it means something else. Haha. Big White, let's go. Hiya. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he took advantage of the fact that Li Tai hadn't reacted to support himself with one hand on the horse's back. He did a beautiful 180-degree turn in the air and returned to his sitting position with his head facing forward. The entire set of movements was as smooth as flowing water. It was completed in a single breath of time. By the time Li Tai reacted, Li Zishuan had already run far away. F***CK. I fell for your trick again. Xiao Xian, you're the retarded one. Li Tai roared and slapped his horses but, charging forward. Second brother, not only is Xiao Xian close to the crown prince, but he's also close to Prince Wei. What should we do in the future? Qing Yaojin pulled Qin Xiong and purposely hung at the back of the group. He looked around and hesitated for a while before whispering to Qin Xiong. There was one thing he didn't say, and that was his son, Qing Chumo. Under the influence of Li Zishuan, the line between him and Li Qingxian and Li Tai was becoming more and more blurred. One had to know that Qing Chumo had previously always carried out his instructions and kept a distance from all the princes. Jijia, I know what you're worried about, but this old man feels that it's still too early for you to worry about that. Previously, the crown prince and Wei Wang were like fire and water. But ever since Xiao Xian appeared, they were able to coexist peacefully. Just like today. This old man thinks that little Xian is that variable. I believe that the current crown prince will not become the hidden crown prince of the past. The king of Wei will not become the king of Qin of the past. The current emperor will not become the retired emperor of the past. Therefore, we should just wait and see. Who knows, our children and grandchildren might have their own children and grandchildren. Qin Xiong calmly controlled the warhorse beneath him and calmly analyzed. It was just that the words he said were a little too shocking. If it was spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was not for Qing Yaojin personally asking, Qin Xiong would definitely not say these words that came from the bottom of his heart. Second brother's words make sense. Then I, old Qing, will ignore them for now. Qing Yaojin rubbed his chin deliberately and nodded in agreement. That's how it should be. Besides, today is Xiao Xian's big day. It's really not appropriate to talk about this. Let's go and welcome the bride properly. It's not right to always fall behind. Giddy up. Qin Xiong patted the horse's butt and laughed. Hey. Second brother, wait for me. Han family, Han Yushi's boudoir. Han Yushi sat calmly in front of the dressing table's bronze mirror and let a group of maidservants dress her up. These maidservants came with Madame Qin early this morning. After all, she was equivalent to half of Han Yushi's mother. Her daughter was going to get married, so of course she had to be attentive. A woman took a cotton thread and twisted it around Han Yushi's face to remove the hair on her face. This was called twisting noodles. In ancient times, unmarried women didn't know how to twist noodles. Twisting noodles before marriage was also called opening noodles. After opening noodles, she was married and had to change her hair bun. Madame Qin was personally combing Han Yushi's hair. Of course, it wasn't a girl's hairstyle, but a bride's hairstyle. On the table at the side, there were all kinds of hairpins. 1 comb to the head, don't worry about wealth. 2 combs to the head, don't worry about sickness. 3 combs to the head, have more children and live longer. Then comb to the tail, raise the case to the eyebrows. 2 combs to the tail, fly side by side. 3 combs to the tail, tie the heart with the heart forever. There is a head and a tail, share wealth and honor in this life. Yushi. Although I'm not your biological mother, you can treat me as your biological mother in the future. Mother hopes that you and Xiao Xian will grow old together and raise the case to the eyebrows. Madame Qin said sadly as she combed her hair. Yes, thank you, mother. Yushi will definitely live well in the future. This long-lost motherly love made Han Yushi's eyes turn red. She suddenly thought of her deceased biological mother and said sadly. Sigh. That's good. That's good. Hee hee. Madame Qin wiped her tears and smiled happily. Then, she continued to help Han Yushi tie her hair. After tying her hair into a bun and putting on her new clothes, Han Yushi immediately looked like a fairy descending to the world, stunning everyone in the room. Sister Yushi, you're so beautiful today. Hong Ling, a girl from the same village who had once brewed wine with Han Yushi, stood at the side and looked at Han Yushi, who had combed her hair and was wearing a phoenix coronet and robe. She couldn't help but praise her infatuatedly. Yes, I'm going to dress up my most beautiful appearance today. A faint smile appeared on Han Yushi's lips as she said softly. Hee hee, if Lord Li saw you like this, he would definitely be mesmerized. Little girl, you're talking nonsense again. Han Yushi was embarrassed and said angrily. Hee hee. I'm telling the truth. I'm even mesmerized by you, Sister Yushi, let alone Lord Ju. Isn't that right, Ah Xiang? Hong Ling's eyes revealed admiration as she said with a smile. Yes. Hong Ling is right. Sister Yushi, you look really good today. Another girl from the same village, Ah Xiang, also echoed. All right. Hong Ling, Ah Xiang, don't flatter me anymore. When you put on your wedding clothes in the future, you'll definitely look better than me. Han Yushi couldn't bear the sugar-coated bullet's attack and quickly said. I'm afraid we don't have as good luck as you, Sister Yushi. A trace of loneliness and sadness flashed across Hong Ling's eyes as she thought so in her heart. Grandpa Han. Young Master's wedding convoy is here. We're about to enter the village. At the entrance of the village, Daniel ran over and cheered loudly. Slap. Stupid boy, you have to call him son-in-law in the future. Don't call him young master, do you hear me? What welcomed Daniel was not praise, nor was it a reward, but a big slap. An old man at the entrance of the village said resentfully. Haha. Uncle Han is right. Daniel, you didn't take the slap for nothing. You have to be careful in the future. Our Han family manor will be little girl Han's maiden home in the future. Lord Ju will be the son-in-law of our Han family manor. Everyone, do you hear me? Old Hu laughed and shouted at the crowd. Yes, sir. The villagers at the entrance of the village agreed in unison. Daniel, take a few children and inform the people in the village. Regardless of gender, old or young, come here to welcome the son-in-law. Old Hu instructed. Today, Han Tianhu was busy marrying his daughter. Among the children, his words were the most authoritative. Okay, Uncle Hu. On the other side, Li Zishuan led more than 1,000 people and walked for more than 2 hours before arriving at the Han family manor. There was no choice. There were too many people and cars. Moreover, the road from Chang and to the Han family manor was not wide and flat. Of course, it took a lot of time to walk. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw a group of people gathered. There were more people than the last time he came to the Han family manor for a mobilization meeting because many of them were from Plum Village. Welcome back to the village, son-in-law. When they saw Li Zishuan appear, everyone shouted in unison, giving Li Zishuan a shock. Chapter 386. Not bad. Little Xian, when other people get married, the bride's family will make things difficult for them. But when you come here, it's like you're going home. You're amazing. Teach me. After entering the Han family manor, Li Zixuan led everyone to the Han family's small courtyard. The grandiose procession of horses and carriages almost filled the entire village. Just as Li Zixuan was thinking about how to turn the procession around, Qing Chimo ran over and asked with a fawning face. Why are you learning this? You don't even have a girlfriend yet, and you're already thinking about getting married. Aren't you thinking too much? Li Zixuan squinted his eyes and said indifferently. His eyes and expression were clearly saying, you're a single dog, don't worry about it. Even if you learn it, you won't be able to use it. Qing Chimo was furious. He wanted to go up and fight, but he was pulled back by Qing Yaojin. Brat, watch from the side and learn well. Don't mess around. After so many years, I haven't seen you get a wife. Useless. Qing Chimo opened his mouth. Not only was he fed dog food by Li Zixuan, but now he was being fed dog shit by his own father. My life is really bitter. Bride, rush her out. 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 When they arrived at the Han Manor's courtyard, today's wedding ceremony had reached the most important part, rushing the bride's makeup. Li Zixuan brought so many carriages, so of course, he couldn't bring all of them to the Han Manor. Only the leading carriage was brought here to pick up the bride. The rest of the carriages were lined up on the small path in the village. Following Li Zixuan was the 1,200 people who came with the bride. With so many people, the small courtyard of the Han clan would definitely not be able to fit all of them. Only a little over 100 people entered the courtyard with Li Zixuan. The rest of the people were in the open space outside the courtyard to bolster Li Zixuan's momentum. More than 1,200 strong men shouted the same sentence in unison. It could only be described as a deafening sound wave. Those who had gone through military training in high school or university would definitely be very familiar with this scene. It was just like more than 1,000 people shouting slogans in unison during military training, each louder than the previous one, and each louder than the previous one. At this moment, the noise had clearly broken through the upper limit. This was especially true for Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, who were famous for their loud voices. They were shouting and yelling at the same time, trying their best to kick up a fuss. This kind of noise completely broke the atmosphere. Looking at the two of them, it didn't seem like they were here to help Li Zixuan rush the bride, but to make a fool of themselves. In the boudoir, a group of people suddenly covered their mouths and chuckled. Han Yushi could tell that this was Li Zixuan's good brother's mischief. She shook her head in amusement and didn't get angry. She just looked at the dressing table in silence. Madame Qin laughed and scolded, it must be Chimo and Baolin. Those two kids are just messing around. I'll have to scold them when we get back. Mother, it's okay. Everyone is happy. It's good to be lively. Han Yushi smiled slightly. Madame Qin smiled and nodded. After a while, she called Han Yushi to get ready to go out. Yushi, that's enough. Let's go out. So, Li Zixuan could finally see his wife, whom he hadn't seen for a long time? Of course not. There were still procedures to be completed. Madame Qin and the maidservant supported and surrounded Han Yushi as they carried her out of the boudoir. Now, even if the bride left the room and went to the hall, the house would hang layers of screens and curtains to block the way. There was a saddle on the ground inside the tent, and Han Yushi was supported to sit on the saddle. She faced the south and back to the north. At this time, no matter how one looked at it, one could only vaguely see a graceful shadow. Next, it was time to prepare for the birthing ceremony. Birthing the wild goose was the core part of the wedding ceremony in the Tang dynasty. Because wild geese were monogamous and loyal, the ancients used wild geese as mascots. They hoped that the newlyweds would live happily ever after and never stop until death. That being said, even though the social status of women in the Tang dynasty was higher than that of women in the later dynasties, it was still normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Therefore, this so-called birthing ceremony was just a beautiful fantasy of a married woman for her future husband. Li Zixuan looked at the faintly discernible graceful figure behind the screen, and his heart was filled with joy and excitement. He turned around and picked up the live wild goose he had brought from home. Circulating his xinqi, he accurately threw it over the screen. Behind the screen, the maidservants and young girls from the same village saw the wild goose being thrown over. They swarmed over and grabbed the wild goose, then used some ropes to tie up the wild goose's body and mouth. They didn't let it move or cry and just left it there. After the wedding, the groom's family would come back with something to redeem the wild goose and set it free. Then, there was the melodramatic plot that Li Zixuan often saw in countless time travel novels in his previous life, reciting poems. This had to be recited until the bride was so touched that she asked someone to tear open the curtain. Only then could the couple meet. At this time, the groom was usually very anxious. Because ancient times were not like modern times, many couples would not meet before marriage, let alone know each other. Therefore, the groom was usually eager to know what his future wife looked like. However, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were different. They were free to fall in love. Although he already knew that Han Yushi was as beautiful as a fairy, Li Zixuan still had to recite a poem. However, he was already prepared for this. Last night's stars and last night's wind, west of the painting tower, east of the Kasha Hall, body without the wings of a colorful phoenix, hard as one. Next seat, send Go Chun wine to warm, separate Chow shoot to cover the red wax lantern. Shiyu listen to the drum to respond to the official, walk the horse lawn tie to turn the canopy. Good. 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 Well done. Once Li Shangyin's untitled poem was released, it would definitely shock everyone, right? Haha. You think too much. Most of the people present were rough men. How many of them were cultured? How many of them knew how to appreciate poems? Qing Chimo and the others did not care about the poem. As long as it was written by Li Zixuan, they would praise it in unison. However, it was an eternal masterpiece. Among the people present, there were always people who knew what was good, such as Mrs. Qin and Han Yushi. Good, good, good. I didn't expect little Xian's literary talent to be so outstanding. This make-up poem can be considered a rare masterpiece. Mrs. Qin savored it for a moment, then clapped her hands and laughed. She had originally thought that Li Zixuan would use a few works of his predecessors to bluff his way through. After all, Li Zixuan was not known for his talent in poetry. She had never thought that she would be able to hear such a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation today. Body without the wings of a colorful phoenix, hard as one. Han Yushi's eyes bloomed with infinite brilliance. She kept repeating these two lines of the poem. Gradually, her eyes became a little moist. She said softly, "Mother. Let them take down the screen." Ah. Good, good, good. Looks like little Xian is quite capable. He moved Yushi with a poem. Hongling, take down the screen, take down the curtain. Mrs. Qin was stunned, but she did not object. She was only slightly surprised and got someone to do it. Chapter 387. Yo! The bride is out. The bride is out. When they saw Han Yushi, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red gown, being escorted out, more than 1,000 people in and outside the courtyard burst into deafening cheers. Qing Chimo widened his eyes and clapped his hands excitedly. Wow! She's out. She's out. Little Xian is so awesome. A poem was enough to summon the bride. Under normal circumstances, the makeup urging process was not smooth. It would take a long time. Firstly, the bride had to show her modesty. Secondly, the bridegroom's makeup urging poem often used some old works of predecessors that others had used again and again. There was nothing new about it, so it was very difficult to move the bride. But today, Li Zixuan's untitled poem made Han Yushi remove the screen and come out to meet him. It was really beyond everyone's expectations. After today, this poem would probably be passed down by everyone. However, it was likely that it would not be long before this poem would be used again and again by many people. In the end, it could not escape the fate of becoming a cliché. Smack. I told you to follow behind little Xian. Watch carefully and learn well, right? You brat, you have to hurry up when you go back. Qing Yaojin's big hand slapped the back of Qing Chimo's head as he spoke casually. Qing Chimo rolled his eyes and secretly wondered if this old man of his was his biological father. At this time, Li Zixuan's attention was no longer on this side. From the moment Han Yushi came out, his eyes were sucked over, and he could no longer look away. He saw Han Yushi wearing a bright red shirt with a long skirt that reached the ground. There was a belt on the skirt that tied the skirt below her chest. She looked slender and luxurious. Of course, this red gown was not one layer, but layered on top of each other. Coupled with her slim figure, it looked even more three-dimensional. Han Yushi wore light makeup as she looked at Li Zixuan affectionately with her big eyes. A hint of shyness appeared on her face. The gorgeous decorations made her look as noble and beautiful as a fairy. A cool and comfortable feeling went straight into Li Zixuan's heart. At this moment, this guy felt like he was in love again. The woman in front of him was the luxurious version of the Han Yushi he had seen in the past. This was because Han Yushi usually looked pure and beautiful without makeup. She also dressed very simply. How should he put it? Although she was also very beautiful, there was still a trace of immaturity. Now that she had put on some light makeup, coupled with the bright and luxurious phoenix coronet, her feminine charm was completely released. This astonishing charm was enough to make 10,000 flowers lose their color and thousands of people become silent. Li Zixuan was the closest, after all, he was the groom. Of course, he had to be the first to see the bride's appearance. The impact he received was also the greatest. A trace of sparkling and translucent liquid appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes seemed to be possessed as he stared fixedly at Han Yushi's small face. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan's pig-like appearance and knew that her young master was shocked by her beauty. She was extremely happy in her heart, but she was burned by Li Zixuan's naked invasive gaze. After a moment, she saw that Li Zixuan was still standing there and staring at her. Finally, she could not help but say softly, "Young master. It's time to pay respects to father." Li Zixuan was shocked and realized that he had been rude. He quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and quickly walked to Han Yushi. He reached out his wolf claws and grabbed Han Yushi's little hand tightly. He had not held hands for a long time. He missed this feeling very much. Hee. Wife, why are you still calling me young master? Li Zixuan laughed mischievously in a low voice. Sob. We haven't gone through the wedding ceremony yet. Han Yushi understood Li Zixuan's meaning and could not help but say shyly. Haha. Let's go now. We'll pay respects to father-in-law first, then go back and pay respects to my parents. Li Zixuan laughed and pulled Han Yushi out of the central room. Everyone in the courtyard saw Li Zixuan pull out a woman who was as noble and beautiful as a peony flower. In an instant, all the scumbags were stunned. Those women in the manor who did not see Han Yushi dress up were also stunned. When they heard that the curtains were going to be removed, everyone was still cheering loudly for Li Zixuan's success in speeding up the makeup with a poem. At this moment, after Han Yushi walked out, everyone was collectively speechless when they saw that peerless face. One in front and one behind, one moving and one still, formed a sharp contrast. The situation at the scene once again proved Han Yushi's charm at this moment. F***. Little Xian had found himself a celestial daughter. This Miss Han was not so beautiful in the past. The scene was silent for a long time. Qing Chimo was the first to break the silence. He widened his eyes and murmured. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard his funny words. Qing Yaojin felt that he had lost all his face and greeted this guys but with a kick. Speaking of which, there was no such thing as a red veil at this time. The red veil was not an ancient ritual of the Han people. It only became popular during the northern and southern dynasties. Although it was very widespread, it was not an official ritual. At this time, there were things similar to the red veil, known as knee coverings. There were all kinds of colors, but they were mainly red. Moreover, they were not worn in the first half of the wedding. Therefore, Ching Chumo and the others could see Han Yushi's peerless beauty. This kind of knee coverings were usually covered after leaving the house so that unrelated passers-by would not see it. The people in the house, regardless of the man's or woman's, were all people who were recognized. Li Zishuan had some understanding of this before, and this guy did not particularly care. Anyway, he just wanted to let everyone see and show off. Haha. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Tianhu, you gave birth to a good daughter. Qin Xiong stroked his beard with great satisfaction and praised Han Lijing beside him. Han Lijing's face was flushed red. Today, his mouth did not close. At this time, when he heard that, he quickly said humbly, "You flatter me, General." Haha. You Han Tianhu. This old man hasn't settled the matter of you hiding your identity. I'll settle the score with you later. Haha. Qin Xiong said half-jokingly. Ah. Li Qingxian was also a little stunned. He had seen Han Yushi a few times before, but it was completely incomparable to the way she was dressed now. At this moment, Han Yushi was really like the sun in the sky, shining so brightly that people could not open their eyes. Although he had been in the palace for many years and was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, he could not help but be dazed when he looked at Han Yushi at this moment. If I can meet such a woman in the future, I will have no regrets even if I only have one wife in my life. Big brother, you'd better forget it. You are the crown prince. How can you only marry one person? It would be more like it if it were me. Li Tai heard that and recovered from the shock. He curled his lips and said sarcastically. Chapter 388. Li Zishuan didn't know what the others were thinking. Anyway, after he held Han Yushi's hand, he said to himself in his heart, "I'm satisfied with this life to have such a beauty." In the main hall, Han Lijing wore new clothes and sat at the head of the table with a rosy face. The seat on his right was empty, but there was a memorial tablet beside it. Qin Xiong, Mrs. Qin, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others sat on both sides. As for Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Qing Chimo, Qin Huayu, and the others, they didn't even have a place to sit. They could only stand at the side. Here, there was no status of monarch or minister. As long as they were juniors, they had to stand. At this moment, Li Zishuan walked in slowly with the beauty in his hand under everyone's envious gazes. He was about to bow when he heard Han Tianhu say, "Yushi, you haven't had a good day since you were born. I've let you down. Your mother passed away early too. If it weren't for your adoptive mother coming over to help today, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be someone to dress you up. Fortunately, you've finally found a good home. Your mother's spirit in heaven will also be happy. Today, you and little Xian can also pay your respects to your mother." Father. Boo-hoo. She was about to get married, and Han Yushi was already very reluctant to leave her family. When she heard Han Lijing's emotional words, how could she hold it in? Her knees immediately went weak, and she knelt on the ground, tears flowing like rain. Li Zishuan also quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Han Lijing and Han Yushi's mother's memorial tablet. Then, he said in a clear voice, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law. Today, your son-in-law is fortunate enough to marry your daughter, Han Yushi. I will definitely cherish her. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please don't worry. From now on, Yushi is your son-in-law's wife. Your son-in-law will definitely dote on her, protect her, and love her. No matter when, where, or what the situation is, no one can hurt her. We're willing to be lovebirds in heaven and even branches on earth. Your son-in-law is willing to be devoted to Yushi and grow old together." Clap, clap, clap. Good. Well said, little Xian. After Li Zishuan's passionate confession, everyone was immersed in this beautiful vision of love. The room became silent for a while. Cheng Chimo saw that no one was cheering for his good brother, so he quickly clapped and cheered loudly. In fact, he was sincerely cheering for Li Zishuan. What Li Zishuan said was not profound. He could totally understand it. Moreover, he felt that Li Zishuan's words were very good. In the future, when he married a wife, could he learn from him? Cheng Chumo felt that today's trip was not in vain, because he had learned Li Zishuan's flirting skills. It was not easy. Cheng Yaojin was just about to scold his silly son when he heard the rest of the crowd burst into loud cheers. Good, good, good. Son-in-law is right. When the villagers of the Han family villa heard Li Zishuan's words, they cheered loudly. Because from these few words, they could tell that Li Zishuan valued Han Yushi highly. Of course, they were happy. Good. What a good lovebirds in heaven and even branches on earth. Well said, little Xian. Li Qingxian clapped and praised. Good. Little Xian's words of love are amazing. You have to specially teach us a lesson like this later. The little fatty, Li Tai, said excitedly. Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard the little fatty's words. Damn, the romantic atmosphere that he had spent so much effort to create was ruined by Li Tai in an instant. This kid was really asking for a beating. Young master. Han Yushi's lips moved slightly, and she looked at Li Zishuan with tears in her eyes. This vow of undying love had once again moved her heart. Li Zishuan cast aside the distracting thoughts in his heart and smiled at her. Then, he clearly felt Han Yushi's little hand holding his even tighter. Li Zishuan could not help but feel very proud. Damn, these words were said in such a way that it was worth it. Han Lijeng, who was sitting at the head of the table, showed a gratified smile at this moment. He got up and personally helped Li Zishuan and his daughter up. He said, "Son-in-law, please get up quickly. I believe that you will treat my daughter well." Then, he looked at Han Yushi and solemnly said, "Daughter, from now on, you are a member of the Li family. Remember to be filial to your in-laws and thrifty in managing the family. You must love each other, respect each other, love each other, and grow old together. You must be happy, and you must be harmonious and beautiful." Speaking of which, men in ancient times were really happy because when the bride was fetching the bride, the father-in-law would speak up for the son-in-law and warn the bride to be obedient and virtuous. There was a lot of specific content, and the things inside were detailed to a very deep level. If it were today, modern women could not even do 1/10 of it, but ancient women had to obey all of it. Han Lijeng, who had never liked to nag, had obviously done his homework this time. He pulled Han Yushi and talked for nearly half an hour, all of which was to tell his daughter to pay attention to this and that at her in-laws' house. In the end, he saw that it was almost time, so he finally said, "The auspicious time is here. Go quickly." "Father." Han Yushi did not move. Her eyes were full of tears. She could not bear to leave. Han Lijeng forced a smile and said, "Girl, go quickly. Don't miss the time. Yushi, let's go. If you miss home in the future, I can accompany you back at any time." Li Zishuan squeezed her little hand and said gently, "Okay." Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and nodded. However, she did not go out. Instead, she turned to look at Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin. She bowed and said, "Yushi thanks adoptive father and adoptive mother for your care during this period of time. Yushi will not dare to forget this great kindness." To be honest, Qin Xiong and his wife played a very big role in this marriage, whether it was on the surface or in the dark. If it were not for the two of them, this marriage would definitely not be as smooth as it was now. Han Yushi's heart was like a mirror, so she had to bow this time. Sigh. "Good daughter, get up quickly. That's nothing." Mrs. Qin felt as if she was marrying her daughter today, and her heart had been very uncomfortable. When she saw Han Yushi bow, her eyes turned red, and she quickly went forward to help her up. "Good child, go quickly. Don't miss the time because of us." Qin Xiong waved his hand and forced a smile. "Okay. Father, adoptive mother, I'm leaving." Han Yushi looked at the three people in the room seriously, then handed her palm to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan also bowed to Qin Xiong and his wife, then pulled Han Yushi out of the door. The people in the courtyard automatically opened up a path. At this time, Hong Ling took a red knee cover and carefully covered Han Yushi with it. Through the red silk, Li Zixuan led Han Yushi to the side of Don't Touch Me, number 1, which was hung with red silk. He said softly, "Wife. Get in the car." "Okay." Han Yushi was slightly shy and nodded gently. Chapter 389. Chang'an City. At this time in Chang'an City, other than Yongla Lane, the other streets and corners were also very lively, but it was a different kind of liveliness. Newspaper delivery. Newspaper delivery. The freshly printed Datong Daily to celebrate the wedding of Li County's man. Everyone gets a free copy. You can even earn money after reading it. Pfft. What? Today's newspaper is free? Did I hear wrongly? A diner at a nearby stall almost choked to death when he heard this voice that was obviously different from the past. He dug his ears and said doubtfully, "Well, I'm also wondering if I've heard it wrong." The diner opposite him said, "Let's go and ask. Won't we know?" Yes, yes. The two of them were considered slow. Ever since the paperboy said that sentence, dozens of people had already surrounded them, fighting to be the first to ask, "Hey, doll, you just said that today's newspaper is free. Is that true?" "Yes." "Is it really free? Did you say it wrong, or did we hear it wrong?" Seeing that they were all asking questions at once, the newsboy hurriedly shouted, "Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunties, you didn't hear wrongly. Today, Datong Daily is celebrating the wedding of Li County's man. All the newspapers are free, but each person can only get one copy. In addition, not only is the newspaper free, but you can also earn extra money after reading it and participating in the activities on it." Wow. It's actually true. Give me one copy. Give me one too. I came first. Give it to me first. As soon as the newsboy's voice fell, the surrounding people immediately went crazy and wanted to get a copy. Anyway, it was free. Even if they couldn't read, they could take it back and pretend to be educated people. Moreover, the newsboy just said that they could earn money after reading the newspaper and participating in the activities on it. Where else could they find such a thing that fell from the sky? Give me 2 copies. I can buy the other one with money. Of course, this made it difficult for the servants who bought newspapers for their masters, especially those who bought newspapers for multiple masters. They could only go against the huge flow of people and force people to buy newspapers for free. Haha. It's not easy to get the newspaper. Let's see what's different about today's newspaper. A young man who looked like a scholar excitedly took the newspaper and found a secluded place. Then, he couldn't wait to open the newspaper and start reading. The first thing he did was to look at the novel section, but today's novel section was different. Wow! Today, 10 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey had been updated. No wonder today's newspaper was so thick. I've earned enough. Such a thick newspaper today would have been sold for 10 copper coins in the past. Haha. Holy sh*t. Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality has also been updated by 10 chapters. Crazy. All the novels had been updated by 10 chapters. Oh my god, today is such a good day. First of all, he realized that the number of updates for today's novels was astonishing. Then, he happily started reading novels. The first one he read was, of course, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. She saw the words written on it, Chapter 134, Ascension to Immortality Assembly, added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. Wow! Men from Li County are so charming. Even Leather Knight congratulated him on his wedding. After reading the title, the scholar couldn't help but sigh. Although he was poor, he was a true mortal's fan. In the eyes of a fan, they would always think, the person I like is super awesome. Therefore, when he saw that the author of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality had specially added an update for Li Zixuan, the scholar naturally thought that the author he supported was giving face to Li Zixuan, and not that the author was purposely licking Li Zixuan's boots. The scholar glanced at the titles of the other 9 chapters. In the end, they all had the sentence added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. He sighed in his heart for a while, then began to read the content. In just half an hour, he finished reading all 10 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal. The scholar was still not satisfied, so he continued to read Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality Assembly. However, after reading the title, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 50, Storm Ahead, added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. Damn, this heavenly beauty is actually sucking up. Li County's man's wedding is indeed worthy of celebration, but there's no need for this, right? See, this was the difference between an idol and a passerby. The author of Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality Assembly, Chen Tianhua, would probably cry in the toilet after hearing this sentence. After curling his lips and complaining a little, the scholar continued to read. Why wouldn't he read something that was free? Phew. This is so satisfying. 3 novels, 30 chapters, and I don't even need to spend money. Today is so satisfying. I still have to thank Li County's man for his wedding. Haha. The scholar smiled in satisfaction and was about to put away the newspaper and go home. Suddenly, he remembered that the paperboy just said that he could earn money by participating in the activities in the newspaper. The scholar hurriedly flipped to the first half of the newspaper to look for that legendary activity. Actually, he didn't need to spend much effort to find it. On the first page of the newspaper, in the middle, there was a line of the most eye-catching words. It said, "Great luck, free chicken dinner, special activity to celebrate Li County's man's wedding." Damn, why is today's headline like this? If this fellow was a modern person, he would definitely complain. Isn't it just a rich second-generation heir getting married? Why is it still flooding the front page of the newspaper? The words "celebrate Li County's man's wedding" were everywhere. The scholar couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In order to celebrate Li County's man's wedding today, Datong Daily is holding a large-scale special activity. Today, anyone who holds a Datong Daily, picks a bouquet of flowers, not white, in the wild, delivers it to the Li residence in Yongla Lane, and sends a message of blessings to Li County's man and Miss Han's wedding will be able to receive a free chicken dinner from Drunken Immortal Restaurant. There is no limit to the number, but the activity ends at 4:45 p.m. Everyone participating in the activity, please hurry up and line up. After reading this short headline, the scholar's eyes widened and he vomited blood. Damn! There's actually free chicken dinner. Why did I only see it now? It had been 2 hours since he finished reading all 30 chapters of the novel. God knew how many people who saw this news had already picked the flowers and rushed to Yongla Lane. There was no need to say anything. A bouquet of flowers was worth a lot of money. Only a fool wouldn't do it. The scholar stuffed the newspaper into his arms and went straight to the eastern suburbs of the city. There were all kinds of flowers there, so it was relatively easy to complete the task. In fact, the scholar's guess was not wrong. Now, the entire city of Chang'an had gone crazy. The people who heard the news flocked out of the city to pick flowers in exchange for the chicken dinner. The soldiers guarding the city were dumbfounded. In the past, it was the people outside the city who wanted to enter the city like crazy. Today, it was the people inside the city who wanted to leave the city like crazy. A big wedding and an activity had created a situation where everyone was happy together. Li Zishuan could be said to have created the first fancy wedding. No wonder Yu Shinan didn't agree to the newspaper doing this. Chapter 390. Xiao Hang. Where are you going? I'm going to pick flowers. Why are you picking flowers? You can exchange the flowers you pick for chicken at Yongla Lane. Didn't you read today's newspaper? I didn't read it. Is there really such a good thing? Of course, but you have to get a Datong Daily before picking flowers. Don't worry, today's Datong Daily is free. You don't have to spend any money. Oh. Then I'll go now. Similar conversations took place in almost every corner of Chang'an City. Perhaps the rich people would not take a piece of chicken seriously, but in any era, the rich people were always in the minority. Moreover, the world had just settled down, and the people were far less wealthy than the people in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, there were still many people who cherished the rare piece of chicken. Hey, hey, hey! I was the one who saw this flower first. Go away. Bullsh *T, I saw it first. In the western suburbs of Chang'an City, two naughty children were pushing each other over a nameless purple wildflower. It wasn't that they were stingy, nor was it that they were lazy and unwilling to look for other flowers. It was just that the thousands of people who came out of Chang'an City today had gone crazy. They were like locusts passing through. Wherever they passed, flowers would not grow. In this season, there were many kinds of flowers in the fields in the suburbs. However, at a glance, one could only see a few small wildflowers. It was very difficult to gather a bouquet. I saw it first. I saw it first. I saw it first. Just as the two naughty children were about to fight, a middle-aged man carrying a basket came and shouted, "Cough, cough. Why are you two naughty children? Isn't it just a bouquet of flowers? I just picked two more in the mountains. I'll give you one. Stop fighting." The two naughty children heard him and stopped immediately. One of them reached out and took the bouquet from the middle-aged man. Then, he thanked him. "Thank you, uncle. Uncle, you're a good person." "Yes, yes. Thank you, uncle." The other naughty child echoed. "Haha. That's right. Hurry up and eat the chicken you're eating." The middle-aged man scratched his head and laughed. "Here. Manager, here you go. This is a flower I picked. Do you think it's okay?" Yongla Lane, the back door of the Li residence. 6 long lines had already formed in this alley. It was really impossible to see the end of the line. Even the scorching summer couldn't stop these people's enthusiasm to eat chicken. The person in charge of today's chicken dinner event was none other than Ma Zhou. In order to prevent this event from affecting the guests attending the Li residence's banquet, Ma Zhou specifically arranged for the location of receiving the chicken dinner to be at the back door of the Li residence. This way, it wouldn't cause congestion at the front door. "Yes, sure. Then, you can send our Lord Zhu a blessing and leave your name on it. Then, you can receive a free chicken." The man behind the table took the bouquet, looked at it and said, My name is Wang Depeng. I wish Lord Li a happy marriage. Is that okay?" The person who came to collect the chicken that he had bitten off hummed and hawed for a long time before coming up with such an old-fashioned blessing. Clearly, this guy was uncultured. The person in charge of distributing the chicken didn't laugh at him. He only said, "Yes, this is paper and a pen. Do you want to write it yourself or do you want me to write it?" "You write. You write. My handwriting isn't good." The person hurriedly waved his hand. "Hee, that's good." The person in charge smiled faintly. It was obvious that he had met many similar people today. He picked up the pen and finished writing in a few strokes. Then, he put the note into the bouquet and handed it to the servant behind him. Then, he took out a piece of chicken wrapped in a paper bag and said, "This is the first time I've met such a person. Okay, this is your chicken dinner. I thank you on behalf of Lord Zhu for your blessing." The person who came to collect the chicken dinner was shocked by the person in charge's polite attitude. He took the chicken dinner and hurriedly bowed and said, "You're welcome. You're welcome. Take care. Next." The person in charge laughed and shouted loudly. "Wow. Another person came out with a chicken dinner. How many chickens did the Li family prepare?" The crowd behind the line exclaimed. "I don't know. The newspaper said that there's an unlimited supply. As long as you come before 4:45 p.m., I think they prepared a lot. TSK. Li Xian's man is so generous. This wedding is known by the whole city. I wonder how much money was spent. Haha. What's this? Didn't you see the wedding procession that Lord Julie brought out this morning? Just the carriage alone cost hundreds of thousands of strings of coins, not to mention the crown prince, Prince Wei, 3 dukes, and a prefectural duke all went to support them. Damn it, Li Xian's man is so awesome. Xiaoxi, quickly bring a dozen people to move the bouquets at the back door to the front yard and place them there. Lord Zhu is coming back with the bride soon. Ma Zhou saw that a large number of bouquets had accumulated at the back door. He hurriedly instructed Song Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan racked his brains to organize a wedding that Han Yushi would never forget. In the end, the one who had to work hard was still Ma Zhou. Okay, Master Ma. I'll go right away. Song Xiaoxi didn't dare to slack off and went to call for people. After a while, when the bouquets at the back door were moved to the front yard, Ma Zhou personally brought a few people to the front yard and started the work of placing the bouquets. Although he didn't know much about garden art, Li Zishuan had roughly taught him how to place the bouquets. The guests who arrived at the Li residence in advance looked curiously at Ma Zhou and the rest as they moved the bouquets around. They didn't know what they were doing. However, as time passed, those who didn't think much of it gradually became shocked. They realized that they were already in a sea of flowers. The colorful flowers trembled in the wind, and the faint floral fragrance lingered at the tip of their nose. This feeling was wonderful. Wow! It's so beautiful. Li Xian's man really knows how to have fun. Wow! It's so beautiful. Master Ma, Boss Chow from Chonghua Square sent 100 pots of Luoyang red. It's outside now. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi trotted over and reported to Ma Zhou in a low voice. Ma Zhou was shocked. Peonies were not cheap, not to mention the famous variety of peonies, Luoyang red. These 100 pots were worth at least thousands of strings of coins. Bring me there quickly. Ma Zhou hurriedly ordered. On the other side, Li Zishuan led the bridal escort team and finally saw the city walls of Chang'an. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally brought home the beauty. His hard work for so many days was not in vain. Xiao Xian, when we went there were so many people at the city gate. Why is there no one now? Ching Chimo covered his forehead with his hand, blocking the sun, and looked at the city gate. In the end, he found that there weren't many people there. He couldn't help but patted his horse and asked curiously. Haha. Maybe those people are eating at home now. Hey! Why are you in front? Go back quickly. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and then rudely drove Ching Chimo away. His position was reserved for the groom, and he could chat with the bride at any time. How could he let Ching Chimo come over?